Hey y'all, welcome back for part 4 of the first Namikaze. Once again, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Your immense support is the biggest reason I can continue to make these videos. I have already posted the rest of the story for you guys over on Patreon, along with 10 other stories. Feel free to check that out. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 14. Undisclosed Location. Naruto looked around the room he was in with his eyes. He didn't know where the room he was in was located, but he knew he was still within the borders of the Land of Fire. However, right now he honestly didn't care where he was at. It was the people with whom he was sharing a table with that had his attention. It had been 3 days since the tragic news of Madara's death spread throughout the village and had finally reached an awakened Hashirama. The man had been crying when he went to ask Naruto just how it was possible. He had only been unconscious for a few hours at that time. The blonde explained that there had been an unknown hiding and lying in wait until exhaustion had overcome them, and it was then when they had attacked. Naruto told him the blow was originally meant for him since it would have been a major blow towards Konoha should their Hokage die in battle. Hashirama was devastated when hearing this news. Depression overtook him for a while before he came out of it. The raven-haired leader had asked the blonde where the body was so they could give their friend a proper burial. His hopes were dashed once more. While the wound on Madara had been fatal, it had not been enough to kill the man outright, and instead of dying alone he took his enemy with him to death. So there was no body to bury. Naruto was treading on thin ice. Lying to his leader, especially about something like this, was considered treason. He was depriving the village of a powerful shinobi, but it was something he had been instructed do by said dead man. It was all part of the plan constructed by himself and Madara. Flashback dash. The blonde clan leader was walking shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha clan patriarch who was currently guiding him somewhere within his clan district. Stopping without so much as a warning, Naruto looked over at his friend but said nothing. It appeared they were at their destination, the Naka shrine. Not bothering to say anything, Madara went inside of the building and the blonde followed. "So, what are we doing here?" asked Naruto. Madara did not respond to his query and flashed a few hand seals and a click was heard. The Namikaze clan leader wouldn't have believed it had he not been looking at it right now. A secret entrance. Finally finding his voice, "I didn't think those existed," he admitted. A small smirk found its way to Madara's face. "That's why they're a secret." "Point to you, now, where exactly are you taking me?" Naruto scowled. He was ignored once more. He followed his raven-haired friend down the stairs and into a dimly lit room. Looking around he spotted a slab of rock. "What's this?" he asked, inspecting the rock. "A plaque," Madara said in humor, knowing that wasn't the question his friend had asked. He sighed. "I can see that. The question is, why have you brought me here and why can't I understand the writing on it? This plaque has been passed down from generation to generation in my clan. Not once has an outsider not of our clan laid eyes upon it. And the reason you can't read it is because you need special eyes in order to decipher the text written on it," explained Madara, looking at the tablet. "Look at me with your special eyes," said Naruto, getting the man attention and an eye twitch. "This is all very interesting, but again, why have you called me here?" Madara ignored the jibe to his eyes and continued. "From what I've been able to decipher so far, it says, in the quest for peace, God divided things into yin and yang. The opposing forces worked with each other and, in turn, gave us the universe A wise, if not generic principle," stated Madara. By this point Naruto kept his mouth closed and decided to hear everything out till the end before he asks his questions. In other words, by having two opposing forces cooperate, we can achieve true happiness. However, there is one more way you can interpret it. The last part was said quietly. When it seemed the man was finished, Naruto thought about all he was told. He hummed a bit. "I thank you for the lesson in history, but what exactly are you trying to tell me here?" Madara shook his head. "Like I said, it's down to an individual's interpretation. Your time in the shadows will soon come to an end, this I can see. You are going to be pulled into the light, but we cannot have your shadow disappear, hence I will take it," stated Madara, who felt he made sense if not just a tad bit cryptic. Naruto on the other hand was completely flabbergasted. Just what was the man talking about? "Speak clearly, man. And not in these damned riddles." The Sharingan user chuckled lightly. "I saw it clear as day when you were in the hospital in a bloody mess. You wanted to leave the village and hunt the rest of them down. Those similar to now deceased Shura, I could see it in your eyes and I still do, even now." Naruto's jaw tightened a fraction, but it was enough movement to confirm the Uchiha suspicions. His eyes narrowed and gave the man a minuscule nod. "Let me help you then. Hashirama can see their threat from the thrashing you received, but he can only do so much behind a desk. You are able to move around in the shadows for the sake of our village but only for certain time frames. Let me help the both of you. He knew where this was heading but he needed to hear the words from the man's mouth. What are you proposing? Asked the blonde. I will go out and find them. And do what? Fight them? While I believe in your abilities and have faith you can kill a few of them, I do not agree to you doing it alone. Then I will gather a group to aid me in protecting the peace from the shadows. How do you plan on getting out of the village then? You are an advisor and clan head after all. Madara hesitated for a moment. I will fake my death. Why? Why do you try and go so far for? Naruto needed to hear his answer. This was his problem but his friend wanted to bear the burden with him. He answered immediately, I know the danger these people represent just from looking at you, plus, I have something worthwhile to protect aside from friends, brother, and clan. I have a wife and child now. He spoke of the last two fondly with a smile. Naruto's own gaze softened a bit. You are willing to leave wife, child, brother, clan, friends, and home behind? He got a nod in return. This is for the good of my family and village. In order for us to achieve peace for the next generation, we of this one must be willing to sacrifice and fight for it. The blonde closed his eyes for a moment and digested the simple yet powerful message he had just heard. What he said was true. All the village will lose in me as a clan leader and advisor. We however cannot lose the man who battles and commands those who work in the shadows, even if it's not for much longer. Naruto knew he spoke the truth. He would have rather been the one to take this task but he just couldn't leave his position. His Anbu would need a suitable replacement for when he really stepped down from everything. He had one in mind already but he wasn't going to voice it until he was sure the circumstances around his nominee wouldn't kill him for it. He sighed once more. He was doing it a lot lately. When would you want to start this? As soon as possible or when an opportunity presents itself, and even if it doesn't I will create one. Even if it means me turning into a traitor, he whispered the last part. Naruto heard him. Hopefully it won't ever come to that. What would you have me say to your family then? They will ask questions. Or of your clan? Who knows how they would take this? Naruto was getting a headache just thinking about it. The entirety of the clan will never find out about this. There would be a few of his clan who would perceive things differently and then a whole mess of problems would arise. And they couldn't afford that. What would you have me tell them? Tell them I died saving the village and Hashirama, and if there is still dissent among them, then have Izuna deal with them. Once I'm gone he is acting clan head until Kagami is of age. Naruto understood. The clan would follow the orders of Izuna since he was the man's brother and he was strong as well. The Uchiha clan respected strength. I will have Izuna tell them you died protecting the village while I inform him that you passed on doing both, village and friend. May I ask why? If your clan, who's been feuding with the Senju, found out you died because of one then they may just lose it. We can't have that happening. Madara nodded his head. It made sense. Do you want me to tell the truth to Izuna, Akane, and Kagami? Now came one of the hard parts. Do you tell your family the truth or keep them in the dark, ignorant of your well-being? Madara stayed silent for a while before answering. If any of them ever reach the mantle of Hokage then you may let them know. It was a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand all three of them had the chance of finding out but out of them all, only one had any real chance. That was his son, Kagami. While Izuna was strong he didn't have some qualities that are needed and while Akane had those qualities, she was nowhere near the appropriate level of strength to defend a village, Sharingan or not. Plus, if any of them do make it by chance then they would be privy to such knowledge even if only a few knew of it, since Madara would still technically be a shinobi of Konoha. The Hokage needed to know of all of his forces, even those on very long-term missions who were believed to be dead. Would you come back to help the village should your Hokage request it? Madara raised an eyebrow, wondering where this question came from. If it couldn't be helped then of course, but only to my cage, no one else. Naruto nodded. I know you already gave me an answer to this but I must ask you once more, are you positive you do not want to let Akane know? She is your other half, the woman who tamed the mighty Madara Uchiha. He asked with a mirthful tone. I leave that decision up to you, said Madara in a strained voice, each word coming out harder than the last. The blonde opened his to say something but abruptly closed it. He gave the man a nod. He already had something in mind for the woman. He asked another question. What of Hashirama? If you are willing to let your family know if they ever become Hokage, does that same courtesy extend to our current one? Questioned the blonde. It was a valid point. No, yes, I don't know. Madara was starting to get annoyed and frustrated. I want him to know but then I know how he will react. This is something that is on a need-to-know basis. As his friend, Naruto could see just how much this was troubling him and decided to make the choice for him. I will make the choice and tell him when the topic comes up. Thank you. That was a first for the blonde, a thank you from an Uchiha. Don't mention it, and since we're going through with this, then I will give you what information I have on the group. I will also give you access to my network, use it wisely. Naruto told the man. Madara was grateful for this. The two continued to talk and they walked out of the room towards Naruto's home to get the info. Flashback end dash. Naruto. He turned to look at who was talking to him. Did you hear anything I said just now? Questioned Hashirama. Only bits and pieces, just skip right to the end. Everyone else here heard you and I will just get the rest from one of them. Replied the blonde, waving off Hashirama nonchalantly. A few held back a snicker. Hashirama eyed his friend carefully before speaking once more. Very well then, I Senju Hashirama of Konoha have decided to step down as Hokage. No sooner had the words left his mouth, a proverbial shitstorm of voices rung out from the others. Naruto wasn't as surprised as the others. He could see the years catching up with the man, and the last two events clearly hadn't helped, especially losing a friend like Madara. Silence. Naruto heard the calm yet powerful voice and knew just who it belonged to. Daimyo-sama? Tokugawa Ieyasu is the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. He is skilled in both swordsmanship and politics and is ruthless in both. Truly a man fit to rule others. He stands just above 6 feet, but his aura makes him seem all the bigger to the average person. Black hair sits atop his head with a bit of gray on both sides, along with a thin mustache and beard. He is wearing the traditional robes befitting a man of his station. Next to him stood his son, Tokugawa Hidetada. As the son of Ieyasu, he was currently the second most politically powerful man in their lands. Their words were law. Hidetada was also wearing his robes, but atop his own head was a black bandana, and from the looks he was getting, his father and advisors did not approve. Standing a head shorter than his father, but just like his father, his aura made him seem bigger as well. Soon he would surpass the man and would one day rule these lands. Aside from his political power, the young man was also a gifted warrior, especially in Sojutsu art of the spear, as he was always seen holding a spear that was crafted coincidentally by the same man who made his own weapon, Sengo Muramasa. It had even been reported that the youngster would often be seen conversing with his weapon, but when the two actually did fight, Hidetada resembled a wild tiger, and in conjunction with the color of his bandana he was given a nickname, Kuratora Black Tiger. The daimyo, other members of his council, were not worth mentioning in his opinion, only the two who were related by blood. Aside from those two, some people from his own village were in attendance as well. He was there because he was in charge of the Anbu forces, but also because he was an advisor to the Hokage, which meant his voice counted twice in matters. Since he was there, that also meant that Tobirama was there as well. Hashirama was a given since the man was the Hokage. Tōka and Mito were in attendance as well, but for different reasons. Both were invited because together they made up the Nisaikyo and two strongest women, and Ieyasu respected strength. The other had more to do with their clans. Mito was in a sense representing the Uzumaki clan since she was still a part of it, while Tōka, who was part of the Senju, was not the only one of her clan in the room. It didn't mean neither of their voices would be heard, they were just lower on the totem pole. Izuna was in attendance as well. He was the acting leader until his nephew grew into the role, but since his brother was the last of the advisors, that role of power was passed on to Izuna for a short time. Once a new leader was elected, it would go to someone else. A few other clans had been invited as well, but they were mostly there on the whims of the daimyo. Sarutobi Sasuke was representing his clan. The man made appearances around the village on occasion, but mostly stayed home nowadays training his son. Rumor had it he would soon allow his son to sign his summoning contract. A Shimura clan member was there as well. He couldn't recall the man's name, but with a strong resemblance to the youngster Danzo, it was clear who this man was. Of course a Hyuga was present as well. They were the fourth noble clan and the fourth strongest. Naruto didn't even want to think about this clan and how they treat the side branch of their family. It disgusted him and made no sense whatsoever. He stayed out of it. Hashirama on the other hand tried to do something, but it was a clan matter. His hands were tied. The Aburame and Nara were there as well, but not because of their physical prowess in battle, but the way their minds processed it and made the logical moves. If there was one of the other thing the daimyo respected and was well known for, it was tactics, and his mind was suited for it. Hashirama Dono, are you certain of this? Ieyasu was looking at the man sharply. I am, daimyo-sama, stated Hashirama, his voice filled with conviction. The leader of the country looked at the man in question and could see he was serious. He sighed. He had given the okay a long time ago to the man on building a village and appointing a cage. The man was strong and would represent him well, charismatic as well, and sure, there were times he didn't like his aloof attitude, but you had to take the good with the bad. He would need to make an even better choice this time around to inherit the mantle. Very well then, I Tokugawa Ieyasu accept your resignation. Thank you for your hard work in defending this country these past years. Ieyasu bowed his head a bit. You're welcome, Daimyo-sama. The man nodded his head before addressing the room. Now then, we are in need of a new Hokage. Are there any here who would like to nominate a person they feel is suited for the position? Various amounts of names were being thrown around. Sarutobi nominated himself while others were shouting out Tobirama or Izuna name. One voice penetrated through the loud discord. I nominate Namikaze Naruto. Everyone turned to the voice that had spoken. It was the former Hokage, Hashirama. Ieyasu looked intrigued by the choice. Explain why you offer his name? I think it is fairly simple. I have actually been grooming him to take over for me for quite some time now. I have been showing and talking to him about politics and other things to get him ready. It was always my intention. I second that. Two voices said at the same time. Everyone once more turned their heads to see who had spoken, and were surprised to see it was the two men many of them had nominated, Izuna and Tobirama. He is one of the strongest people not only in our village but in all of the elemental nations. He also has a very keen mind that is ready for anything, stated Izuna. He was trying to get the daimyo to see that Naruto was strong in both body and mind. Tobirama followed suit. He is also the only person who has worked in both the shadows of our world but in the light as well. He is one of a few people who can make proper decisions when it comes to either side. Ieyasu took in everything the three men said. Indeed, even he had heard of the man's work in the shadows and the light. He would be a very good candidate to take over for Hashirama. He looked to him. What say you, Namikaze Naruto? Your comrades believe in you. Are you willing to take up the mantle of Kage? Asked the daimyo, leaning forward, awaiting an answer. Naruto looked at every single person in the room. It was obvious what the two members of the Tokugawa clan thought of him, and it seemed the others were of like mind. Him being made leader would undoubtedly help him in the endeavor to wipe out this organization hell-bent on throwing the world to chaos. Plus he could help Madara even more so now. I accept, Daimyo-sama. He bowed his head. Good, then I as daimyo of these lands hereby acknowledge that Namikaze Naruto be made Nidaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Let all those here be witnesses. Meeting adjourned. Slowly the daimyo, his son, and his council began to filter out of the room after congratulating him, leaving him and his comrades. Well, how does it feel to be made Hokage, Nidaime-sama? Asked Hashirama in a joking manner. I thought it would have felt different. Don't worry, it will settle in once we return home and we let the villagers know. Naruto agreed with that and decided to save the congratulations from his fellow peers until after they returned home. Konoha. A few days later. It was as Naruto had expected it to be. There were celebrations when Hashirama announced and presented him as their Nidaime. There were a few who had questioned why the Shodai had stepped down, and he gave them the honest truth. They dropped it soon after hearing why. Naruto would forego his mask and instead take up the hat. He kept his white Onbu flak jacket had it customized to resemble those of his regular forces. He ditched the armed guards but kept his black suit that he wore underneath. No way in hell was he going to wear the traditional stuff Hashirama always wore. He would only do that when he was in an important meeting. Currently he was in his office. He had summoned 3 men whom would help him with the village. A knock was heard on the door. Enter. In walked the 3 people he wanted to talk to the most, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna. You called for us, Hokage-sama? Asked Tobirama in his no-nonsense voice. That I did. I have important things I need to discuss with each of you. Answered Naruto, looking each of them in the eye. What are those? I have very important jobs that only you 3 are suitable for. Each man stood straighter. What do you wish of us? Naruto looked to the younger Senju brother first. Tobirama, I am going to assign you a position that your brother had forgotten to assign in his reign. And what's that? Questioned Hashirama, a bit miffed they were making fun of him. So what if he forgot one position? It was hard remembering things when he had to deal with all of the paperwork. The Nidaime ignored his predecessor. You have a brilliant mind and can make the logical choices when in battle. I am giving you the role of Jonin commander. Aside from the job, when there are meetings with important figureheads, like the daimyo, you have a seat on my council with whomever my advisors are, along with the Onbu commander. Explained the blonde Kage. Tobirama was going to open his mouth and say something but abruptly shut it. Now that he thought about it, It would have been a tough adjustment for not only him but for the Anbu forces if he had been made commander of them. He and Naruto were just too different and they may not respond as well to someone who is supposed to be just like them. He gave his leader a nod, he accepts the position. Naruto returned it and then looked at one of his first friends. How are you doing, Hashirama? As good as can be expected. He replied, still getting over the death of Madara. That's good, how is Yuto doing? Is he getting strong? He is doing fine, Naruto, thank you for asking. And yes, he is getting strong, especially under my tutelage. Good, then that will be your job. I want you to be the father who will be there for him when he needs you the most or just when he wants to play. Wha? Is that not good enough? Questioned Naruto. He was trying to give the man a chance to relax and spend it with his family. No, it is, but I wish to do more to contribute to my home. Is there nothing else? He asked, sounding almost desperate. Naruto recognized it, the man was trying to busy himself with work and not let his mind wander towards his friend. Well there is, but I wasn't sure how well you would have liked it. Admitted Naruto. What is it? Do you remember all those years ago, us talking about establishing a school for children so they would never have to face the horrors of battle but instead of education? Of course. Then how would you like to be in charge of that? You can create the curriculum and not only teach your son now, but other young minds as well. Teach them all about the village and the importance of being a person and a shinobi. How does that sound? It was a rhetorical question, he already knew the answer. Hashirama was silent but all of them could see the shine in his eyes, this fit him very well. Or would you rather be a sensei to a group of children? Just like these two had with their little group of brats. Naruto pointed to Izuna and Tobirama. That doesn't sound bad either, but I will stick with the school for now. What about you? Are you ever going to take a group of students? Asked the Shodai. In all honesty, he had thought about it more than once. He wanted to pass down his knowledge not only to his own kids, but to others as well. I will at one point, and who knows, I just may end up teaching more than the standard 3 you either of you did. You do know the limit is 3, right? Bah! I'm not the type of person to follow some tradition, I will do things my own way. Just you wait and see. Speaking of brats, what am I supposed to do with mine if I'm running the day-to-day things for our regular forces? Asked Tobirama, voicing his concern. Can you not handle it all? Tobirama just looked at his leader. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong, if I am then I can give you something you can handle. Naruto saw the younger Senju brother jaw tighten, he had him. No, you are correct, I can handle it. I was just curious about them. Good, now on to the last person. Naruto was looking at Izuna, you already know what I am offering you. It was a statement, not a question. Izuna nodded, there was really only one thing left. What say you? Izuna went silent for a moment and thought about the pros and cons of such an undertaking. After a few moments to himself, he made his choice. I will take a position among the Anbu, along with the other duties I have. He was referring to his job as clan leader and in raising Kagami. Very good, and unlike Tobirama, you didn't whine about the load of work, Naruto joked, knowing he blatantly said the Uchiha got one over on his rival. Izuna smirked at this while Tobirama wore a scowl. You however are not just going to be a regular member, I am going to groom you to soon take over my former position as commander. I do not need someone who blatantly follows, I need someone who can be flexible. You were the best choice since you had no prior experience in the doings of my former work. Izuna understood and nodded. Good, are there any other questions before I move on to my next topic? He asked them. What about advisors? Advisors, well I will just have to handle it all myself since each of you have your tasks already, oh well. Naruto, you are eventually going to need help on certain things, said Hashirama in a chastising voice. The blonde sighed, a compromise then, when I need to discuss things that will affect the entire village or when I am to meet with someone, I will ask the 3 of you. When it comes to the smaller things, I will handle them. How does that sound? It sounded good, they agreed. Naruto waited a moment to see if anyone else had anything to ask or add, no one stepped up. He decided to move on. Now for the other topic I have brought the 3 of you here for, war is on the horizon. It's starting to escalate in the north between Kumo and Iwa, and who knows how long before everyone is involved. It's for this reason I gave each of you specific places within the village. Each of them was confused about this, weren't they just jobs? The 3 of you represent and protect a portion of our village. Still they did not understand. Izuna, you and the Anbu will work in the shadows to ensure that the village and her people may wake to see the sunrise. Next he looked to Tobirama. You will then focus on protecting that sunrise which was defended by the darkness. Your forces work in the light to continue what Izuna and his group started. You two work in tandem, yin and yang. He looked to Hashirama last. And you have the most important job, while the light and darkness work to protect its citizens. You work to protect our future, he said, referring to all of the children. Now they understood, it was a very well thought out approach. And with your particular skill set, you are ideal. I would not put it past another village or person to attack our school in order to draw us into something we may not be ready for. That made all of them stiffen. After all, there is nothing more symbolic a gesture than to attack a school, and nothing provokes people more than attacking children. It just may be what breaks the dam. All of them were silent at that. They would need to do their best at their new positions. Seeing as their leader had not spoken anymore, they each began to head for the door. Izuna! Called out Naruto. Said man turned around. A moment if you will. The two Senju brothers looked back for a moment, but seeing since it was not them he called, they left. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Nothing, I just wish to ask you something. How is your clan holding up? Ah, now he understood. They are grieving, but other than that nothing much. I see. You want to know if any members of my clan wish to exact some form of revenge for his death? That made Naruto tense. He nodded slowly. Worry not, our clan is very different from the one we used to be known as. Perhaps in another lifetime it may have come to that. My clan respects my brother too much to do something like that. Before they were loyal to him out of fear, but since joining Konoha they were loyal to him out of the respect they had for him. Can you elaborate? He mellowed out in a sense since we came here, and it only increased when he married and had a child. He was a changed man soon thereafter, and everyone in my clan took notice. He was nicer to our people and knew he loved the village. So it would be idiotic to do something to the village that their respected leader cared for. Explained Izuna as best he could. Naruto slowly nodded. It made sense. Just because you perceive a clan one way many years ago does not mean they will be the exact same many years later. Madara proved that. I see, thank you for taking the time to answer my question. You may go. By your leave, Hokage-sama. Actually, before you leave I have a mission for you. Naruto told the man whom he wanted him to give this message to, prompting the man to nod and leave. Izuna left, leaving Naruto all alone with his thoughts that soon drifted towards Madara, while he waited for the person he was expecting. It seems your clan no longer relies on hatred to move them forward, Madara. Shaking off the reminiscence of times long since past, a knock was heard. He told them to come in, and in walked his wife, Uzumaki Mito. What can I do for you, Hokage-sama? Mito was playing around, but one look at her husband's face and knew he wasn't. Mito, I love you and I would do anything for you, but there are times when I ask something of you and you have to listen. Now she was frowning. This was about disobeying his order not to follow him into battle. Granted, you disobeyed an order from an advisor which has no real pull over the forces, but you did disobey an order the Anbu commander. Hence, I must give you a form of punishment, he said in a grave voice as he got up from his chair and walked around to his wife. What do I have to do? She asked, hoping he had forgotten with all of the commotion due to him being named Hokage. He sighed, lean forward and stick your lower half out. He instructed. Now she was getting a tad bit nervous. Was he going to place a seal of some sort on her? It wouldn't be harmful, she knew that, but it could be something humiliating. Her husband was childish like that. Close your eyes. She did as she was told. Smack. Not once in her lifetime had it ever been done to her, not even her own parents. She guessed there was a first time for everything. Ow! She yelped in a cry of pain. Tears were threatening to fall as she rubbed the sore spot on her butt that her husband had just spanked with some force. Okay, you're free to go, and thus ends the shortest punishment in Konoha's history, he said, knowing no one would ever beat it. He administered it in under 1 minute. He was just that good. Mito was not happy about this, and with the risk of getting her other cheek in the same position, she opened her mouth. Why did you punish me in such a childish way? Because like a child you did not do what I asked of you and went ahead and did it anyway. He responded. She didn't have anything else to say after that, so she left. She couldn't get him back here when he was Hokage, but that didn't mean she couldn't when he was just Namikaze Naruto, clan leader. Should I withhold sex from him, or make him sleep on the couch? Naruto watched his angry wife leave his office and felt a cold chill enter his body. He looked around but his windows were closed. Shaking off his sudden uncomfortable feeling, he summoned a single clone. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I want you to take over for a while, I have some business I need to take care of. The clone nodded as the original disappeared in a flash. Unknown location dash. The blonde Cage reappeared in his signature style in one of the more forested areas his country provided. It was great for hiding things that did not want to be found. As for the area itself, trees surrounded by more trees with a few bodies of water to paint a picture of sereneness. I'm pretty sure Hashirama would love it here. He oddly thought. This area was known only to him since he had traveled through here when he was coming back from the then-to-be-named Suna. It was also currently the den of the Kyubi no Yoko as he watched it sleep on its back while its legs were sprawled all across its body. What have you come here for, Stalker Ningen? Naruto blanched. It seemed the fox knew he was watching him sleep and was poking fun at him. I'm not a stalker. He muttered. And I don't make people run away in fear, so I ask again, what do you want, Ningen? Naruto sighed. He supposed just being called Ningen was better than the first option. My name is Naruto, Naruto. And I came here to see how you were holding up. The fox snorted. Your name is irrelevant to a being like me. In the time it takes me to take a shit, your lifespan is already over. And the area could use more trees over there. Naruto looked to where the fox's head was taking him and could see a few areas had been flattened, probably when the fox was obviously trying something. That's going to be tough. I would have Hashirama grow some, but I don't want to return to see you sprawled on your back as the trees suck out your chakra. Good choice. Naruto nodded. Looks like it will have to be the old-fashioned way. It would take some time, but eventually there would soon be trees in that area. The fox let out a sigh at this, but it was better than the first option. So, are you going to tell me your name yet? Asked Naruto. No, as I said before, you need my trust for that. And how do I gain that? How should I know that? You Ningen proclaim you're the smartest beings in these lands. So you figure it out yourself. TCH, fine, I guess I will. Naruto could see the sun would soon be setting. He should be getting back home soon. I better get back. I'll come back in a few days to see if you need anything. See you in a few. He waved to the fox. Humph, next time bring some drinks, Blondie. Said Blonde cracked a smile. He went from being called a stalker to human and now to Blondie. It was an upgrade. That's a start. See you later, Fuzzface, and try not to flatten any more trees with your gigantic ass, he said aloud, laughing as he vanished. Wah! Why, you little. Naruto laughed out loud as he returned to his office, having gotten the last word in with the mighty-tailed beast. He then sighed. I guess I have to get back to work now. He sat back down and sighed. The stacks of paperwork just seemed never-ending, like he would be here for a few years. 2 years later dash. Life was very good right now inside of his village, but not so outside of its walls. The young generation was turning 13, but even they could feel something was wrong. Most people in his village were ignorant of this fact, but in the past 2 years the threat of war was on the edge of spilling over. All it would take was one major battle for it to begin. Sooner or later, reality was going to come crumbling down on the heads of those naive or ignorant enough not to see the signs. He had already gotten reports of Kumo and Iwa going at it, and even others of Suna and Iwa. Whatever was going on with Iwa, they seemed to be the most aggressive in trying to take control. Madara, his friend and secret operative, was doing incredible work at gathering this information for him while doing his other job. It was his skill that allowed him to see that internal problems were brewing in Suna and they had nothing to do with Iwa. He sent back a message informing him to leave Suna as they would probably implode on their own. He wanted the Uchiha keeping an eye on Iwa. What's on your mind, Namikaze? Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw the Bijou lazing about without a care in the world. Over the past 2 years the two had grown somewhat closer, or at least as close as a chakra entity would let it anyway. He still didn't know the fox's name, but it had given him a clue. It started with a K. The blonde didn't know if the fox was trying to take him for a ride since Kyubi started with a K as well. Only time would tell if he ever got it. He had brought the drinks as requested the last couple of years and now was no different. Nothing is wrong, Kuno? BZZT, wrong again, Namikaze. Damn it, I was sure that was your name. Anyways, nothing is wrong per se, but one wrong move and the world is thrown out of whack and we're looking at war. He expressed his concerns. I don't understand why you humans are always waging wars, killing your own kind at the simplest of provocations. Humans are flawed creatures by nature, but it's because of those flaws that makes us humans, and from that most of us can rise up and become something better. He explained as he stood up from his seat. It was beginning to get dark already. He needed to get back home. Humph, if you say so. You are flawed, on that we can agree on. Always the cynical one, aren't you? I prefer realist. Before Naruto could offer rebuttal, he suddenly closed his mouth. What's wrong? One of my Hiraishin kunais was thrown just now. I need to go and investigate. I can't be too careful, especially with the current times. I will fill you in on what happened later. And with that, he was gone. Everything in the day had been going great for him. He knew it wouldn't have lasted, but he just never expected the sight in front of his eyes. His home, it was in ruins. Tōka, Mito, Kazuhiko, Kiyomi. He called out to them, a sense of panic coursing through him. He couldn't sense their chakra. He ran towards the rubble. Naruto. He turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. As they came closer, he could see they were bleeding while cuts littered their bodies, but they were alive, and that's all that mattered. He looked at them, but neither looked at him in the eye. Something is wrong. Are the two of you all right? How are the kids? He asked quickly. His 2 4-year-olds were very important to him. We are fine, but, what? They still couldn't meet his eyes. He felt things once more and noticed only 3 signatures. In his hastiness, he failed to notice one was missing, Kiyomi. But something else was wrong as well. The bundle in Tōka's arms did not have the same amount of chakra his son should have had. He looked deeper and felt like crying. His son chakra network had been tampered with and was far too broken to repair. Where is Kiyomi? His voice as hard as stone. She was taken. By who? We don't know. It was the truth. One minute the 2 mothers are tucking their children in for bed, and the next they are fighting off 4 masked shinobi. They caught them unawares, but not for long, as Mito was able to kill one of them before the other 3 fled. Both Tōka and Mito went after the ones that had their child, but only Tōka came back with hers. Mito could not hope to catch the man who was holding her daughter while trying to survive the onslaught of the other one. She had managed to cut deeply into the leg of one of them, but unfortunately, they both vanished soon thereafter after they both kicked her away, but not before sending some exploding tags her way to deter her even more. Before he could rush out to find his missing child, a member of the Anbu dropped down behind him. Hokage-sama, we have captured one of the enemy shinobi. He is being held at headquarters and... Naruto was gone. He didn't need to finish hearing what his operative was going to say. The Nidaime hadn't bothered to greet or give the password to enter the building. He stormed through the front and headed straight for the holding cells. His entire body froze upon seeing the prisoner. It wasn't the man behind the mask, it was his headband. Ame. The prisoner sat motionlessly with his back to the wall but was wide awake. He could clearly make out the sound of footsteps heading in his direction. His leg was still pretty bad from that cut he received from that red-headed bitch. Hearing the steps come to a halt, he looked up to see the Nidaime Hokage. Well. To what do I owe the pleasure of? His voice died in his throat as he gazed fully at the cage. His leader had informed him all about the blonde man. The similarities were spot on, except for one thing. It was his eyes. He had been told they were a unique kind of blue, but what he was looking at right now was anything but. Eyes that were as dark as blood were staring at him, both slitted. He could see the sheer hatred and malice that shone through them. They were staring right through him. This was unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. He did not want to speak right now, but his mission was not yet complete. All he had to do was say a few words to the man or whatever he was, and he would understand. I kept my promise from 10 years ago, Namikaze. I said I wa. Crack. Faster than the Anbu members stationed around the cell could react, Naruto opened the cell and broke the man's neck with a single kick, leaving the man's head hanging to one side. He no longer needed to hear the rest of the message. He knew exactly who it was from and the fact the man made good on his promise he had made more than 10 years ago. Hattori Hanzo. Hatred was pouring out of him. He was going to kill the man and demolish his village and anyone who was a part of it. This was a declaration of war and he would give them one. Naru. Both Mito and Tōka were startled. Never had they seen their husband with red eyes. But it was gone as soon as they had seen it. They caught him as he stumbled a bit. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit tired, but I need to address the village. A mass of people had been gathered in the middle of the village. Some had been awake already while others had been roused from their sleep. Complaints were being thrown around until their caged voice broke through the noise. My people, too long have we been subject to attacks from other villages. The assassination attempt on your beloved Shodai, the 2 times Kumo attacked, and just tonight, my family was attacked and one of my children was hurt, while the other was taken. Gasps could be heard throughout the crowd. Mostly from people who had children. They instinctively pulled their own closer. I am not going to lie to you, times are going to get rough in the next coming years, but, I promise you this, we will come out victorious. So I ask you, my people, prepare for the coming war, he said, and went to converse with his 3 generals. Nobody had said anything, they were still digesting his words. They all left the area hurriedly but quietly. Hashirama. Yes? I know you do not wish for war, but I'm afraid this is unavoidable. All we can do is lessen the amount of casualties. Hashirama sighed, I know that, Naruto, I just wish it hadn't come to this. I know, my friend, I know. You, along with a few selected shinobi, are going to hold the fort down and protect our home and the civilians. If worst comes to worst, then keep them safe and find them shelter. That is going to be your assignment. If anything arises, then let me know. Both men nodded to each other. Tobirama, I want you to address the regular forces and choose a select few to remain here, not too many that we are spread thin. The 2 of us are going to prepare our plans of attack. Tobirama nodded and added something of his own. I believe I have a technique that may help us win this war faster. Naruto had no time to ask what it was or did, he just nodded to the man. Izuna, the same thing with your Onbu. I want a few remaining here in the village while you and the best infiltrators go into other villages or as close as you can get. I want information on what the other villages are doing. Information will be the key to winning this war. Hi, Hokage-sama. And what will you be doing? Asked Hashirama. I'm going to go and get my child. I will be leaving in a few minutes, and when I return home, there will be no doubt in my mind that the other nations will hear of what I have done to Ame, and at that time, we will officially be at war. Chapter 15. What did you wish to speak to me about? Hashirama asked. He had already talked with his wife and prepared plans with her should the worst ever come to pass. Naruto was going to be blunt since he had very little time. Can you heal my son? The Senju leader had expected the question, just not right out of the gate. It depends. Replied Hashirama carefully. He did not wish to give false hope. What exactly was done to him? The enemy tampered with his chakra network. It's obvious it was a medic nin, but one with extremely limited knowledge on how the system functions since it wasn't completely destroyed. And you know as well as I just how dangerous and incompetent is to a master. Indeed he did know, both of them did. A master of their craft could undo what they wrought on their victim if they so wished. An incompetent on the other hand knew not what they did and could damage something so bad that even a master could not reverse it. Have my sister bring my nephew over and I will see what I can do. Naruto gripped both of the man's shoulders and looked him in the eyes seriously. Thank you, my friend, truly. Please do what you can for him. Hashirama nodded back, equally as serious. He watched as his blonde friend gave him a nod and then left the premises. 30. It was unfortunate since no matter how much he wished to stay and be there right by his son's side as he went through this ordeal, he needed to leave. He needed to retrieve his sister, she took precedence over him at the moment. He didn't have time to return back home to inform Tōka himself, so he created a clone to inform her of what was happening. He believed in Hashirama's skills as a medic. That man was very talented in healing. After leaving the Senju estate and then the compound as a whole, having said nothing to anyone as they already knew, he went straight for the gates of the village. No one dared to try and stop him lest they want a verbal lashing. No, perhaps even then that wouldn't have sufficed for the festering hate and anger he felt course through his body. He may very well have resorted to physicality had someone tried to stop him. A part of him knew it was his ire towards the situation that made him irrational, but another part of him didn't care. His emotions had been kept in check while he was in the village. His only goals now were the death of his enemies and the safety of his little girl. Nothing else mattered at the moment. He idly wondered when he had begun to let his emotions run out of control before forcing such thoughts down. He had no time to think such idle things. What he needed to do was think of how he was going to approach this situation. Attack straightforwardly or use subtlety. The blonde decided his plan of attack would be formulated on how he was received when he entered the country and village. For he held no shadow of a doubt that Hanzo knew he was coming. He sped up his cadence. Hilda meanwhile. Hattori Hanzo had an absolutely gleeful smile plastered on his face at the moment. You may be asking yourself why? Well, he was about to do battle with his most hated and respected enemy to the death. This is something he's been planning for years as he built up his own clan just for this singular moment. Nothing else mattered, not the civilians nor even the village. The fact that his own village was considered one of the superpowers of the world did little to dissuade his decision. In fact, it only served to heighten the stakes between the two of them. If he lost, then the chances of his village being overrun by another was likely. However, if he won, then not only would he have killed Namikaze and taken the man-daughter as his own, but he then would have brought the next battle to the man's village. Oh, I can't wait. He shivered in anticipation, absolutely positive that Namikaze would show him something no one else could provide to him. He shivered once more at the mere thought of it, every part of his body feeling the sensation. Father. The elder turned around to face the tiny voice that had called him. It was his son. He had fathered the boy over 9 years ago with his mother, Junko. She was the strongest female within the clan, which made her the obvious choice to bear his children. He had chosen wisely when she had borne him a son, and a strong one at that. She had nicknamed him her little salamander since he was so red when he came out of the womb. He allowed her to breastfeed the boy since he would need the nutrients, but once her role was over, he had discarded her and reintegrated her back within Ame ranks. He didn't need her around to baby his heir, especially after what he had done to the boy. It was ironic really, she had called him her little salamander and now he had the poison of one coursing through his body. It was an experiment to see if he could make the boy stronger, and it was a success. He would have to wear a breathing mask for the rest of his life and would never possibly father children, but in his opinion that was a small price to pay for power. Soon he would inform the boy of the summoning scroll sealed on his body by his mother. He couldn't sign it, nor did he want to, as he did not need help killing his enemies. What do you want, Hanzo? He had named the boy after himself, of course. A strong name was needed for a strong shinobi. Father, what are we going to do with the girl? Asked the son. For now nothing, but if things go as planned then you're gaining a sibling, stated the elder. The older male watched as his son's eyes lit up at the prospect of not being alone anymore. It seemed he would need to re-educate his son again. Go back to watching her. Inform me if anything happens. Hanzo the elder ordered his son. He didn't have time to watch the brat. He needed to set up his forces for the oncoming storm. Tōka. Tōka was not having a spectacular day so far. Never mind the fact she had been attacked, that didn't matter to her. What mattered was the children. Her son, her little boy who had never done anything to anyone, was targeted. Then there was the kidnapping of Kiyomi. While she may not have given birth to her, she was a daughter to her, even if they didn't share direct blood. She couldn't even bear to think what the child was going through right now, being all alone with that psychopath. And then there was her husband. She could see all the emotions raging inside of him, all the stress this was putting on him. She knew where he had gone and what he meant to do. She only wished the real him had come to talk to her and not a clone. He wasn't the only person who held animosity towards Hattori Hanzo. However, there was some sort of silver lining in all of this. The attack would force them to re-evaluate their security protocols so that this did not happen again. Once was more than enough, and no parent should ever have to go through this. How is he, Hashirama? She had been watching her eldest brother work on healing her son. She had rushed over as soon as the information had been delivered by the clone. It's hard to say. His core is intact, but it's the pathways that are a mess. He admitted. Can you fix it? The million-dollar question had been asked. I can. He replied slowly. But I am going to need absolute silence. This is going to take hours, and if I misconnect even one pathway, well, he will be worse off than where he is. Tōka had been given the information by her brother, and now she needed to decide if they should go through with this. Would she condemn her son to a life without the use of his chakra, to a life of a civilian? Would he be envious of others, of his sister? Emotions like that usually led to darker paths. The clone had already given the answer of her husband, and he would follow her in whatever she chose. Do it. She informed her brother. Even if her son could never harness the large pool of chakra he had been born with, as long as he could harness even just a tiny bit, it would be enough. She and his father would just need to train him to the point where whatever amount of chakra he had would be enough to get the job done. Hashirama nodded to his sister and began to prepare any and all tools he would need. He created a few wood clones to patrol the village and help with anything that needed finishing. A few stayed to help him perform the surgery. Mito. Mito was a wreck. Has been for the past couple of hours. Been trying to keep her mind occupied by something, anything else, to avoid paranoia from entering. It was a habit of hers. Her imagination would often present her with horrible things that could be happening whenever something bad happened to her or someone she knew. It was both a curse and a blessing, her imagination. Without it, she would have never created some of the most complex seals known to man. With no imagination, half of what she created never would have seen the light of day for being so outrageous. Like she said, a blessing and a curse. So in order to avoid fueling her own misery, she kept herself busy around the village. Helping in any way, shape or form. In reality, she really should have been with Tōka or with Naruto, but she didn't trust her own emotions at the moment. If she got a view of Kazuhiko, then the reminder of her own child missing would hit her full force once more. And she didn't even want to think of what she would have done had she gone with Naruto. No, she would be better off not being in either place. Is there anything else you need, Tobirama? She had been helping the younger Senju brother with organizing papers that mostly contained orders for certain units. Just one more thing. Hand me the papers on my desk and then you can go about doing anything else the village needs. He replied, not looking up from his desk. She nodded and walked over to a lone table in the corner. While shuffling the papers into a neat stack, she came across a Kinjutsu formula. Her trained eyes scanned over every little detail, and she did not like what she saw. Tobirama. Yes, what is it, Mito? Asked the white-haired man, not looking up from what he was doing. Why would you create a seal like this? She asked, her voice devoid of all emotion. Now he looked up, knowing exactly what seal she was talking about. He mentally groaned, out of all the people he did not want finding that seal, she was one. His older brother and little sister were the others. With everything moving so fast around him, he had forgotten to remove it from that pile of papers. Mito took his silence negatively. I will ask again. Her voice controlled. Why would you create a seal like this? For the war. He calmly replied. She looked at him for a long moment. So, not only are you willing to sacrifice your humanity as we all are for fighting this war, but you take it one step further and offer your soul? Whatever it takes for Konoha to attain victory. Even if it meant sending off your nieces and nephews or any other child to the front lines? She knew it was a lowball question and she didn't care. I wouldn't do that. Mito heard the hesitation in his voice. Unless it was necessary. She shook her head, the respect she held for the man in front of her was dwindling by the second. Even if it meant watching the village burn to the ground, she would keep her children and family safe. Buildings were replaceable, walls could be rebuilt. Her family couldn't. She knew for a fact that Naruto, Hashirama, nor Madara, bless his soul, would have done this and would have come up with something different. Those three men had the power to change the world with mere words and then make it a reality. I guess the children should consider themselves lucky you aren't Hokage. Tobirama closed his eyes and allowed her to vent her frustrations and anger, but he wouldn't lie, that last comment stung. He knew his seal crossed the borders into forbidden territory, but someone had to play the role of anti-hero in order for them to survive. It might as well be him. None of the others would have used such methods and he knew this. She probably wouldn't have believed him had he said this seal was so children would never have to see the horrors of war. After all, with an endless supply of soldiers, why would they need the children for? How did you even come up with something this disturbing? She wasn't even sure disturbing was sufficient enough a word. Vile, ugly, abomination against nature had come to mind. It was a mistake. You got that right. Interrupted Mito. He waited to see if she was done. It was a mistake. I was trying to recreate a different technique by using another seal as the basis. What seal gave you this? It was the one the Hokage placed all around the village. He got this mistake by altering the Hiraishin seal. Mito didn't understand how a technique her husband had created had spawned this. How his genius was twisted into something ugly. Naruto isn't going to employ this technique, she stated firmly. I believe he will though. Thought Tobirama. There was a reason why he and the others had stood by the blonde becoming their new leader. He knew how dark situations could get and would use just as dark methods to fight back. Perhaps you are right. Replied the younger Senju brother. I know I'm right. Tobirama didn't bother to continue the what would have been a long argument and just watched as she left his presence. He let out a shallow sigh. He just didn't understand why some people couldn't see he was just trying to help in his own way. Shaking his head of these thoughts, he idly wondered how Izuna was doing on his mission. Izuna High up in the rocky canopy of Kaminari no Kuni, two crimson orbs studied their surroundings with keen perception. He had been at this for a little more than an hour already, same for his agents. He had even gotten confirmation on a few already securing an area. He liked the area he was in as it provided good cover and a high tactical advantage. Some countries didn't have hidden villages, so they just set up within the country itself. The land of hot water, waves, rivers, bears, frost, and rice fields were done. The Hokage had already told him he had agents in the land of wind and not to send anyone over there. He complied. While Kusa, Taki, Tanigakure, and Ishigakure had already been infiltrated. Their leader gave them specific instructions on how to enter Taki, so that was the first to go. Those places were only the beginning. While he and his team were working in the land of lightning, his other team was looking for an inn over in the land of earth. He had been given express orders to avoid the land of rain. Travel would have been difficult had he not had his two modes of transportation. His summons and his ocular technique. The summons weren't his own, they were his older brother's, he was just one of the few who had signed. But once Kagami became of age they would be his and any others who came from his line. His ocular technique allowed him to transport himself and others in between the spaces of the world, it was a very handy ability. So using those two things, he was able to cut the time it took to move people in half. They were working at maximum capacity, moving twice as fast as any other country or village ever would. Pushing his thoughts to the side for now, a Kumo patrol squad entered his area. He couldn't have them entering this area anymore. This was to be their spot. Time to get to work. Using the trees around him, he silently circled around them and unsealed a small vial. As loath as he was to admit this a long time ago, but Tōka was a better user of illusions. It was her idea to use smell to induce a reaction and place a person under an illusion. The one he held in his hand induced sleep and memory loss. But since he wielded the Sharingan, he was able to take it a step further and enter their amnesic minds and mold them as he pleased. Uncorking the vial, he let the scent linger in the air before subtlety blowing it in the direction of the Kumo Nin. He watched as they breathed it in and noticed how it had gotten their attention. Right now they thought they had breathed in something that smelled delicious, if the looks on their faces were anything to go by. He watched as they went over to a tree and pretended to grab some imaginary fruit and watched as they hungrily ate. They were beginning to yawn and he knew this was his cue. Izuna dropped down to the ground silently and began his job. A few minutes had passed when Izuna came back out. He immediately jumped back up into the trees and hid. A few seconds later the Kumo Nin began to stir awake from their slumber. They looked around and then at each other and shrugged. "Come on, there isn't anything in this area. Let's not waste our time here anymore," ordered the squad leader. "Hi," replied the other men. Izuna watched them as they left. He had searched each and every one of them and had gleaned some very valuable stuff. Kumo had been amassing an army under everyone's noses and were planning multiple attacks, their first being Konoha. That was the one thing all of the men knew, but the leader had one extra piece. Apparently, the Raikage had been gathering young and talented shinobi from different clans for something called Project KF. Whatever that project actually was, the man didn't know. He just knew his leader wanted it done. Nothing else had been learned, or if there was, then none of the men he had probed knew. He needed to get this information to Konoha and those defending it. Biting his thumb hard enough to draw blood, he ran through his seals and summoned a small crow. He tied a small encoded message to its leg and gave it its instructions. "I wonder how Hokage-sama is doing?" He had debated sending one to his leader, but knowing where he was at and what he was doing, he thought better of it. He would send one to him in a few hours. For now though, he was going to secure the area and place any illusions to deter people away. Naruto dash. It had been a few hours since he had left the village, and at the pace he was going at, he would be at the village within a few minutes. Having kept the pace he was going, it would get anyone tired, especially when the trip itself took more than 6 hours if the person traveling didn't stop. But he was different physically and he was running off his anger. He didn't have time to get tired, he could do that when he was old. The closer he got, the angrier he would become. It was pushing him, feeding him, telling him to mush on and forget the pain in his lungs and legs. His body didn't matter, only his daughter. Everything to the side of him resembled a splotch of color, all of it just blurred together. He wasn't even looking at the sides of the roads, just ahead of him. He was using his sensory ability to tell him if he needed to see anything off to the side, and then he felt it. There were numerous amounts of them, all of them were facing his direction. An army was waiting for him. It appeared that Hanzo was going to try and tire him out and then go in for the kill. Naruto was feeling bad for the other people. While he had no problem killing every single one of them, he held no hate for them, just their leader. One chance was all they would receive from him. If none took it, then it was their funeral. He stopped his sprint and slowed down to a sedate pace before finally stopping. A clearing just ahead of him would finally bring him to clash with Hattori Hanzo once more. This time, however, it would be their last. "Hanzo," roared Naruto. He had come for his daughter. 30. She understood why she was down below with the rest of the troops. It was a painful reminder of what kind of man Hattori Hanzo could be. She had given him a son, an heir, a legacy which will make its mark in history, and he sends her back to the front lines after she finished recovering from giving birth. Junko, mother of young Hanzo, was a realist. She understood clear and well why she and those who stood beside her were down at the bottom while her husband and her son stood high up above. They were sacrifices to keep one wolf at bay until another wolf came in for the kill the first one. While being positioned more towards the back of the army, she still had a prime view of the entrance that led into the village. Sparing a few seconds away from the entrance, She looked up to the tower and spotted two figures. She cared nothing for the taller one and focused her full attention on the smaller one. It was her son. She couldn't even recognize her little boy anymore, his face and his hair were hidden. That bastard of a father of his had cruelly misconstrued her words about Hanzo being her little salamander and introduced him to a poisonous one. He would no longer be able to take off his mask in fear of killing someone he loves, he would be alone for the rest of his life. But she didn't care about any of that, she wanted to tell him she didn't care about the poison inside of him, he was still her son and she his mother. She wanted to hold him again, even if it was only for 5 seconds. She wanted to tell him that she loved him and no matter what happened after today, she would always continue to love him. Sparing a glance at his father, their eyes briefly met before she heard it. Hanzo. Junko had seen her estranged husband's eyes widen in glee as a maniacal grin spread across his face. She looked away from him and back to the entrance. She and a few others were frozen on the spot. The sheer presence this man carried was enormous. The man who had come to kill them was here. 30. Any other day in Naruto would have been impressed with the village before, even if he hated the man who ran it. Buildings as tall as their own mountain were all over the village with some a bit smaller in size, but all of them built with some type of metal. It was unfortunate he would not be able to admire it some more. He ignored the more than 200 some stairs when he had entered the rainy village and instead focused on their chakra. Only about 70 of them had somewhat of a significant amount of chakra while only 2 had large ones. The others were fodder. Never moving his head, his eyes looked up to the top of the tower where he found Hanzo. He felt 2 other signatures up there, one belonging to his daughter. He didn't know who the other one was but it was the second largest out of all of them. He would find out who it belonged to soon enough. Shifting his attention back to the army in front of him, he could see the fear in their eyes. Whether it was because of him or Hanzo had yet to be seen. How many of you belong to the Hattori clan? He asked in an eerily calm voice. Out of the 200, only about 75 of them gave him a reaction. None of them answered and they didn't need to, he got his answer by studying their body movement, how some of them twitched or shifted uncomfortably at the question. Okay then. He nodded to himself. How many of you are just clanless? Again, none of them spoke. He honestly didn't care who was and who wasn't. It was all just mind games for him. Listen up and listen good. I'm only saying this once and will not repeat myself. All of them looked at him with trepidation, wondering just what he was going to say. Even Hanzo looked on, clearly wanting to see where this went. I am giving you one's chance at freedom. He stepped to the side to allow anyone who wanted to leave a chance. Hanzo laughed out loud while the others tensed. If you don't take this, then all who remain will die today. The blonde watched as a few of them were holding internal meetings with themselves. He did take note how a few of them didn't even budge and how a few others had looks of hope on their face. One man near the front took a few steps forward but made it little than 5 feet before he fell to the ground dead with a shuriken in the back of his head. Hope drained from everyone else's face and it was replaced with horror. The weapon had come from behind them which meant their leader was the one who killed him. It seems Hanzo won't let them leave. Too bad for these people. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. The shinobi of Ame had 2 choices. Die with your back turned or wait and then die by the hand of an unstoppable juggernaut in front of you. Both options stunk and they knew both cages knew as well. So with a heavy sigh, they readied their weapons. They would rather die like proud shinobi and kunoichi with their heads held high and their eyes forward. So that is your answer, said Naruto, looking at their firm resolve. So be it. Before the army of Ame could begin to march forward, numerous amounts of bodies began to hit the floor. While some didn't look, others did. Clones of the man standing in front of them were littered all throughout their ranks, killing anyone near them before getting dispelled. He had never planned to let any of them leave. You bast. Whatever slur the nameless shinobi was about to say died in his throat. Sprinting towards him was a beast he couldn't hope to stop. His legs stopped working and no matter how much he screamed at them, pleaded for them to move, they did not obey. His death was approaching him and he couldn't help but remember all the regrets in his life. Click. Swoosh. Naruto had killed his 7th shinobi. Moving past the corpse as it was falling, he pulled his head back to avoid a swipe and used his free hand to slash open the navel of the shinobi who attacked him. He then flung that same kunai in his hand towards an unsuspecting kunoichi. Feeling the area around him, he blocked a strike from a blade with his own and caught the kunai flung at him. Quickly recognizing the exploding tag attached, he created some space between himself and the man in front of him, attached the tag, and then kicked him into a crowd of men and women. He flung the kunai back to its original owner. Boom. An enormous dust cloud surfaced after the explosion and covered a decent size of the battlefield to which none could see in or out of. Naruto had the clear advantage and concentrated, feeling out where everyone was located within the small cloud. He sped off. Those who were lucky enough to have avoided the blast and avoid being stuck in the dust cloud heard the screaming of their comrades. Some hoped one of their own inside of the cloud got a lucky shot on the blonde cage. They didn't. Out of the cloud sprang multiple raging balls of fire. Those who didn't react in time or were stuck in crowds of large groups died on impact either from the fire or the hidden boulders inside of the fire. More clones emerged from the cloud along with the original, wherever he was. Things were not looking up for the shinobi and kunoichi of Namikaze. 30. Hanzo was absolutely giddy with excitement. His whole body just felt tingly as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He continued to watch as one man decimated his people. He was glad he had done this as he could now tell that Namikaze had matured into a real man since they last met. No. Hattori shook his head. Not a man, he doesn't even resemble one down there. He's more akin to a wild beast. His grin stretched so far it was threatening to split his cheeks as his estimation was spot on. The closer he looked at Namikaze, the more of the beast he saw. It was in his movements for sure, but it was the eyes which conveyed it all. They were a blood crimson, a total contrast from the cold ice blue he had remembered. Whatever was going on with the beast down below, he couldn't wait until it was his turn. While the leader of Ame was enjoying the screams of death down below, the same could not be said of his son. The once lush and vibrant grass that littered the ground was now being decorated a dark crimson, and the youngster was about to lose what he had in his stomach and decorate the floor of the tower. He held firm though, lest his father see him in such a weakened state and not keep his promise. Yes. Nodded the young Hanzo. I just have to get stronger and then I can see my mother. That was the promise his father had made to him. As he continued to watch the fight, or what could be considered a fight, the youngster spotted a very familiar shade of blue hair in the sea of red. She stood out like a sore thumb and his heart stopped. Why was his mother down on the battlefield against such a monster? Tears began to form near the sides of his eyes. He looked at his father. Father. What is it, boy? Asked the father, annoyed that he was being interrupted, even though he didn't look at his son. Why is mother down below? If the elder heard the stuttering, then he did not show it. Quite simple, I sent her down there. But why? Because I needed more people down there to help stop that beast. Can't you see how easily he's tearing us apart? I needed more skillful people down there. Lied the elder. The younger Hattori could see that the beast was indeed tearing them apart as he watched him punch someone, making them stumble, before kicking them and snapping their neck. He covered his mouth as the angle of that person's neck would forever be burned into his mind. He dared to look back and wished he hadn't. Right there in front of his mother was the beast. What is she doing? Fight back. His mother didn't even put up a defense or try to fight back. Now he really was crying. Please, do something. He was urging her, pleading for her to do something. Faster than what he could see, he saw his mother drop to the ground dead. The beast had his blade in his other hand with fresh blood dripping off the tip. The world around him became void and the only thing in his sights was his mother body. The elder just watched the scene with his wife with narrowed eyes. He had been watching her closely and noticed that Namikaze had waited 8 seconds before killing her, just what made him hesitate, so he wondered. Sparing his son a glance, he immediately unsealed a special tag and slapped it on his son. He had noticed the boy looking at the corpse of his mother when the energy began to bubble up towards the surface. He didn't need to watch his son while he was having his own fun. Go and watch the girl. He ordered. He watched the boy leave like the drone he was. The tag forcibly settled him down and made him a blank slate until it wore off. Turning back around, he resumed his viewing. 30. Kill Hanzo. The last request by the blue-haired kunoichi. She needn't worry, he was going to kill the man. He gritted his teeth as he had been tagged again, this time on his back. Normally, he wouldn't have been in such a state to have been cut a few times like today and against such threats. But right now, he wasn't exactly in the now. His mind was split. One voice in his head was urging him to continue the slaughter, another was telling him to forego the other needless killings and head straight for the head of the snake. He didn't know where the other voice was coming from, but he only listened to his own. But he could not just write off the other voice either. He had already killed enough of them for them to harbor some type of grudge against him, his family, and his village. As unfortunate as it was, more blood still needed to be shed. It's time to finish this. Naruto sheathed his blade and formed one of his signature technique in his hand while producing a kunai in his other. Throughout the fight he had been placing his own kunai and now they littered the floor. He felt the pull on his body once he had found the formula, it was directing him everywhere but he focused on one particular point and he was gone. All of the combatants who had survived to that point had been converging on his location but froze when he had vanished from sight. Cold grim realization set in upon them in full force when they heard bodies dropping like flies. Some of them were visibly crying while others sighed in resignation, they weren't making it back home today. 30. Hanzo was in awe of what he was seeing. Sure, he had seen the technique up close once before but Namikaze had been a novice when he used it against him. Mostly for transportation too. This time though, it appeared he had mastered it. Such a devastating technique. Much to his displeasure, he left the window and stopped watching the fight. He needed to get things ready and he hoped the boy remembered his part of the plan. 30. Naruto was just about done but still needed to finish off the few intelligent shinobi and kunoichi left who had avoided the massacre by distancing themselves from his kunai. Even if they avoided the ones already in the ground, it wouldn't help them. He could just throw more. Or he could just corral them into one specific area and have his clones get them from behind. Which is what he did. Out from the trees located behind the last remaining survivors, a single clone jumped high into the air with a swirling orb between his two hands, near his chest. But this was not a regular Rasengan. He had often seen how Hashirama or another who had a bloodline could combine two elements to create another. He had discovered through trial and error with his clones that he could also combine his own elements to create another. It took his full concentration though, so that was a downside. And granted, it would never be the same as someone who was born with it, but that didn't mean his technique was any less dangerous. Having combined his wind and water chakra together, he created ice. It was after he, Hashirama, and Madara had visited Kiri when he had seen the actual Hyotan bloodline in action that he wondered if he could emulate such a skill. The upsides to the attack were great but the downside was he could only use it once per day. He had another variation of his Rasengan he was working on at the moment, but that right now was more harmful to himself at the moment. So the clone held the result of his labors. The clone adjusted itself mid-air and dive-bombed head first into the last remaining bastion of survivors with a swirling ball of ice. No sooner had the swirling ball touched the ground did it break and it explode outwards, similar to that of a smoke bomb. Ice was spreading across the ground like a creature looking for its next meal, searching and searching for anyone who could provide it with sustenance. Those who had been fortunate enough to escape the initial blast range and not get frozen alive had to deal with the freezing mist cloud obscuring their views. However, their vision was the least of their worries as they began to grab and scratch at their throats in agony. The blonde knew some would have escaped their icy demise, so he made it so anyone near the icy mist would feel their lungs begin to freeze. Unfortunately, if he had had allies there, they would have been caught in it as well, so the technique was a double-edged sword. Those who had inhaled wouldn't die straight out unless they were severely injured, but it would immobilize them for a bit and that was all he needed to pick them off. Seeing as the majority were choking for air, he summoned more clones and had them finish them off while he sped off towards his final destination. The highest tower was in his sights where he had spotted Hanzo looking down at him earlier. As he was running up the metal tower, that little voice in his head was whispering to him and his anger began to skyrocket even further. He had been keeping it in check as he was fighting earlier, but now as he got closer and closer, it was starting to surface. Once he reached the apex of the tower, he shattered the glass and leapt into the room. His gaze quickly swept across the entire room. Nothing but metal littered the entire area, from the pipes on the ceiling to the large metallic chair in front of him. He heard the shift in the air. Click. His blade exploded from its sheath. Clang. And met the blade of his enemy. Both leaders of the respected villages faced down the other with hatred in their eyes. Hanzo spaced himself and swung across his body, making Naruto show off his flexibility while kicking upwards right into the jaw of the Namikaze. Momentarily dazed from the blow, Hanzo stumbled backwards in retreat and fled into the shadows to try and gain his bearings. Naruto watched him retreat and pressed his advantage but stopped as he had to dodge the sudden kunai and shuriken launched at him from his sides. Having evaded the flying pieces of death swiftly, he concentrated and reached out to locate Hanzo only to react too late. The man was behind him. "Ra!" shouted the leader of Rain as he slashed at the open back. The Nidaime Hokage grit his teeth and narrowed his crimson orbs as he felt the cold steel digging into his flesh. His instinct was to reach for his back, but he fought them back and jumped ahead to put some distance between himself and his attacker. Turning back around, he noticed the man had once more vanished into the shadows and would most likely employ his hit and run tactics again. Taking a step forward and not noticing where he was stepping, he felt the sudden shift in weight beneath him. It was a pressure plate. Not a second later, spikes erupted from underneath him and above him. His eyes saw them coming at him in slow motion before he replaced himself with a log. Crunch! Naruto heard the log getting destroyed by the force of the two traps slamming against one another loudly, making it reverberate throughout the room. He was breathing hard for some reason. Was everything beginning to catch up to him? No, that wasn't possible. It had to be something else. His eyes narrowed as he saw Hanzo jump down from the rafters and begin to walk towards him. Arrogant asshole. Looking to take advantage of his arrogance, Naruto sprung up and made a mad dash towards the stationary man looking to impale him. Or he would have, had he not stumbled. He had to take a knee, sweat trickling down his brow as he watched every step taken by his enemy. Despite his body telling him otherwise, he tried once more. He saw Hanzo make a motion with his hand and felt his body stop mid-stride. Looking down, he noticed multiple wires wrapped around his body. It seems that the one thing Hanzo hasn't been able to beat is father time. Thought Naruto. It made sense now. Why he would gather the army, and then using the shadows and all of the kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire. The man wasn't in his prime anymore, so he was resorting to using what he could to win. Well, doesn't this position seem nostalgic? He sighed in content. Just like when we first fought all those years ago, said Hanzo, thinking about days long since past. Naruto glared at him from bringing that up again. Now, no need to glare at me like that. Chided the cage. You know what, I do believe we are missing an actor in our play. We need the star of the show. Out from the shadows walked a boy with a little girl by his side. Naruto was gritting his teeth. Now we have a full cast, shouted Hanzo in glee. It's just like last time with me, you, and your lady friend. Only this time we got your daughter to fill in. Should we make the cut identical like last time, he sang out. Naruto was seething as he remembered the large wound on Tōka's back courtesy of the madman in front of him. He glared at the child as the kunai the boy was holding was shaking and he stopped. He wasn't going to let his little girl get injured because some novice with a weapon was afraid of his stare. He needed to free himself. Hanzo noticed the struggle. TSK, tutted Hattori. I expected you to learn from our last encounter. He sounded disappointed. You poisoned me again, stated Naruto. Seeing the mad grin told him he was right. That first slash after I dazed you. Naruto cursed himself for letting his anger blind him and taking the injury. Ding ding. It really was easy, all I had to do was keep you occupied and then strike every once in a while. Whatever it takes to win, right, he stated. Naruto remained silent and began to focus. It really is a shame I have to kill you, oh the fun we could have had. But, after this I've got a date with your home and your 2 wives. Oh, all the fun we're going to have. Don't worry though, eventually they'll forget all about you and come to love me as I have my fun with them. Still the blonde remained silent as Hanzo leaned in. And I can promise you this. It will not be pleasant for them, he whispered into Naruto's ear. Naruto still had his eyes closed, but he knew the man was right next to him. Earlier, you stated that I should have learned from our last encounter. His eyes snapped open and they made contact with the exposed flesh right next to him. I did. Pushing his body forward, he bared his teeth and clamped down hard on the exposed area of flesh. He bit down, breaking the skin, his canines digging in deeper, and he yanked. He tore out the man's jugular. Hanzo's eyes went wide as his hands immediately went for his throat. He dropped his weapon, trying to stop the bleeding somehow. His vocal cords were useless as all that escaped was a gurgling from the blood as it continued to pour out. Naruto replaced himself and looked down at Hanzo. You see, Hattori. I did learn from last time. I have a partner watching my back this time. The QB had informed him of a perk when he signed the contract, increased regenerative abilities. The poison that was once in his bloodstream had been flushed out, it was why he was focusing so much earlier. He did however still need to talk with the bijou to see what else he may have gained. As he knelt down next to the man, he caught the most hate-filled glare he had ever seen someone direct at him. Had the man had ocular powers, he may have been dead already, that's how bad it was. Hanzo could feel the life in his body slowly slipping away. He managed to get out a few words before death took him. Go, to, hell, Namikaze. It came out as a gurgled mess, but Naruto was able to read his lips as he said his final piece. The blonde just looked at him stoically. You first. Click. Swoosh. Naruto flicked the blood from his latest beheading and sealed up the head. He then burned the body down to ash and scattered the remains with a gust of wind. Finally the man was dead, he nor his family would no longer have to worry about him in the future. Now it was on to his next order of business. Easy with that kunai boy. His imposing figure made its way to his daughter. The child of Hanzo was shaking where he stood as his legs knocked together. What hope did he have against the monster who killed his mother and father? But what made it all the scarier was that he couldn't see his face hidden by the dim lighting in the room. His face was masked in shadows. Well, almost all of it was. The red eyes followed his every little movement. In his fear, his hand began to shake and the tip of the kunai brushed against the skin of the girl, making her cry out. Realizing his blunder, he looked up and made eye contact. He wished he hadn't. Absent-mindedly letting his grip on the girl loosen, she ran back to her father while he released his bladder. Naruto's nose scrunched up in disgust as the foul smell coming from the boy hit his nose. He ignored it in favor of his running little girl. He embraced her. His eyes momentarily lost their angry red color and returned to their regular shade, something the only remaining Hattori noticed. "I'm so sorry, sweetie. I should have gotten here sooner. You must have been scared, but don't worry. I won't let anything else happen to you again," he promised her with the most soothing voice as he could muster. She just nodded silently, crying into his shoulder. He silently created a clone and gently handed her to him. He turned to face the spawn of Hanzo and possibly the last member of the clan. The young boy noticed the return of the red eyes and they were looking right through him. He looked away. "Tell me, boy, how is it you have such a great deal of power in you?" asked the blonde when realization dawned on him. "I know what it is. Your father and all his genius sealed a bijou inside of you. That's why your chakra is so large for a child your age," stated Naruto, feeling the denseness of said chakra. The young boy didn't know what the man was talking about and remained quiet. Killing you here would only release the bijou and I would rather not have to deal with an angry one. So I guess this means you get to live to see another day." Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "But it isn't going to be in this village. I want you to remember this moment, the moment I could have killed you but didn't. Remember this as you grow stronger." Naruto took a step forward but then suddenly grabbed his head in pain. "Kill him," a voice commanded. He took a step forward at the command but stopped. "No," he cried out in defiance. There was something going on in his head, something that was trying to control him. He fought it back and took control of his body. Hanzo had watched the internal struggle, red eyes turning back to blue, and wondered what was going on. He was about to open his mouth and ask what the man meant by not in his own village, but before he could, pain exploded across his chest. He was on the floor writhing in agony. "That was for the cut on my daughter," said Naruto. The wound on the boy wasn't deep nor did it draw blood, but if you looked close enough you could see the faint hints of it wanting to escape the body. The boy wouldn't die from this either, his healing factor wouldn't let him. Tired of hearing the screams, he booted the boy out of the open window of the room they were in, sending him a few miles away. Taking his daughter back in his own hands, he ran back down to the ground below. "Don't open your eyes, sweetie," he said in a soft voice. "Not until I say so, okay?" He did not want her to see all of the dead lying around. "Okay." Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and took in her soft voice. Just hearing it again had washed away all the fatigue and pain in him at the moment. He bit his finger and drew some blood. Kushios no Jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke appeared beneath him and his daughter as the two were suddenly catapulted high into the sky. Having felt the sudden weightlessness, Kiyomi cried out, "Daddy, I'm scared." It didn't help that she had disobeyed her daddy and peeked. She had seen how high up they were. "Shh, it's okay," he whispered. "Don't worry, as long as you're in my arms, I'll never let anything happen to you. That's a promise." Hearing her daddy say that, she began to calm down. Naruto was thankful the bijou below him didn't roar out and scare her even more. That would have been very bad. "What can I do for you, Namikaze?" Naruto was a bit surprised the mighty fox was being so cordial with him. It usually insulted him or complained as to why it was summoned while it was doing something. Perhaps his personality was changing? The mighty fox smiled viciously when it finally noticed all of the dead bags of meat on the floor beneath it. "You invited me much too late if this is what you were doing. Perhaps I spoke too soon." Naruto rolled his eyes and the two partners made eye contact. "You see that village over there?" He nodded over to the metal village. "Yeah? After today, there's only going to be 6 major villages," stated the blonde. "Oh, and the two of us are going to have a talk later." The giant fox nodded at the last part and then grinned from ear to ear. Holding out a paw for his summoner and his kit, the bijou moved its head backwards as it started to gather enormous amounts of energy. "Kiyomi, keep your eyes closed and cover your ears." "Okay." Snapping its giant maw down on the energy, it looked right at the village and fired. Naruto watched as the energy traveled across the battlefield, incinerating everything, before it hit the village in a loud explosion. Boom! The bijou shielded its summoner and his offspring from the debris and the raging updraft of wind. The trio waited a few minutes for everything to calm down, and when Naruto looked to view the results, he was not disappointed. The attack had destroyed the village and many of the surrounding area. Nothing but a crater remained. It would take years for anyone to ever rebuild anything on this scorched piece of earth. Hopping down from the giant paw, he looked at his partner. "Remember, we're having a talk after this," he reminded the fox. Yeah. The bijou waved him off before vanishing. Looking to his daughter, he removed her hands from her ears. "You can open your eyes now." She opened her own eyes and found her daddy's, and they remained there. She didn't want to look anywhere else but him. "Thank you, Daddy." She hugged him, gave him a kiss and snuggled closer to him. "You don't need to thank me. It's my job to make sure you're safe. Now, how about we get out of here and head back home? Your mom really misses you." "Yeah, let's go," she replied happily. He was glad she could still smile after what she went through. "Try and get some sleep if you can." "Okay, I'll try." He nodded his head and prepared to take her back home. Using the Hiraishin wasn't even really an option since he didn't want to disorient her and make her sick. Returning her home after her day and telling her mother she was sick because of something he did wasn't what he wanted to do or deal with. So they were going back at a nice steady pace. He didn't even spare one last look at the village that wasn't left. 30. "How much longer until we're there?" a voice asked, whining. "We'll get there when we get there," replied another voice in annoyance. These two were Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Nuke-nin of Kumagakure, and the two thieves who had taken the legendary weapons once wielded by the Rikudo Sennin. Both brothers were heading to Ame so they could recruit Hanzo to their organization. They honestly didn't care if they found the man. When they heard that Namikaze was in the area, they had both rushed out in a hurry to kill him. They were absolutely positive that they could kill him now, especially after their power-up at the hands of the Kyuubi. "How much farther now?" "A few more miles," grunted Kinkaku. "Ooh," moaned a voice, drawing the attention of the two brothers. "Oh, what's this?" Both of them saw the child and the shallow cut across his chest. They wondered why he had a rebreather on his face but shrugged, it wasn't their business. "Ooh." Ginkaku. "Yes? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Sure am, dear brother." Ginkaku gave his brother a thumbs up. Kinkaku smirked. "Good. Check the boy's injury and then check for any others. From his vicinity, I'd wager he's from Ame. Question is, why is he all the way out here?" Kinkaku decided to go and have a look while going to see if Hanzo would like to join their group. The reason the two wanted to bring the boy along with them, even though they knew next to nothing about him, was simple. They could feel the power of the bijou that resided inside of him. Having been inside of the Kyuubi not only gave them a powerful upgrade, but they were more sensitive to chakra. Ginkaku watched his brother leave. He had already checked over the boy. Nothing aside from a few broken bones and the cut was wrong with him. "So, what's your name, kid?" Hattori Hanzo." Ginkaku raised an eyebrow. "I thought Hanzo was supposed to be an older man? Either their information was wrong or this boy was his son." He was thinking the latter. Looking over to his right, he saw his brother emerge from the brush. "Well?" asked Ginkaku. "Ame is gone. Whatever Namikaze used, it was big. I couldn't feel any chakra signatures in that area anymore," informed Kinkaku before looking at the boy. "So how is he and what's his name?" "He'll be fine with some rest," replied Ginkaku. "And his name is Hattori Hanzo," he stated with a smirk. Kinkaku matched his brother's smirk. So they had the last known heir of the Hattori clan and the only known person who still had the blood of the original Hanzo. "Well, it isn't our original objective, but this is a good consolation prize. Tell me, young Hattori." He grabbed the boy's attention. "Would you like to get revenge on the man who did this to you and your family?" "More than anything." The gold and silver brothers' smiles stretched even farther when they heard that. "I think the three of us are going to get along just fine." Kinkaku was already thinking up ways to train the young Jinchuriki. One thing was for sure, he would be one of the strongest to walk the earth when they were done with him. A few hours later. Naruto was holding his crimson-haired princess in his arms as he was speeding by a little faster than he had intended. Not soon after he had left the land of rain did he get found by a small crow with a note attached to it. Having read the note, he thanked the summon and Tōka for Konoha. They were already inside of the land of fire but still about 40 minutes away from the actual village and the invading forces that were marching towards its gates. Looking at his daughter's sleeping form made him go even faster. He had made the mistake of thinking he could always protect his children and it almost cost him. Now he had to worry for his son as the Kumo nin sent by the Reikage were inching ever closer. During his time coming back he had come to a conclusion: the children needed to be trained. He still needed to discuss this with their mothers, but he wanted to begin in the following year. Even should he prevent another such attempt by another village, he would feel more at ease knowing the children had some knowledge on how to survive on their own. Also, he was going to give them each a Hiraishin seal so he could transport to them should they ever need him. Putting this on hold till he spoke with Tōka and Mito, his eyebrows rose in alert and confusion. He had felt the Kumo nin, but he had felt others not associated with Kumagakure. Why are Iwa and Suna here for? He took off faster and would be at the gates within 20 minutes. Kanahagakure Toburama sighed in annoyance. They had been prepared thanks to the information provided by Izuna on Kumo, but they were taken by surprise by Iwa. It seemed to him that some others wanted to also get a head start on this war. However, even if they were surprised, they still came out triumphant. They had taken a few casualties, but the others had taken more. The Suna nin were an unlucky lot. They had stated they were not hostile and were delivering a message from their cage. They helped a bit, but with so few of them, they were taken out by the Iwa nin. To think Kumo and Iwa would so brazenly attack us like this, muttered Toburama. Both villages must have been planning to attack them for some time and were using the war as a front. It was idiotic in his opinion that both villages attack the strongest and most prepared for war. This was their result. Had Iwa and Kumo worked together for a joint attack, we may have suffered more casualties, thought Toburama. Both squadrons from the enemy villages had been shocked to see one another that they didn't think about allying with one another and instead attacked each other. Senju-sama. Toburama watched as one of his many subordinates walked over to him. He was by far the youngest he had chosen, 13 in fact, but was fiercely loyal to the village. If he recalled correctly, this was one of the students who trained under Izuna. What is it, Danzo? One of the Kumo shinobi is still alive. Should we eliminate him? Toburama breathed in and out as he thought about this decision. Should they eliminate him? It would serve to send a message, but then again, a whole squadron should be message enough. No, they needed information. No, we aren't going to kill him, but bring me a Yamanaka. He ordered the teen. Belay that order for the moment. Both Toburama and Danzo looked up to find their Hokage coming towards them. Them, along with the rest of the shinobi belonging to Konoha, stood straighter and bowed to their leader. As you were, he commanded softly. Hey, he still had his daughter in his arms and he wasn't going to wake her by barking out orders. All of his ninja returned to their duties and he began to nudge Kiyomi awake. Just a few more minutes. My little girl. Kiyomi woke up when she heard the familiar voice, her mother's. Mommy. Naruto put his daughter down and watched as she ran into the open arms of Mito. He had created a clone which used one of his many seals around the village to go and grab her. He smiled at the tearful reunion by both mother and daughter. How are you? Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they? Mito asked frantically, as she showered her little princess with kisses. Kiyomi just giggled at the affection. I'm fine, mommy, just a little scratch, she reassured her mom. Mito didn't look convinced and would check her once they got home, but she relented for the time being. She walked up to her husband with Kiyomi holding her hand. Standing in front of him, she put her free hand behind his head and smashed her lips against his. The others who were still in the vicinity shifted uncomfortably and looked away. You, said Kiyomi, covering her eyes, as her parents kissed. They would have kept going, but they needed to breathe. They both just smiled at their daughter's reaction. Thank you. Mito looked at him with the happiest smile he had ever seen on her. You're welcome. I'll see the both of you at the house later. Both redheads nodded and left the area. Naruto's eyes lit up as he watched Mito put some sway into her hips. He was starting to get hypnotized. Danzo coughed. Hokage-sama, what do you want us to do with the Kumo nin? Naruto eyed the youngster who was only a few years older than his own children. He didn't know why Toburama had taken him, but he clearly saw something he didn't. What would you do? He asked the teen, surprising him with the question. I would eliminate him. Sends a message to our enemies. And what message would that be? That we kill those who are our prisoners. They were shinobi, but they were humans as well. It was one thing to kill someone in self-defense and another to do so when launching an offensive, but to just kill someone when they were unarmed, they weren't that barbaric. Toburama agreed with Naruto on this one, they were shinobi, not monsters. Plus, should they kill a prisoner who was unarmed and defenseless, then that might elicit an even worse reaction from the message they were originally trying to send. Naruto stepped up to the prisoner and took in his appearance. He was big, that was for sure. No doubt the young man was part of the Yatsuki clan, perhaps even related to their Shodai. The young man couldn't be more than 16, maybe 17, yet still held a very large amount of chakra for someone his age. "Tell me, young man, what's your name?" The Kumo nin didn't answer and was smacked for his silence. "Our leader asked you a question. Answer him," yelled a shinobi under Tobirama's command. "Easy there," Naruto told the shinobi. He looked back at the Kumo nin. "Look, I'm not going to have you killed if that's what you're worried about," he reassured him. "Why?" "So you can talk," muttered the blonde. "As for why, well look, do you think you can give me your name? I don't want to have to keep calling you youngster or something." "My name is Z." "Z?" Naruto tried it out. "Are you related to the Shodai Reikage?" "He's my uncle." Naruto was surprised, so they had someone who had cage blood in their midst. "Then who's your father?" He didn't answer. "No need to even answer really, the more I look at you the more resemblance I see. You're the son of Kenta, aren't you? Your father is the right-hand man of your leader." Z refused to meet the gaze of the Nidaime, thus proving the man's statement. "You should consider yourself lucky I got here. Look, I'm not going to kill you, we're going to probe your mind for any and all information and then I'm going to let you go. However, there is one little thing I want you to do for me." "And what's that?" snarled Z. "You're going to deliver the Reikage a message from me personally." All those present to hear this watched as their leader walked over to the bodies of the Kumo nin with scroll. They couldn't see what he was doing nor would they ask. All of them watched as he walked back and sealed the scroll onto Z person. He turned to look at Tobirama, whom he figured was going to watch over the questioning. "I want more Yamanaka here to search his mind. I want every piece of information he has and under no circumstances is anyone to touch the seal I placed on him. Am I understood?" "Hi." Naruto nodded. "Good." He then looked over at the dead bodies. "I want these bodies studied and then disposed of. Clear?" "Crystal, sir." "If I may, Hokage-sama," interrupted Tobirama. "What is it?" "I didn't get the chance to show you earlier, but I believe I have a technique that will help us win this war faster." "Okay, so what do you need?" Tobirama was eyeing the corpses of the Kumo and Iwa nin. Naruto followed his line of sight and his brow furrowed. "You need dead bodies?" "Something like that." "Tobirama," Naruto sighed. He was very tired. What technique would require the use of dead bodies? "Well, I can explain the specifics to you and then we." "Stop right there. Give me a few hours to rest. I am no good to anyone with a tired mind and body. We will discuss this after I return." It was true. With everything he had done in the past hours, it was all starting to come back. "Very well then. Please send someone to locate me and we will talk in your office," replied Tobirama, and then he remembered the message. "Oh, and you have a message from Suna. I had someone deliver it to your office before you got here." "From Suna, huh? I wonder if Kotaro is finally calling it in," thought Naruto, thinking back to his conversation with the man all those years ago. "Sounds good." Naruto walked past the rest of his ninja and into the village. He was heading home. He would read the message after getting rest. Namikaze household dash. No sooner had he gotten into his compound and then into his house, he had went to see Mito and Kiyomi. They were both asleep and curled in his daughter's bed. Both looked peaceful sleeping together that he didn't want to wake them. Guess they both needed this. He went to his bedroom and dropped his armor and weapons from his body. Sitting down on the extra large bed, he ran his hands through his hair, sighing deeply. He just wanted to take a bath and then get some sleep since he knew he wasn't going to be getting either of both regularly in the near future. He moaned softly as he felt the smooth tender fingers of his wife massaging his shoulders. "Are you all right?" asked Tōka softly. "Yeah, I'm all right. How did the operation go?" He already knew the answer but still wanted to hear it. "It was a success. The pathways are fixed but we aren't sure how much chakra he's going to be able to use at a time. We are going to have to monitor him extensively," she explained. Good. He knew he could trust this to Hashirama. Both remained in silence as she continued to work on him. "Did something happen to you over there?" she asked again, breaking the silence. She could easily tell just by looking at his body language when something wasn't right with him. Plus, whenever Hanzo is involved in anything, it never is. Especially for their family. "I almost did something I would have come to regret in the future," he mumbled. Tōka could hear the raw emotion in his voice as it cracked a bit. "Shh, it's okay. Just talk to me. Get it off your chest," she said in a soothing voice. After I killed Hanzo. He started. His son had Kiyomi with a kunai pointed at her. In his fear, he ended up cutting her, and I went ballistic. His hands were covering his eyes. What do you mean? I came very close to killing a child. He admitted, even if the child was of Hattori blood. Me. A man who has the power to make the impossible possible. My power was meant to bring about protection for my family and home, fear and destruction to my enemies. But it was not meant for a child. He began to tear up a bit. Others would not have been so lenient. They would have killed the child and be done with it, she said, approving of his actions. Some of them still had their humanity. Why not try to keep it for as long as they could? Which is why we are better than those types. I saw our son when I looked at the boy and thought, what if this was him against another? If me sparing the child now and he does the same later on to someone else, then that counts for something, right? That it does. You may have just helped prevent a death in the future. It may even be ours or our children's. Replied Tōka, trying to make sense of her husband's act and what it could mean for the future. It's hard being a decent man in an indecent time. Do you think I made the right decision? In letting the boy go. Do you think he would ever do the same for one of our own or someone else? It's hard to say since we don't know the boy. We will just have to wait and see what the future holds. Naruto absorbed the words his wife had said and nodded. He turned to face her. You're beautiful, you know that. He told her as he leaned in closer to her. She smiled herself and leaned in closer. The two of them fell into their bed and covered themselves with the sheets. Kumagakure A few days later. Z had been released as promised by Naruto and he was currently back in Kumo giving his report to his leader. And that's what happened, Raikage-sama. The Raikage hummed while stroking his mustache and looked at his nephew. It was a good thing that he didn't know anything of importance. Or else the Yamanaka mind walkers would have found it. I see, said Takumi. You said Namikaze had a message for me, right? Yes, sir. The younger Yatsuki unsealed the scroll and handed it over to his uncle. As T opened up the scroll, he saw two sealing arrays and opened the left one first. It contained a note with a small message. It read, "You're next. The next seal contains a gift from me to you." Takumi put the letter down and opened the second seal and he crushed the table in his office. A severed head of one of his clansmen had been sent to him and engraved on top of the forehead. You threw the first punch. Prepare yourself. He was beyond angered by this. It was then he heard a sizzling sound coming from inside of the head. Move, he shouted to his nephew and to Kenta, his brother. Boom. The office building was a fiery mess as the explosive tag had destroyed everything and most likely killed the secretary. That bastard, yelled Takumi. Kenta. Sir. Speed up Project KF. I want them ready as fast as possible. Sir. Kenta sped off with Z trailing behind his father. He wanted to get in on this project whatever it was. Takumi gritted his teeth and continued to watch the flames eat away at his building. Soon Namikaze. Very soon. Chapter 16. Naruto sighed. It's been 10 days since his fight with Hanzo, yet with all of the things he's not only had on his own mind but also had to deal with personally since then, it's felt more like 10 years. As the man who had killed him, his village was the epicenter for news on the destruction of Ame. This type of information was near impossible to keep a secret since it wasn't just a Kage who had been killed, but an entire village along with him. Once the news had spread it was he who had done it, the effect was instantaneous. The story of his victory over the mad tyrant had numerous retelling from various people, all of them trying to piece the battle as best they could. Though there were many who would tell others, there was always one constant within all of them, Hanzo's death. That never changed in a single story. The reactions around the village were varied. The main populace, civilians, were mostly indifferent to the whole thing. Though he knew that in the back of their minds they knew that others had to die in order for them to live. He had seen the ignorance in their eyes whenever he walked around the village. Although it might be better that way since he didn't want them to think of the ramifications his decision could wrought on them and their families. Though those working directly under him however had no such luxury, except a rare few. His Genin were exempt from battle but not from the war. They would never hold a kunai or throw a shuriken in this war, but they could help in other ways which is what he had them do. Although there was one who stood out to him, and not in a good way. Shimura Danzo. They boys seemed to idolize him after the destruction of Ame had been revealed to him, and not just him either, he had friends. A younger boy named Mito Kato Homura and a young girl named Yutane Koharu. He didn't know when the three had become friends since two of them belonged on another team, but that didn't really matter. What did matter was they would follow him around and ask questions, mostly regarding the battle and the destruction of Ame. And it was mostly Danzo who asked. That was one thing he would never reveal to the populace or to anyone who wasn't at the battle when it happened. The bijou he could summon would remain a secret. When he told them to drop the subject, he was very surprised to see that they mostly had, though he would subtly catch them asking in other roundabout ways. He would have felt safe stating they were mature for their age, especially when they would state that they knew to put the village ahead of themselves as they would have when Kumo and Iwa had attacked them. But then when he would look at them and he saw their adoration for him, he remembered they were still children. Then came news out of both Kumagakure and Iwagakure. After their blatant and failed surprise attack, he had gotten information from his people. Within the past 4 days, not only was security tightened around their villages, most likely due to the destruction of Ame, and borders of their countries, but their training for their ninja had went up as well. Nothing special had been caught in the information net around Iwa except for their amassing forces, but Kumo was a different story. He didn't know what Project KF was, but he did have an inkling. It was the reason he had sent out his newest agent to go out and look into something for him. He would need to inform Tōka to start preparing the ninja in their own army as well. Other than that though, not much else had been gathered from those two. Suna was in a bit of disarray at the moment, and the only reason he knew this was because of his 2 agents over there. He didn't know the actual problem at the moment, but he should be expecting another message from them within a day or 2. Hoshigakure was the opposite of Suna, Kumo, and Iwa. That village had just sealed themselves off, along with their ninja. They weren't doing anything. He didn't know if them sequestering themselves away was nothing but a ploy for the major villages to turn a blind eye to them so they could sneak attack at a later time, or if they truly did not wish to fight. Regardless of their plan, he would still have a few of his own stationed there to monitor them. So the reactions from his people and other villages was to be expected, but it paled in comparison to that of his family. Tōka and Mito, especially Mito, were glad their family was whole once more, but were saddened and disappointed in just how it had to be done. Having killed Hanzo was one thing, but killing the rest of the population along with the children just left a bitter taste in their mouths. Though they were shocked when they learned some of the children had indeed lived. Yes, some of the children, elderly, and a few civilians had indeed made it out alive, thanks to his quick thinking. He had gotten most of them to safety when he had been fighting Hanzo directly. He had created over 2,000 shadow clones to scour the village since he knew it would be hard for him to keep it standing after the incident involving one of his children. Most of the children had been okay. Others not so much. He knew the man was someone who thrived on causing pain to others, but after he found the labs, he knew just how sick and twisted the leader of Ame truly was. Experimenting on children with toxins to make them immune, primary being salamander poison. He had heard from a reliable source what the man had done to his own child, but it seemed he hadn't been dumb enough to try it on him outright and instead used others as guinea pigs first. There hadn't been many children born in the village, or if there had been then they must have died in the experiments. He didn't know if he should have counted it as a blessing or a misfortune when all of the children were in one place for him to find. Out of the 200 children he had found, around 80 survived, and those were the ones who had survived the experiments. The others weren't as lucky. He had honestly wanted to throw up when he saw the state the others were living. Tubes plugged into every orifice of their bodies, from feeding tubes to breathers. Their existences were just painful for them. He had done them a mercy by destroying the village and setting them free from their anguish. So at the moment, the both of them were behind him in his decision. Other villages were calling him a child killer and he couldn't really refute their claims. He had killed some of the children. Some of the other villages though had been wary of him, and as a result of him not refuting the claims, it had bought them some time to gather more of their forces. However, that being said about his wives, the reaction he got from Hashirama, his brother-in-law, was a bit more. The man had blown a fuse and had directed that anger at him, and he honestly thought the man would have punched him. He didn't though. The eldest Senju had stated that they had built the villages so they could avoid children getting involved, yet he had done the opposite. He waited for the man to finish venting before he had told him the same he had told his wives. The man had a look of shock, anger, disappointment, and acceptance in his eyes. He was shocked that he had indeed saved some of them, angered at the man who had done such things to children, and disappointed he couldn't save them all in acceptance of that same fact. Hashirama had left his office soon after that, stating he needed time to himself after learning all of this. And then came his conversation with his other brother-in-law, Tōka. While the man stated he agreed with his brother in certain areas, regarding the treatment of the children, he did in fact approve of Hanzo's death. Along with the destruction of Ame. Naruto had been about to send him away, but then the man had brought up an even more awkward topic. Flashback. Naruto noticed that Tobirama had yet to leave his office. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Yes, actually. Do you remember when I wished to explain the details pertaining to the technique I said would win us this war? Naruto remembered and then frowned. The one that requires dead bodies, right? Tobirama nodded his head. Yeah, I remember. More like, how could he forget? Tobirama was pleased to hear this. I'm glad. Now, please let me explain to you in detail how this will be to our advantage. The blonde leader remained seated and had since stopped doing his work. The more he heard of the technique, the more disturbing it seemed to get. He could see the use of such a technique during war times, but it just didn't feel right to him. So, what do you think? Before I give you my answer, just how did you develop such a thing? I tampered a bit with the seal you have around the village and I created this. So it is a form of space-time ninjutsu. Thought Naruto. It has to be since he's summoning souls from the pure realm. Tobirama. The man stood at attention. The technique will be deployed. Tobirama had a small smirk on his lips. But only when a battle calls for it. I am also going to put a restrictions on it. The white-haired Senju was now frowning. Such as? You are to never in any circumstances use our own people. Only enemies. Tobirama already knew this. He wasn't sick enough to do it on his own people. And this technique will be sealed away once the war is over. What? Naruto's eyebrows rose a fraction. He had never seen the Senju in front of him show such a reaction or emotion before. I apologize for my outburst, Hokage-sama. But I must know, why is it to be sealed away? Because it is inhumane to bring the dead back to life for our selfish needs, stated Naruto, looking Tobirama right in the eye. I also noticed you failed to mention the requirements for usage. Which tells me that anyone can use it. Please be reasonable, Hokage-sama. This technique is extremely difficult to not only read or use but near impossible to master for anyone. Yet you were able to. I am me. No one else is. Tobirama tried to reassure his leader that it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. And even if it did, then it would probably be worthless to them. Naruto shook his head. He knew Tobirama was a genius when it came to certain things, but right now he wasn't thinking straight. His pride as a creator was making him question his leader, yet it was his arrogance that no other man or woman would one day be smarter than him and in fact commandeer the technique for themselves that led Naruto to this decision. I understand where you are coming from, Tobirama. Hope returned before it was dashed. But my decision is final. Tobirama stood firm. Yes, sir. Good, is there anything else you wish to discuss? No. Then you are dismissed. Sir. Naruto watched the man walk out of his office and he returned to his attention back to the letter he had gotten from Suna. End of flashback. The Nidaime Hokage sighed once more as he thought about that day. That conversation had taken place 4 days after he had come back home. What a way to start his week. Looking at his desk, he noticed the letter from Suna. He needed to send a reply soon or else Kotaro would soon begin to think he had reneged on their deal. I need some air to clear my head. Naruto created a clone to watch over the office for a few minutes while he went to go and take care of some other business. Something he had been wanting to do the day after he had come back. Unknown location dash. Getting away from the hustle and bustle of the village, along with its problems, he went to see a friend and deal with his own problems first. Ever since his daughter had been taken, he had began to notice something was wrong with himself. At first it was subtle, but after the incident in Konoha and then Ame, his control had begun to slip. And it was almost completely gone when he was fighting Hanzo directly. A little voice in the back of his head had kept urging him to annihilate them, to spare no one. Had he not regained some semblance of control, then he would have listened to the voice and would not have spared the boy nor bothered in saving the others. He would have killed them all without a hint of remorse for his actions, and Ame would have remained a crater until the end of time. Whatever this was, whatever was wrong with him, he needed to get it fixed. It broke his heart when Mito and Tōka both felt the need to be on guard around him. Their movements were very well hidden from him, but he could still see it. He wanted to be able to hold them and his children without them fearing him. It was for this reason why he was on his way to speak with the giant kitsune. The reason was simple. The report he read said that when he killed that Ame nin in the Konoha cell, his normal azure blue eyes changed into slitted crimson instead. This was backed up by both his wives who had seen it firsthand. He spotted the massive bijou off in the distance, lying on his back lazily. The giant fox yawned. What do you want, Namikaze? Asked the fox, having smelt him coming a mile away. I have come to inquire about something. Oh? The fox opened one of his eyes, his large slitted pupil focusing on him. Why is it that when I become enraged that I begin to resemble a berserker? I feel like a different person, I feel something much more sinister. The behemoth chakra entity gave him a long hard look before smirking viciously. I see you've begun to feel the effects of signing my contract. Naruto hadn't the foggiest idea what the giant was talking about, and he knew he wasn't going to like what he heard. Explain. His voice was hard and commanding. The kitsune bristled when he heard the tone, rising to his full height. Don't try to order me around, Namikaze, said the fox, snarling. We may share the same enemies and fight alongside one another, but don't presume I am one of your lowly subordinates who will answer your every beck and call. The blonde grit his teeth in frustration but held himself back. Instead, he inhaled a deep breath and released. Arguing would not get him anywhere, nor would it get him the answers he seeks. I apologize. Naruto bowed, surprising the fox. My mind and body are stretched thin as it is at the moment. This particular situation is just one I wish to be done with so that I may focus my attention on other matters. The Kyuubi stared at its summoner for a moment before speaking once more. As I stated earlier, the effects of the contract are taking place. Can you elaborate? When you inked your name in blood, you created a link/bond with me. Explained the fox. The best way I can describe what we share is symbiotic. Further explained the kitsune. And it's not in the symbiotic way you're thinking either. The Kyuubi had seen the blonde thinking. We both benefit from this, make no mistake about that. The bond/link we share facilitates this between us. What do you mean? And what is this bond/link? What I mean is, we both share something deeper than simple symbiosis. Sure, we both use the other for our own needs, but the longer you and I share the link/bond, the more we receive from the other. You have been slowly acting more and more like me, and vice versa. Naruto stopped for a minute when he heard the bijou say this. It was all starting to make sense to him, why he was acting the way he was, and why the kitsune in front of him was becoming less malicious and more civil. It explained why he was more cooperative when he had summoned him in Ame, and probably why he was so forthright with the information right now. The bijou was taking traits from himself. Will I change completely? He dreaded the answer he would give, but he needed to know. And what happens once the bond/link between us is complete and we no longer receive traits from the other? No. Relief flooded throughout the blonde when he heard the first answer. And I'm not sure what will happen once the bond/link between us is complete. Admitted the fox, even he didn't know since he had never had a summoner before, nor had he heard any of the others having one. You mentioned benefits earlier, said the blonde. I haven't seen any yet. The only thing he had gotten from the bijou was his temper. No, you have. Assured the fox. Your body has slowly been adjusting to my chakra so that you may use it at your discretion when you please. Naruto was confused. I see that as a benefit to myself, but how does that benefit you? Simple. I'm not sealed inside of you. Realization dawned on the blonde. Jinchuriki. The fox nodded his head. Correct. The only other way for you to receive my chakra was if I was sealed inside of you, and I don't want that. I cherish my freedom above all else. So you using my chakra was a small price to pay for it. He often found himself wondering how his brethren were doing and if they were still roaming the earth. Uh-oh. What's wrong? I have seals placed on particular people that take chakra and life force from me. It also now explained just why he hadn't been feeling any weaker. He had been receiving humongous boosts from the bijou. Will they receive any traits as well or your chakra? He didn't need multiple people running around who could use the Kyuubi's chakra. If they haven't signed the contract, then no. Replied the fox, and it wasn't like he would ever let anyone else sign anyways. However, I advise you to remove the seal. Even if my chakra filters through you and comes out purely in them, the chances of that happening are very slim. My chakra is very poisonous. Naruto grimaced. He had placed seals on Tōka, Mito, and Madara. The first two were mostly because he wanted to keep them safe and not have a repeat incident of what happened years earlier. He knew people lived much longer the more life force a person had. Ashina had proven this to him when he had spoken to the Uzumaki clan patriarch. It was why so many Uzumaki lived so long. Madara was a bit different. He needed the man out there walking in the shadows for a long time, and he now guessed the man would have some company. He, Mito, and Tōka. He then thought of something. Since they may receive it purified from me and you, then what does that mean for me since I get it directly from you? I'm not sure. Replied the kitsune. You may live much longer than any other human when everything is said and done. Or you may turn into something else, I don't really know. Naruto didn't like the sound of that, but then an image of his family appeared in his head. If it was for them, then he would gladly become a monster in order to protect them. Any more questions? Yes, how do I access your chakra? The QB thought for a moment before replying with an adequate response. It usually involves a trigger most of the time. Or you train your mind and body so that it becomes second nature. Though the latter takes a much longer time. I see. Anything else? Can you train me in its use? The kitsune is so surprised by the request its mouth was open in shock. Never did he expect for a human to ask him for something, let alone help.
I can, but it will be difficult.
Training does not scare me when I have a goal. Then so be it. Meet me here when you have finished all of your business. Is there anything else? Yeah, what's your name? After having such an important conversation with his friend, Naruto felt he should know his name. My name is. The fox hesitated. He hadn't given his name out, not for a very long time. He knew he could trust his summoner, the bond/link was proving that, yet he hesitated. Was he afraid? No. He held no such fear. The kitsune steeled himself, Kurama. My name is Kurama. Naruto heard the name and nodded to his friend. It's finally nice to address you as so, Kurama. And I actually have one more question. Ask away. What can you tell me about Kinjutsu? The fox grinned. Kinjutsu, you say? Well, now that will require some very in-depth knowledge. Such as? Yin and yang, light and dark. Kurama gave a few examples. The point is you need to master the natural energy of the world. Can you teach me? The fox remained silent for a moment, thinking about this. I can, but I can only teach you one portion. What do you mean? Do you see the sky? You see how free and malleable it is. It represents imagination and that which can form from nothingness. It is spiritual in nature. Explained the kitsune. Why do you think when people look to the sky they may see their future or into their soul? Naruto remained silent as he had never heard this before. The portion I can teach you is that of the physical energy which runs through the earth. That which can breathe life into form. I am not a creature of the skies. So you will need to find one who can teach you. But what about Hashirama? He's a sage, he's even called himself one whenever he has those markings over his face. The fox snorted. He's only mastered the physical aspect. Granted, the human is strong, but he would be even stronger if he fully mastered the other energy as well. And trust me, I know what a real sage is like, and the one I knew didn't have those funny markings on his face. Very well then. I trust you, Kurama. Can you teach me this as well? It will be an extremely long and grueling process, Naruto. Add this to the mix along with trying to master my chakra. I'm not sure you'll be able to survive. Kurama hadn't added the fact that he was also currently in a war. Humph. Then you obviously don't know how well I work under pressure. The kitsune smirked. If there was one thing he could admire about his summoner was that the man had incredible willpower. The two continued to talk about other various things until the blonde had to return back to his village. Having returned to his office after his talk with Kurama about some other things he had been curious about, he dispelled his clone and once more looked at the letter. Taking out a piece of paper, he began to write his response and hoped he could get a response back within the week. That way, he could work his plans around whatever Kotaro needed from him. He stayed in his office for 2 more hours before checking on all the stations around the village. After that was done, he went home. A week later. Naruto's eyes were looking straight ahead as he and few select ninja he had chosen to accompany him were heading directly for Suna. He was going to meet with Kotaro. Normally, and during war, he would have sent an envoy to reply to the message he received, but he felt since the deal was made between the two of them as men and shinobi, not cage, then he should honor the deal with his presence. Having decided upon his course of action, he had discarded his ceremonial robes, not that he ever really wore them, mostly just the hat, and adorned his armor. His old armor was useless after all the wear and tear over the years it had been used. So instead of wearing that, he had chosen to wear something that resembled his Anbu gear. Of course, his had to stand out a bit to signify he was the Hokage. Over his body was the same black suit he had always worn, as was usually standard. On top of the suit was his protection. The flak jacket he wore had armor plating sewed within it so it could withstand more attacks, while 2 shoulder guards rested on his shoulders. He wore 2 arm guards and had his blade strapped to his side as was usual. He looked at his team. The blonde couldn't afford to spread his Anbu thin any more than was necessary, so only 2 were shadowing him and the others. Said others, which was 4, mostly consisted of Tokubutsu Jonin. He didn't expect things to turn sour between he or Kotaro, but one never knew. The group had an Aburame, For various purposes, it also had an ninjutsu specialist along with a weapons specialist. The last one was a bit special, it was a medic nin. One of the few who knew what they were actually doing. Hashirama had brought it up to him one day and he had listened to the man's ideas. He would have gladly started such a program, but due to the war he really couldn't spare people. Plus, it was a very long and arduous discipline to learn. He himself knew how to perform Ryo ninjutsu, not to the extent that Hashirama could, but the point is, it took him time to learn. Which is something he didn't have. He had informed the man that once the war was over he would start the program and he would put him in charge of it. That had brought a slight smile to Hashirama's face. He was glad the man was somewhat happy again after their talk. "Is it getting hotter or is it just me?" asked one of the jonin. "It is getting hotter, which should let you know we are entering the country," answered Naruto. He had been in these lands before, so he knew what he was talking about. The four behind him became silent as they all turned serious in a matter of seconds. "Once we enter the desert, always be on the lookout," informed Naruto. "There are many things which can kill you in there. From plants to poisonous animals. Or from a sudden sandstorm." He didn't mention lack of water because he made sure to seal away more than enough for the group. "To avoid these things and get to Suna as fast as possible, we're going to speed up." "Understood, sir." Naruto nodded. He would have used the Hiraishin seal he had left overlooking the village but didn't since he didn't want it known to anyone. Kotaro is a smart man, he would have known something was up if he suddenly showed up 3 days ahead of schedule so suddenly. "Let's go." The group, plus 2 Anbu, took off faster once San was in sight. 4 days later. "Greetings, Hokage-sama," said the Suna nin guarding the entrance to the village. "Kazekage-sama said to expect you and to bring you to him immediately upon arrival. So if you will." They must have been told we were friendlies for the moment, mused Naruto, since they hadn't been searched seeing as they were foreign ninja. As Naruto and the group were being led through the village, he took particular note of something he had never seen before. Which in of itself was rare, since he had seen many a things in his life. Out to the east of the village was a group of people, but it was what they were doing that had caught his attention. "Ah, I see you've caught sight of our Scorch Release users," said the Suna nin. "Scorch Release?" questioned the blonde. "Yes. A very dangerous bloodline." The others had expected him to continue, he didn't. That was all he would give them. However, they had all detected the subtle threat he had given though. How interesting. Clearly, this bloodline is more versatile than the lava release the Terumi clan uses, possibly even more lethal. He would have loved to keep watching them practice, but his attention returned back to his mission at hand. "This way please." They followed their guide to an open area where camouflaged tents had been pitched up. "Why did you set up tents for? Would it not be more feasible to work from your buildings?" asked one of Naruto's subordinates. "They did it to make themselves less of an easier target," answered Naruto. "Everyone in this village knows where to locate the Kazekage and his cabinet. Whether they be friend or enemy." "Correct," replied the Suna nin. "It's no wonder Kazekage-sama called for you, Hokage-sama. You were able to figure out his reasoning from a mere glance. As expected of a man of your caliber." Naruto would have scoffed at the man. Any person with some battle experience would have easily been able to figure that out. The man overly high praise told him something else was going on here, what that was though, he didn't know. They stopped at one of the tents. "Give me a moment while I inform Kazekage-sama." The group waited for the man for more than a few seconds. "You may come in." Naruto nodded as he entered first, closely followed by his unit. He was met not by the eyes of Fumiko Taro but by the man visor. It seemed the man he had met all those years ago among the dunes hadn't changed his style of clothing. How the man ever saw anything was beyond him. "Kazekage dono," greeted Naruto. "Hokage dono." Kotaro offered the same. He gave a stiff nod to the ninja behind the blonde cage as well. They reciprocated the gesture. "Come, we have much to discuss." The two cage began to move to the opposite end of the tent when they noticed the large convoy behind them. "The rest of you stay inside and help with anything they need," ordered Naruto. "Agreed. The rest of you get to work as well," ordered Kotaro, looking at his people. Both parties protested that there should at least be some people guarding them. "Fine," sighed Naruto. He picked out his 2 Anbu. "You two will come with me." The Kazekage did the same as he picked out 2 of his own Anbu. The both of them knew that the Anbu wouldn't disturb them while they spoke but also knew these 4 men knew how to keep secrets. "Come, we have much to discuss." Kotaro led Naruto out the back of the tent and once they were out, He began to explain the crisis he was dealing with. A civil war, huh? Naruto wasn't as surprised to hear this but feigned ignorance on the subject. He had known how rogue puppeteers had taken a very strong location within the country and were building some sort of weapon for themselves. The reason he knew this was because of Chio and Ebizo, both of whom he had seen within the Kazekage tent. It seemed the two of them were doing good for themselves, having taken his training to new limits. The leader of Suna had since stopped his story and silently waited for him to reply. "So then you wish to call in the favor I owe you?" questioned Naruto. "I am. What do you need?" "I need assistance from you to quell this threat to my people and village." "That is all?" Naruto thought he would have asked for more. "Yes." Naruto nodded. "Then you shall have it." The two men shook on it and went to get to work. Tilde a week and a half later. "What is the meaning of this, Hokage Dono?" Kotaro was livid right now, glaring at the blonde Hokage. Naruto frowned and narrowed his eyes. "What does it look like?" "I am returning to my village." "Were you not going to help us stop this?" After the two Kage had met, Naruto and his team had gotten involved in the civil dispute between Suna and the Shirogane clan. They had done much fighting in these past few days, going against the puppet walkers of the rogue clan. Not much had been done in terms of gaining ground on the clan, but what they had learned was not very good. Apparently, the Shirogane clan had been abducting humans and experimenting on them, thus creating the army of their puppet walkers. Even more ominous was the fact that they were creating a master puppet, the clan's so-called ultimate puppet walker. None from their side had seen the puppet, so many believed it to be nothing but rumor meant to scare them. Naruto nor Kotaro believed in coincidences and had sent teams out to look for possible hiding places for the puppet. Nothing had been found after a week of looking. "Ease your temper," replied Naruto. "I am and will still continue to help you, but you must also understand that I have my own village to protect." Kotaro calmed down a bit. What the man said was true. He was still mad though. "Then it seems you were correct earlier. I should have asked for more." Naruto sighed. "As unfortunate as it is for you, yes, you should have. While I may not return, I am sending someone just as strong to help you, and they will remain here for as long as you need them." "Just one person?" "This person is more than enough, and while we are still on the subject of favors, I am also going to call mine in." "And that is?" "I want an alliance with Suna." "How dare you," shouted a random Suna nin. "All we ask for is help, a small gesture, yet what you ask for is enormous." Naruto let some of his chakra leak, focusing it on the lone idiot who chose to stand out. "Watch your tone, boy," spat Naruto. "A favor for a favor was our deal long ago when we shook on it. I came when he asked, even when my village faces the threat of two others. I have helped you with what I could fighting these puppeteers. And even still I am sending someone whom I deem powerful to still continue to help you in your time of need when I could just send some chunin or low-level jonin. Now all I ask for is the same courtesy I have shown you." Kotaro heard all the man had to say while silently thinking of a suitable punishment for the fool who would address a Kage as such. The blonde was correct. He had come at his behest when he could have just sent someone else. He helped them fight personally and he was still going to send someone else to take his place. "You are correct," said Kotaro. "I apologize for my rude behavior and that of my subordinate. It is unbecoming of us." He bowed his head. "Raise your head, Kotaro of the Fuma clan. A man such as yourself should never bow for someone else's mistake," replied Naruto. "Do we have an accord?" The blonde stuck his hand out. "Aye, that we do." The two Kage shook on it. "Good. With this alliance, that should deter Iwa a bit." Naruto had made this alliance for one simple reason. Position. From the way things had been, Konoha was surrounded on all sides by the major villages. Kumo was to the north, Iwa to the northwest, and Suna to the west. Sure, his village had Kiri to their backs, along with Uzu. However, should Iwa had wanted to move an army through other countries, Suna would be the first to notice it. And since both villages didn't like one another, then chances were that Suna would take up arms to stop that force. So in essence that was one problem his own village didn't have to deal with. He was still going to keep his agents watching the village, but now he could fully focus on Kumo and their forces, seeing as they were currently the largest village in terms of population. "Good," replied Naruto, shaking his hand. "My agent will be here within 4 days to help." Kotaro nodded. "Travel safe, Hokage Dono." Naruto nodded his head. He and his team were out of the tent and began their trek back to the village. "Damn, it's hot out here," stated one of Naruto's guards, taking a swig of water. "Aye, that it is," agreed the blonde Kage. "Most humans aren't suited for this type of weather." That's why you mostly see animals out here. He nodded his head over to a rather large scorpion as it traveled across the desert without a care in the world. Or so they thought. Following its distinct path, it was moving towards another downed animal. A bird that had a broken wing. "That's messed up," muttered one of them. "It is, but that's the circle of life." Naruto stopped mid-sentence when his eyes locked with that of the downed animal. He could see the intelligence in them. Quickly creating a small sand tornado, he deterred the scorpion from finishing off the animal. "What are you doing, Hokage-sama?" Naruto ignored them for a moment and walked over to the downed animal. He preformed his hand seals. Shozen Jutsu mystical palm technique. The blonde began to send his own chakra into the injured wing of the bird, or upon a more closer inspection, a hawk or a falcon. After a few minutes the bird was good as new. "Good as new. Thanks, mister. I thought that scorpion was gonna kill me," the little bird said, answering Naruto's suspicion. "How come you aren't surprised I can talk?" Naruto chuckled. "Because I've met other animals like you. My name is Naruto. It's nice to meet you." He put his hand out for the majestic bird. "Ah, it's nice to meet you as well. My name is Akosh, part of the Hawk Falcon clan." The young bird looked at him with its sharp eyes before it copied Naruto's motions. "Akosh? It means white falcon. It comes from our language, or at least that's what my father told me." The blonde saw the movement the hawk made, which he was pretty sure was a shrug. "I've seen different colored falcons and hawks before, but never a white one. Any reason for that? And you're a part of two species?" Naruto was amused when Akosh puffed out his tiny chest. "Yep. It's because white falcons are the fastest birds of prey in the world. And the reason for me being both is because my mother came from the Hawk clan and my father from the Falcon clan. In the end, both clans decided on joining together through my parents, and then I was born." "Ho, is that so? That was exactly like human clans did some of the time. Then how come I haven't ever seen white hawk falcons before?" The little avian bird deflated. "Because we're a very rare breed and lots of us used to be killed a long time ago. I wasn't even supposed to be down here, but I injured my wing and then fell." "Fell? From where?" Naruto looked to where his new friend was looking and couldn't stop his mouth from opening. "You fell from the sky?" The blonde sounded incredulous. "No, silly. How can anyone fall from the sky?" Akosh looked at him like he was dumb. "I feel from Sky Island." Naruto would have called Akosh out, but he felt that the white hawk falcon idea of the sky and his idea of the sky were vastly different. So he didn't bother. He was more interested in learning more about this island in the sky. "Really? An island in the sky? Is that where you live?" "Yep," chirped Akosh. "It's really nice up there. Sky as far as the eye can see, open spaces to fly and twirl. Though my dad would always get worried when I twirled really close to the clouds. He doesn't want me to fall through them." "Isn't that just a fact?" asked Naruto. "Clouds aren't that sturdy to begin with, so it makes sense you would fall through one when you touch it." "You've obviously never been up in the sky, have you?" Akosh shook his head. "I think it's apparent I haven't." Deadpan Naruto. "Well, up there things are different. The clouds are really soft, but if you go deeper, then you fall through, and come crashing down here." "I see. Your dad must be really smart if he figured that out, and warned you about them." "Are you saying I'm stupid?" Naruto hid his smirk. "Those are your words, not mine." Anyways, yeah, my dad is smart and very powerful. He's the chief of the joint clan. Everyone says he's super scary since he's the oldest among us, but I don't think so. He's always nice to me." "That's because you're his son," thought Naruto, smiling at the naive hawk falcon. Akosh began to fly around. "Hey, I have a great idea. You should meet him. I think he would totally like you since you saved me," chirped the white hawk falcon, happily. "I don't know." Naruto sounded unsure. When he thought about meeting the oldest living falcon alive, he immediately thought about Kurama. If 1,000 or older something bijou was like that, then what would a hawk falcon be like? Akosh did not listen and placed his wing on the ground in front of them. As he did, black markings began to appear on the ground and began to spread. Not a second later did a very large cloud of smoke appear. Holy! Naruto wasn't sure what to expect since he hadn't had much interaction with summoned creatures, Kurama and the small monkey of Sasuke notwithstanding. The proud avian in front of him was much more enormous than he thought, but still smaller than Kurama. His feathers were the exact same as Akosh Snow White, only much larger. It unfurled its large wings, causing a small sandstorm while its sharp talons easily dug into the earth beneath it. The only real difference he could spot between the two was the large crest atop its head, flowing freely and nearly as long as its own body. The enormous white hawk falcon looked around confused. "Where am I?" called out the chief in a strong but noble voice. "Father. Down here," chirped Akosh. The giant avian heard his son's voice and sighed. "Akosh, what did I tell you about playing on the clouds?" Not too. Correct. Do you realize how worried sick your mother and I were when we couldn't find you?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Akosh apologized. "I was just playing around, but I'm okay. See?" He waved his wings around. He didn't want to explain to his father how he almost died. "And I even made a new friend." Naruto couldn't lie, he was a bit unnerved. There was just something about being looked at by a giant bird eye that made him uncomfortable, or even the way they swerved their heads around. It just looked weird to him. Naruto and the rest of his unit quickly put their hands over their ears as the giant hawk falcon let out a deafening screech. "Father, please don't hurt him. He saved me. I might have died had he not." The giant avian bird eyes moved away from the blonde and to his son. "Start explaining." So Akosh began to explain to his father how he had began to tumble out of control after he had went through the clouds and hurt his wing. And how he had been saved from a, in his words, very big scorpion that wanted to have him for breakfast. Naruto merely watched as the father began to scold the son and then bringing him in closer to him. He was reminded of his own children. "Saving my son as you did places you not only in favorable light with me and my wife, but with our clan as well," said the giant hawk falcon. "Many of this land would have just stood by and let it happen. I have seen it many a time. Thank you. My name is Horus, chief of the Hawk Falcon clan of Sky Island." Knowing he was conversing with a fellow father and leader, he bowed. "I am Namikaze Naruto, Nidaime Hokage of Konohagakure. It's nice to meet you." "So you lead your own clan?" asked Horus. "I do, Horus-sama. That and many more." Naruto explained a bit about the village and its many clans and people. "I see. You have much more work than I," commented the noble avian. "And I must also apologize for my rudeness from earlier. I have not spoken with a human in a very long time and a fellow leader no less." "He's real nice," stated Akosh. "He healed me up and it felt really good." Naruto smiled. "It was no problem at all, Horus-sama." He was referring to the earlier incident and healing his son. "I'm just glad I could help save your son. I have children of my own so I know what it's like." Horus nodded his head and was about to speak but Akosh suddenly flew around, grabbing their attention. "Hey, I know. We should reward him, father. And I know how we can." "Go on, Akosh. Let's let him become our summoner and sign our contract. It would be really great." Both Naruto and Horus were looking at Akosh in surprise, and though Naruto said nothing, he was inwardly bursting with happiness. Using the Hawk Falcons for his summons when he needed them was much better than always summoning Kurama. The Bijou was a last resort type of summons. Plus, this would solve the other piece of the puzzle regarding learning to master spiritual energy. We haven't ever had a summoner before." Horus looked down at Naruto with his piercing gaze and just stayed like that for a minute. "What would you do if I gave you permission to sign?" Naruto looked directly back into the enormous eye. "First off, I would be honored to be the first person to ever sign your contract," he said, just wanting to get that out of the way. "But if I was allowed to sign, I would use your power to protect my family, friends, and village." Horus said nothing, mulling the words the blonde human had just said to him. After a few moments, he looked to his son and gave him a small nod. Akosh screeched loudly as he landed on the ground near Naruto. He placed his wing down once more and another thing was summoned. This time though, it was a large scroll. Very similar to the one Kurama had him sign. "Your words are truthful and for that you will officially be the first summoner for the Hawk Falcon clan. Don't disappoint us." Horus looked at his son still on the ground. "Akosh, since this was your idea then you will be as familiar." Akosh screeched loudly once more in happiness as he flew around and gently landed on Naruto's shoulder. Horus looked at his son once more. "I want you home before nightfall." It was all he said before vanishing. Naruto turned to his subordinates. "Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Let's get a move on." All of the subordinates were merely shocked at how lucky their leader was. Not only did he gain an ally in Suna, but he now had a summons. Akosh and Naruto happily chatted away, getting to know one another. Konohagakure - 2 days later. Naruto and the group had returned 2 days ago from his mission in Suna and since then he's been patiently waiting for his agent. He had already vacated his onbu from his office. A figure dropped down from the ceiling. I'm glad you got my message and came on such short notice. How have you been? He asked, looking out his window at the village. I've been fine. Yourself? Asked the agent. Very well. Things have been going good. He answered. He remained silent for a moment before speaking once more. How is your progress coming along in tracking the trio? I'm making progress, but they keep moving from place to place so it's hard to pinpoint them. I see. I'm going to take you off from that case for a moment as I have need of your services elsewhere. He finally turned around to look at them. Where? Sunagakur. The mission? Help the Kazekage to quell the rebellion going on in his village. My identity? Kotaro will ask, and if he does, then show him, and only him. Here. Naruto handed them a shroud that would cover all of their head and face, leaving only their eyes visible. Much like that of what Hattori Hanzo once used to wear. Thank you. The agent accepted graciously. And what of my name for the duration of this mission? You may choose. Naruto waited patiently until they had finally chosen one. Kaede. Naruto hummed for a second. That's not bad. It's a unisex name, correct? Yes. With this, no one will be able to tell if you're male or female. Naruto approved. Very well then, Kaede. When you are done gathering the materials you will need, then I suggest resting and leaving at the first crack of dawn. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto watched his agent leave his office as turned back around to look at his village once more. Hopefully this war won't last too long, he said to himself. The blonde sat back down and got to looking over requests from the different war fronts. Chapter 17. 4 days later. Namikaze Naruto was called many things in this war. Some called him monster or butcher, others a savior or protector. He was simply what his village needed him to be, so whether his actions gained him hatred or adoration mattered little to him. Today though, he was none of those things. At this moment, he was something he hadn't been in what felt like ages. Right now, he was simply a father. Come on, he urged. You're both going to have to do better if you want to catch me, he sang out, chuckling. Mito and Tōka were silently watching Naruto play ninja with his children. It was a serene picture for them during these turbulent times. The warm sunlight was bathing their skin as it shone in patches, hitting the forest floor. It was peaceful moments such as these that truly made life worth living. Oh. So close, son. Naruto didn't bother to hide his smirk from his scowling son, wanting to see if the boy got any more infuriated. His son may look like his mother, but the boy had inherited his own somewhat rash attitude. Though, in his son's defense, the boy would often catch himself before he made a big blunder, or else he was in for a stern lecture afterwards if he didn't. Just wait until we catch you. Growled Kazuhiko. Then you'll have to start teaching us. Kiyomi nodded, agreeing with her brother. The Nidai merely smiled at them. It was a given they were going to teach them, they just hadn't been sure what age to begin. The war made the decision for them. The sooner they learned to defend themselves the better, since life was always so unpredictable when it came to certain things. His eyes focused on their feet and he could feel them trying to add very small amounts of chakra to their feet. For 2 children at their age, their chakra pools were already larger than most low-level chunin, it was getting them to focus that was the problem. Looking at his son, he was once more reminded of just how skillful Hashirama was as a medic. His son moved around and used his chakra like nothing had happened to him. He was positive his 2 children were the only 2 their age who were even channeling chakra right now. Then again, they do take after their parents. That was an understatement if he ever heard one. Granted, the skills of the parents might not translate to that of their children via genes, but it certainly didn't hurt their chances. He took his eyes off his children and looked at his wives, chatting amiably amongst one another, subtly looking at him and the kids. He had removed those seals he had placed on them the moment he had returned from his conversation with Kurama. They seemed no worse for wear. Returning his attention back to his children, he smiled at them. Both children took that as an insult when in reality, he was just admiring what had been created between Mito, and Tōka. They had created 2 great kids. We're going to wipe that smirk off your face, To-chan. Growled Kiyomi. She was getting fed up with all of his smiling. Naruto's smile grew wider when he saw the adorable pouting face of his daughter. It was very cute, her trying to look all menacing. He just wanted to pick her up and hug her. Unless you can both think of something together, then you are never going to learn. Both of his children stopped dead in their tracks when they heard him say that. They looked at him, then one another and then their mothers. Looking back at him, he soon found himself grimacing. They looked like they were about to cry. Oh crap. Now he felt like a real jerk, making 2 4-year-olds cry. Ka-chan, cried out both children, running towards their mothers. He paled. Oh, those sneaky little. He had just been duped by 2 4-year-olds into thinking he actually made them cry when they were totally faking it. Now he was going to get it because he was sure both mothers would believe their children before believing him. All 4 were looking directly at him. My. Mito placed a hand on her cheek. It seems Naruto-kun doesn't know that he's simply sparring with 2 children. Looks like we'll have to remind him. So it seems, agreed Tōka, her lone eye narrowing playfully. Despite the situation, and the looks he was getting from his wives and the 2 tongues being stuck out at him by his children, he couldn't help but smile still. The challenging tone in Mito's voice or the look in Tōka's eye. It sent shivers up his spine. 4 against 1, huh? I like those odds. He taunted. He motioned for them to come to him. Come on, I'll play with you. They all merely stayed in place, looking at him. We've already been playing. Wha? Naruto looked around the area and could see the damn place starting to melt all around him. This was just like that time he, Hashirama, and Madara had found a strange plant out in the forest of Konoha and had inhaled some of the pollen the wind blew towards them. It had taken a few hours for things to return to normal and they had vowed to never let anyone know about it. So either one of them had spilled to one of their wives and they told the others, or his own wife had a run-in with the same hallucinogenic drug. Kai. Pushing his chakra outward, he disrupted the illusion and saw his children no longer near either of their mothers. They were in fact rushing him head-on. Even as fast as their legs could carry them and the head start they had on him, he could still avoid them and he would have if he could have moved. Glancing downward towards his feet, he now knew why he couldn't move. They were encased within stone up to his shins. No doubt all of this was done by Tōka. Must have done it the moment she trapped me in the illusion. He's all yours, kids, stated Mito, smiling. He raised an eyebrow at that. Whenever she smiled it usually wasn't good for him. I already immobilized his arms with seals. He looked down. It was true. He couldn't move his arms. To have not only placed him in an illusion that quick, raised the earth to immobilize his feet, and then accurately throw seals onto his arms, immobilizing them as well, the teamwork between Tōka and Mito was astounding. They were in perfect sync with one another. Looking at the both of them, he couldn't help but be turned on. Having 2 beautiful, strong, smart, independent, and skilled women dominate him. Was it wrong that he liked this? I don't mind being dominated if it's by the 2 of them. Shaking his heads of such thoughts, he returned his attention back to the situation at hand. Playtime was over as his kids neared him. He raised an eyebrow when the earth a few feet in front of him rose up from the ground and formed into the shape of a ramp. Before he could question what this was for, he was tackled. I got you, Daddy. Kiyomi used the ramp to launch herself into the air and directly into her father's chest, letting the top of her head meet his chin. She giggled like only a girl her age could, wrapping her small arms around his neck, burying her face into chest. Well, his kids hadn't really done much to actually grab him, but they had done something far more skillful. They had manipulated their mothers into doing it for them. Manipulation of the human psyche was quite a difficult skill, and whether his kids knew what they were doing or not didn't really matter. They were going to be quite fearsome if they mastered this skill. Naruto grinned at her. I guess you did. He replied softly, resting his cheek atop her head. He looked to his son, who was only a few feet away from making contact, and was about to tell him to stop since he had been captured already and it was over. Alas, the words died in his mouth. Whoops. Kazuhiko hadn't been paying attention to his footing and tripped. So instead of launching himself into his chest much like his sister, his target was far lower. Gah! Naruto was using all the willpower he had not to pass out and to keep himself upright. He had been nailed right in the crotch. Hey, my bad. Apologized Kazuhiko, rubbing his head. It's okay. Breathed out Naruto, managing to smile at his son, strained as it was. The earth holding his legs receded while the tags paralyzing his arms fell to the ground harmlessly. He could move again. He carefully put his baby girl down, patted his son on the head and walked over to a tree and began to take deep breaths. Is Daddy okay? Asked Kiyomi. He's fine. Replied Mito. He's just trying to catch his breath after playing with the 2 of you. He is getting older after all. She explained to her daughter. But it looked like he was going to cry. Pointed out Kazuhiko. He had seen water around his dad's eyes. No, I wasn't, exclaimed Naruto, having heard his son. I just got sweat in my eye after playing with you too, he said between heaving breaths, not sure if he was gonna vomit or not. Before either child could continue to question him, an Anbu suddenly dropped down a few feet away from Naruto. The Hokage merely stuck up his hand, silencing his ninja with a finger, telling him to wait until he caught his breath. After a few more seconds of making sure he wasn't going to throw up, he walked over to his ninja. Report. The messenger simply tilted his head forward in affirmation. We received a report from one of our outposts. He started. A squadron of 20 Kumo nin have broken through one of our border defense squads and are currently hiding. Naruto frowned at hearing this unwelcome piece of news. He silently thanked those who had given their lives trying to defend their country. How old is this report? 2 days old. His eyebrows shot up in alarm. Who knew where these Kumo nin were at now? Why is it that I am only now learning of this? He questioned, his voice very controlled in front of his children. The agent who brought it in was being chased relentlessly by the group that broke through, stated the Anbu. He explained to us that he had to throw them off of his trail several times before making his way closer to an outpost closer to the village, lest they have a direct route here. The Nidaime nodded at the explanation. Good man, he said. Where is he now? I would like to ask him a few questions myself. Mostly to find out who he was dealing with here and any possible abilities they may have shown. All he got was the shake of a head. Not possible, Hokage-sama. He died early this morning when he arrived to our outpost. What did he die of? Hunger, dehydration, and blood loss mostly. Reported the Anbu. Those were our on-site observations. Did the man have family? No. Then I want an autopsy performed. I want to make sure that nothing else killed the man aside from what you reported. I don't need an unidentifiable poison running loose with our enemy. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Good. Has Tobirama done anything to take care of the infiltrators? He questioned. Since the white-haired Senju was actually out on the battlefield, had been for a while now, he's had to have read the report well before his eyes did. There was no immediate reply and he noticed the hesitation. He's tried. Admitted the agent. Every unit he sent out to kill the Kumo nin hasn't reported back to us. Naruto grimaced. He sent out a tracking unit and they came back with the masks of our comrades. 6 units had been sent out, 2 of which were Anbu, and all of them are dead. Naruto put his hands over his face, exasperated. He had lost 24 ninja in just 2 days to a group from Kumo who were at a disadvantage in this terrain. All of those lost were likely a part of the Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans since these groups made up a majority of the regular forces and the Anbu. Only one thing came to mind when he thought about this group. They are an extremely well-trained machine. An elite unit. He sighed and then caught the sight of his children with their mothers. They were looking at him with wide eyes as they probably never saw him with a serious face on. He smiled at them and began to walk over to them. Wait here. He told his ninja. He knelt down to his children, resting a hand on their heads. The both of you managed to grab hold of me. Good job. He praised. Kiyomi and Kazuhiko both beamed. Your mothers will start your training when you get home today. But we want you to train us. They whined. Looking at their faces, he didn't have the heart to tell them he couldn't. He really wanted to train them, just as his own parents had done. He wanted to cherish his time with them before they grew up and went out on their own. Tell you what. He got their attention. You let your moms begin your training by teaching you the basics and a few other things, and then when I come back from work, I can teach you for a bit. He offered. How does that sound? The two looked at one another before nodding. Yeah, they shouted simultaneously. He grinned and ruffled their hair. Good. I'll see the 2 of you later. Be good, he said, giving them each a kiss and hug before moving to his wives. No words were said between the 3 of them, as their eyes conveyed their emotions for them. He knew they were telling him, ordering him really, to be careful out there. He sent them a reassuring smile, telling them he understood their order and would follow it. Giving them each a deep kiss and hug, he turned around and began to make his way over to his office, his Anbu trailing behind him. I want you to relay this order to Tobirama. Started Naruto. Send out 4 teams. 3 will be checking our borders, looking for any more infiltrators trying to enter our country. To him it was the perfect opportunity for others to sneak into their country while attention was mainly being focused on the first Kumo team. It is a tactic he would use. And the other? I want the last team tracking down the Kumo nin, and only to observe their movements should they locate them, he stated. He didn't need more deaths. A smaller group of 7 should have an easier time remaining unnoticed and should be able to move faster than a larger group. If by chance they get caught, then I want them to retreat and use our natural terrain to their advantage and escape. The key to getting rid of this group will be information. A 7-man unit? Correct. I want one of our better tracking units with another Hyuga in the mix. I then want you to travel to my compound and look for these 3 people. Naruto handed his Onbu a note. The Onbu read the note. I thought those of your clan didn't fight? Inquired the Onbu. If 3 of his Kage's clan joined them along with their unique bloodlines, then their chances just went up. Some do and some don't, stated Naruto. Look for these 3 and they will point you in the direction of the people who will join in on this mission. Clear? Understood. Nodded the Onbu. What orders do you want me to relay to the 3 teams checking for infiltrators should they find some? Tell them to use hit and run tactics, switching out a team every few minutes so none of them get winded. Remember, they may be entering our country, but we hold home field advantage. He couldn't stress that part enough. Their enemies shouldn't get far when facing people who should know the country terrain like the back of their hand. Understood? Hi, Hokage-sama. He nodded. Good, dismissed. Naruto sighed. He knew his tactics were solid, but this was mostly on the assumption that Kumo didn't send more ninja than the 3 groups he sent out could handle. Their attack had been swift and decisive and now it was his move. Unluckily for Kumo, he already knew his plan of attack, but first he needed to speak with 2 people first. Biting his thumb, he weaved his seals and summoned a hawk to go and retrieve the first person he needed to speak with, Tobirama. Hopefully Kaede's mission is going smoother than what I'm dealing with here and we can have Suna on our side soon. Kaede - The second person to become a shadow agent for the Nidaime Hokage was not having a very good day today. Nay, the past 4 days were anything but. First was being sent to a wasteland of a place people called the desert. A place where food and water were of the utmost importance and should they run out before reaching civilization then death was almost certain. That was a lie. As a person who doesn't exist anymore, they were more likely to die fighting. Which is exactly what was going on right now. Naruto had explained what to expect once reaching Suna. What he had failed to mention was being attacked the moment foot was set near the entrance to their village. The opponent in front of them belonged to the puppet brigade and was extremely skilled in using them. Though that perhaps is also due to the fact that the puppet was different from any other they'd ever seen before. It had an uncanny resemblance to one of the wives of the Nidaime, Uzumaki Mito. Of course, the difference between them was evident since the joints were quite visible. It also didn't help its case when the Mito lookalike used its inhuman strength to lift 2 very large broadswords effortlessly, swinging them around as if they weighed next to nothing. Its strikes were deceptively fast and even if the wooden arms were reinforced to hold heavier objects, the maximum swings allowed should have been low. Obviously, they were wrong and it was only thanks to their agility and quick reflexes that each strike had been evaded. Moving further back, space between them, the puppet, and the puppeteer had been created. Kaede ran through specific hand seals. Calling forth the inferno from deep within, Kaede molded the flames and fired. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fireballs the size of human heads were shot out of Kaede's mouth, each one traveling faster than the previous one. Kaede tried to use the landscape but found the sand tricky to deal with when trying to gain proper footing. A few fireballs hit sand while the others were a bit off mark but nonetheless effective in moving the puppet away and back towards their master. With but a few flicks of his fingers, the puppet was in front of its master, ready to protect him. Using its first blade as a shield, it blocked a few of the balls of fire while using its other blade to cut through the blaze balls. It used its nimbleness to keep this up for a few seconds until one of its blades had been rendered useless and tossed away. Now the puppeteer had a choice to make: continue to defend or go on the offensive? Before he could make the decision, they were both interrupted. What is going on here? Kaede and the puppeteer stopped when they heard the authoritative voice. Both dropped to a knee in recognition of the man. It was the Shodai Kazekage. Kazekage-sama. My apologies, said the man. But I found this suspicious person trying to enter our village. They refused to state their name or village affiliation despite numerous attempts. And I already stated I would only do so in front of the Kazekage. Growled Kaede. As per the orders from my own leader. Kotaro caught on and knew who this person was. You are the agent Naruto Dono said he was sending. Correct. Why so much secrecy? Had I not known you were coming then I would have killed you myself since we are at war. It is because we are at war. Answered the agent. I do not give out my name freely in case I am to be sent on a deep cover mission later in the future where I am to assume either a new name or remain anonymous. The Wind Shadow sighed. I see. What is your name then? Kaede. Kotaro was now frowning. Your real name? The secret agent of the Hokage stepped forward, causing the puppeteer to tense. "Rest easy, Mon-zeman," assured Kotaro, seeing the man stiffen. "My name is." Kaede whispered into his ear. Suddenly the man began to laugh, ha ha ha. Mon-zeman was quite startled to suddenly hear his leader laughing. "Truly, Naruto Dono has indeed sent us a very capable ninja. Isn't that right, Miss Kaede?" The agent simply nodded, not really caring that he had revealed that she was indeed female. She was grateful that he hadn't mentioned her true name though. That was attention of a different kind that she didn't need right now since this was not her only mission. "You're a kunoichi?" "Indeed I am. Are you that surprised?" He shook his head. "No, I just found it hard to tell behind all of that cloth you wear." He admitted to her. "May I also ask for your name?" he asked, politely. No. She replied, bluntly. "I was only instructed to inform Kazekage-sama, no one else. I would have asked your rank earlier, but now that I know who you are, there is no need," stated Kotaro. Mon-zeman couldn't help but be intrigued by this as his friend Kotaro was usually a person who expected things to turn bad. So whoever this person was, they gave him optimism and he was curious who could do such a thing. Before he could pester either her or his friend for any info, he was silenced when Kotaro spoke. "We must return, we have spent enough time out here," said Kotaro. "Come, let me explain our situation here." He beckoned for her to follow him as he began to explain the crisis they were having and what he needed from her exactly. 6 months later. Kaede took a swig of water from her canteen before wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. She had been in Suna for the past 6 months now and it was only barely starting to get tolerable. Rarely were there days when it wasn't overly hot, cold, poisonous animals, or had to deal with the many sandstorms that popped up out of nowhere. Today happened to be one of those rare days and she would have enjoyed it had she not been hiding behind a large sand dune for protection. "So, how are those toys of yours coming along, Chikamatsu?" she asked, peeking out the side only to return to avoid the hail of kunai and shuriken being shot at her. Mon-zeman was directly across from her, using another dune for protection. "They're not toys," he grumbled. "They are pieces of combat art, and for your information I finished the last prototype puppet a few weeks ago." "Really now? All complete are they?" She feigned surprise. "Then show me what they can do." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and unsealed a large scroll. He needed a few seconds to unseal them all. It was a strange relationship between the two of them, she admitted. Over the past months since she had been there, the two had become fast friends, but that was mostly out of necessity. Being sent out on so many missions together forced them to get to know the other's ins and outs. If they hadn't, then chances of dying out on the field or getting the other killed was very high. Right now they were both down and deep within the trenches of the Civil War while a world war raged on outside. Every day for the past 6 months they would inch closer and closer to the Shirogane clan's main base of operations, located deep within the Devil's Kitchen, as the locals called it. However, every inch they gained on the rogue clan's whereabouts, another was taken away from the protection the village gave to their backs. It would have been disastrous for a larger company of shinobi to be so far behind enemy lines. It was for this reason why she, Mon-zeman, and 2 others had been sent as vanguards to establish waypoints between their current positions and Suna. Currently it was just herself and the puppet creator. The other 2 were holding the bases they had established. It was quite a simple system. Every time one was established, one of their group would remain behind and wait for the troops. Once the troops arrived, they would leave and return to their own group. Kaede had to admit she was impressed with the 2 youths who were assigned to their unit. Achio and Ebizo, both of whom were also agents of Naruto. The male sibling was good, but his sister was better. Not only did she use her own unique puppets, but she was very adept at using poisons and would only get better as she aged. She would grow very strong under the tutelage of Mon-zeman. Shirohige, Jiki Chikamatsu no Shu White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. "How vain can you get, naming a technique after yourself?" muttered Kaede. She watched as the unique puppet she met 6 months ago was now being joined by 9 others. All of them were dressed in white robes, similar to those of the same puppet she had fought when she had first entered Suna, and all of them were male but one. One of them looked like a demon, 2 horns on top of its head. The second resembled a horse with a strange hairstyle. The third had a reddish face with white hair, while the fourth had long black hair and a rather large jaw. The fifth also looked like a demon since it had blue skin and large holes on its skull, while the following 3 all looked humanoid in a way. The way these 3, numbers 6 through 9, were different from the others was because of the distinguishing marks on them. One had the kanji for Buddha while another had Dharma and the last read as Sangha. The second to the last puppet was the one she had already encountered, while the 10th was a large puppet with on eye, making it a cyclops. She watched a true master of his craft work with such coordination and precision, his 10 puppets easily taking down any others who appeared before him, be it puppet or human. Her attention was diverted from the thrashing to something she spotted off in the distance. Kaede wasn't entirely sure what she was looking at. It was a group, but even at the distance she was looking at them from, she couldn't tell if they were human or puppet. The way they moved spoke of a trained shinobi unit, but it was also in the movements that they resembled the stiffness of puppets. But that couldn't be right since there weren't even any puppeteers. There was the possibility that perhaps it was humans moving their puppets from the inside. It would explain a lot. The design of these things only led more to this theory. Resting on the shoulders was a head that resembled that of an ant, enough to fit a human head. The torso was thin and compact like a form of armor, while its arms were thin. 3 sharp blades were nestled in between the knuckles of each hand. Once they spotted her, they immediately bull-rushed her with a coordinated precision only shinobi could accomplish. 2 from behind went around and began to encircle her, while the 2 in the front were still coming right at her. She applied wind chakra to her feet and spun around in a circle, forcing sand up into a wall, hoping to cause whatever human was inside some pause about just rushing in. The 2 in front of her merely pushed through the sand, only for one of them to be kicked squarely in the chest. What the hell are these things made of? It felt like she was hitting a damn wall. She immediately ducked under a swipe while managing to parry the blade of the original one she had just kicked. Her dexterity is what was allowing her to remain a step ahead of the 2 in front of her, but she was also keeping her eyes peeled for the other 2. Seeing as being close was doing her no good, she created some space and blurred through some hand seals taught to her directly by Naruto. Katen, Kane Senpu Flame Whirlwind. Fire erupted all around her, encircling her like a wild animal ready to deliver the killing blow to its prey. The puppets in front of her cautiously eyed the fire, as did the one on her left. One of them got tired of waiting and tested itself against her fire manipulation. She poured her concentration into getting the flames where she wanted them to go, and no sooner had the first puppet made contact did the flames go out of control. The ring of fire burst forth and devoured the first enemy, and once it got a taste, it attacked its next target, completely burning 2 of them to ash. The other had wizened up and retreated while its comrades died, but once the fire was gone, it went on the attack. She didn't have time to catch her breath after controlling such a technique and dodged the blade coming from her flank. Too little too late did she realize her mistake. The 4th puppet had burst out of the sand directly behind her and slashed downward. Arg! She grit her teeth as she didn't have time to scream, since the puppet from before was looking to skewer her from the front. Kaede only barely managed to dodge the killing strike by the breadth of a hair when her foot slipped due to the loose sand beneath her feet. Her eyes widened considerably as she had been moved from the solid surface to the much more unstable one. All she had was a few seconds before she died, and her chances were dwindling by the second as her body wasn't responding to her. The blade was poisoned. Time seemed to slow down as she watched the blade that was to kill her inch closer and closer. Before death could claim her as his own, 2 puppets dropped down between her and the 2 enemies. One of the puppets immediately swallowed up the other, crushing it inside of its body, while the other opened its mouth and spat out a purple liquid. Once contact was made with the liquid, it began to steam. It was corrosive. The puppet that saved her still had its mouth open when a small spark could be seen, and before she knew it, a flame erupted out of its mouth and traveled over 5 feet and finished what the corrosive substance started. "You okay?" called Chikamatsu, looking one of the blades over. "Fine, thanks," grunted Kaede, feeling weird and immediately knowing what was wrong. "What kind of poison am I looking at here?" Hummed the master puppeteer. "It's a paralysis drug, and the slash on your back isn't too deep, so I'd say you're going to feel like this for a few hours at best." Kaede nodded her thanks. "You can come out now, Chio." Hey. The young girl that Naruto had once explained to her was now much older, and from what she had heard around the village, a beauty wanted by all men. "How you holding up, Kaede-san?" asked Chio. "I'll survive," she grunted. "Thanks for the save back there. Where's your brother?" "You're welcome," replied the young puppeteer. "Ebizo is waiting to be relieved by the troops coming from Suna. Once they do, he'll meet up with us here." "Good," said Monzeman. "Chio, I want you to set up camp. We stay here for tonight. We wait for your brother, and once the drug passes through Kaede's system, we head out," he ordered. She nodded and went to accomplish her task. "What the heck were these things, Chikamatsu?" questioned Kaede. "They weren't regular puppets, nor were there any humans inside of them. I figured that out once I killed the first 2. "You're not that far off," he said. He grabbed the head of one of the puppets in question. "This here is a combination made real." "Of what?" asked Chio, still close enough to hear the conversation. "Humans and puppets." Kaede's and Chio's eyes narrowed. "Human experimentation?" Monzeman nodded grimly. "Aye. The Shirogane clan call them puppet walkers. Ultimate puppets, they say." He had gotten this information from a fool he had been fighting. The idiot had been spouting all sorts of information on how these were going to help them take over the world. He killed him afterwards. "Not today, they weren't," muttered Chio, looking at the remains of these so-called ultimate puppets. "This is true, but you must remember that today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. Things won't always go the same way as they did today." He lectured to his student. "And besides, you got the drop on the last two while the first two were merely testing the waters with Kaede. These things have human intelligence, and once they sync up to higher levels, we will be dealing with soldiers who feel no pain, have unlimited stamina, and have secret weapons hidden away inside of their bodies." Chio blushed in embarrassment at being chided in front of others. She nodded. "He's right," added Kaede. "Today there were only 4. Who knows how many more we'll face in the coming days." She then looked to Chikamatsu. "Did you get any other information aside from what these things were?" "I did. Another base further north of here." He pointed in the direction. "We'll head out once you're healed and Ebizo gets here." He took out a scrolls, ink, and brush. "What are those for?" asked Chio. Chikamatsu was silent for a moment before answering. "When I was fighting the puppeteers from earlier, I came across 4 bodies that belonged to Iwa Nin. They were mangled as the puppet walkers had gotten to them, but now things just got more complicated along with this civil war," he stated. "I need to send this information to Kazekage-sama." "What do you think he'll do?" inquired Kaede. "Hard to say right now, but I'd wager he'll send a small force to check our borders and then gather more information from there. If it turns out Iwa is indeed moving, then that same force will probably have orders to eliminate as many Iwa Nin as they can." Kaede nodded her head and let him write out his message while Chio helped her over to the tent so she could rest. "You know what to do, yes?" whispered Kaede to Chio. The young woman simply nodded her head. She would send this information over to Naruto at the most opportune moment. Kaede nodded her head as well and decided to try and get some sleep, and hopefully by the time she awoke, she would be back to full health. Hino Kuni Dash. Naruto was silently looking over a map of the entire nation in his private quarters, provided by Hashirama's wood release. For the past 6 months, he had seen nothing but death as he maneuvered his people the best he could around the battlefield. He had only trained his children for a month before leaving them to venture past the gates of Konoha, and it was all due to the group that had broken through their border defense 6 months ago. They had forced his hand, and if they weren't caught or killed soon, he himself would have to go out and search for them. They had killed enough of his people, many of them who had families. He knew the life of a shinobi and kunoichi wasn't meant to last long, but having to deliver the news of the death of a father, mother, brother, or sister to the remaining family was aging him far faster than the actual war. He may not have known all of his ninja personally, but he felt delivering the news of their death to their family was the least he could do for their service to the village. He needed to stop them as the information gained on the group was not worth the price of all the lives it took to gain, not even close. All he had was a name. The group simply called themselves the Kinkaku Force, Project KF. Whether Kinkaku had actually been a member of the group was up for debate, but he didn't really care much if he was or wasn't. If the man had been a part of the current group that was within his country, then that was a different matter altogether. Unfortunately, as much as he wanted them in his grasp, trying to locate them within a country was like trying to locate a senbone in field of long grass. He had hoped finally deploying Tobarama's technique, the Edo Tensei, which he kept on a need-to-know basis with certain shinobi since he had heard about the spat between his wife and its creator, would have driven them back to their own country to help defend it against Iwa. It didn't. His plan was simple. Use the technique to sow dissension between Iwa and Kumo by having the reanimated bodies of deceased Kumo Nin attack Iwa's borders and then blow up. Either making a dent in Iwa's forces, or taking a chunk of their village wall if possible. With this move, he had thrown a wrench in both villages' plans at trying to invade his own, as they now had to worry about attacks from each other, plus his own. His strategy for chaos had worked, but with the sheer size of Kumo's military, they had simply soldiered on, and sent a vanguard force of about 2,000 give or take. But the most problematic part of the whole situation was the man commanding them. The Shodai Reikage had left his village and was bringing his forces to his doorstep. That had been over a month ago. Or he would have, had he not stopped the man. It was all thanks to information he had gotten from Izuna. He had received a message days earlier of the oncoming force as it had already passed through Shimogakure and had begun its march through Yugakure. It was there he had halted their advance and given the man two options. Either he wait patiently with his forces in the village and country he was already in, or risk traveling south towards Uzu and be met with heavy resistance. The man had chosen the former as he had already had run-ins with the Uzumaki clan and it was safe to say he did not wish to try his hand at them again. Since the man was some 1,000 miles away from him, he assumed he had left his second-in-command to run Kumo. He was right. Izuna had once more sent him information confirming this as factual. It was the only plausible reason why the Raikage would risk coming himself if he didn't have someone powerful and trusting to leave behind to watch things while he handled one part of the war front personally. Even with such a capable man leading the village in his stead, he had to take advantage of the fact the Raikage was not in Kumo. It was simply too tempting to pass up. Aside from his talk with Tōburama all those months ago, he had sent a scroll with one of his summons over to Kiri and had asked Saizo if he could launch a naval attack on Kumo and Iwa from the seas. The man had agreed but informed him that vessels for a campaign of this magnitude would take time to create, and that wasn't adding in the factor of the seas themselves. There was a reason why sailors and fishermen called the sea a cruel and fickle mistress. After working out some details, mostly his agents gathering specific coordinates for the places the ships are to attack, Saizo had agreed. He had gotten an estimation of about 7 or 8 months as to when the naval fleet would be accomplished and about another month until they were fully stocked and ready to begin attacking. So all in all, 6 months had already gone by and about another 2 or 3 remained until he heard news of the first attack on Kumo, then possibly another month until he heard news of an attack on Iwa. Hokage-sama. Naruto looked up from his map to see one of the many jonin under his command enter his quarters in a rush. What is it? This just came in from one of our outposts near the border of Tsuchi no Kuni. He was handed a piece of paper. Catch your breath before you pass out, he told the man. He quickly read the report handed to him and the more he read, the more he frowned. It seemed things just got more complicated as another problem was being marched to his doorstep, this time from another side. Iwa was marching out a preliminary force of 3,000 shinobi towards Konoha. Has Tōburama read this? Questioned Naruto. Yes, he is planning on sending men to our borders to lay traps while then deploying that technique of his. Answered the jonin. Inform him to delay the use of the technique for now, he ordered. He didn't need Tōburama wasting the lives of those he captured on an army that wouldn't even be whole or if they even managed to arrive near their borders. Tell him to continue laying traps around not only our borders, but within the country as well, he ordered. Tell me, how confident is Tōburama in his direct subordinates? Asked the Kage. He speaks very highly of them, replied the ninja, thinking of the Sarutobi and Shimura heirs. Then send them along with another force of ours towards Takigakure. Hiruzen has grown strong, tell him he will be the one in charge of this campaign and to bring with him whomever he feels will help defend that front. He wasn't going to try and manipulate either of the forces into attacking one another as he was sure both countries knew the other was there. He needed to handle them separately first before trying to run them into one another. If worst comes to worst and Iwa or Kumo break through either side, then inform Tōburama to use his technique to drive them into the oblivion. Understood? Sir. Saluted the jonin with a nod. Dismissed. The man vanished to relay their newest orders. Once the man had left, Naruto let out a sigh and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He moved back over to his map and gave it a look over once more. His eyes landed on 2 places where he was positive Iwa would try to enter his country from, Takigakure and Kusagakure. Taki was a bit further east of them while Kusa was just south. If we're to bet money on this, he would put it on Kusa being the prime target for entry. It was why he sent Hiruzen to Taki and not Kusa. He already had someone in mind to defend that area. This man was the reason he called off using the reanimation technique for now. Plus, he had gotten word from Chio about a few Iwa nin being found dead in the desert and the information being relayed to Kotaro. He was positive the man would not take kindly to this and would send out a small force of his own, civil war be damned, to see if Iwa was indeed trying to invade his country. This would help his agent as he now had shinobi from Suna on his side, even if they didn't know it. Naruto opened his door and stepped outside. He then bit his thumb and ran through a few seals. Kushios no Jutsu summoning technique. A large white falcon appeared, it was his own personal summons. Hello, Akosh. He greeted. I am in need of your assistance for a mission that requires speed. The little bird he had met all those months ago had grown. No longer was it small, now it was the largest of its species and it would only continue to grow as time went on. What do you need, Naruto? The noble avian could hear the serious tone of his friend's voice, even if his face failed to show it. I need you to deliver a message to a friend of mine, to this exact location. Can you do that for me? Akos bent his head low as a sign that he understood. Consider it done. Taking careful hold of the scroll in one of its talons, Akos stretched out his wings and began to flap them hard, creating a miniature gust. Naruto watched his friend take off into the sky before going back inside. Mountain Graveyard Dash. Akos wasn't usually one to get frightened easily, but the area Naruto asked him to deliver a message to just didn't feel right to him. This wasn't a place where one came to live, no, it was a place where things came to die. Ancient things, judging by the facial structure of the bones and their size. Many similar in size to that of his father. He didn't want to linger in this place any longer than he had to and just wanted to get this message to this friend of Naruto. Using his superior vision to scout at different corners, he spotted a particular formation of rocks that looked like it could be used for housing. Found him. The rock formation was indeed being used as a makeshift home for this person. Letting out an ear-piercing screech, he alerted the man down below to his presence. The man looked up at him and he dropped the message. The lone living soul among the bones of the dead snatched the scroll out of the air and nodded his head to the falcon. He began to read. Well, it seems that I've finally been assigned a mission. Uchiha Madara had finally been contacted and his first mission was to stop the advancing forces of Iwa from reaching Konoha. He had finally entered the war. Chapter 18. Once the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan had finished reading his orders, he abruptly burned the scroll as was custom for a person in his position. He began to gather the necessary equipment he would need for this long-term mission when his mind slowly began to drift back to the reason he was even out here doing this. I wonder how Kagami, Akane, and Izuna are doing? He idly wondered, placing extra rations on the ceiling array. It was a question he kept asking himself day in and day out. He knew it was unhealthy and he just may have been liable to snap early on with uncertainty if his blonde friend had not given him tidbits of information on their well-being. Sure, he didn't get to look at their faces or hear their voices in his ears, but he would take what he could get. His son was adjusting fine without him for the most part, even activating his Sharingan. Madara's smirk widened when he read that his son had even begun to attract the attention of the opposite sex. He was very proud of the boy, he just wished he could relay that to him. His wife was doing fine as well, keeping the clan in line when Izuna was not present, raising their son as best she could without him. Oh, how he missed the touch of her hand, the warm touch of her lips. He sighed. He was just glad they were doing well. Izuna on the other hand was a bit different. Unlike his son and wife, information on his brother was scarce and he knew it was because of the position he held within the village. He knew his brother was strong, he trained him after all, but he was still the older sibling here and it was his birthright to be concerned for his last sibling, no matter the age. All he knew about his younger brother, or what Naruto would allow in messages, was that he had saved many lives with his recent information. With the heads up on the rakeage and his troops marching towards Konoha and Hi-no-Kuni, his blonde friend was able to stave off their invasion and keep them out of the country. It was because of that very intel that he himself had not been called in to take out the Kumo Nin. All in all, he was extremely proud of his brother. Strapping his gun by to his back, his eyes roamed over the map that had come with his orders. He completely ignored Takigakure as he knew the Sarutobi heir was being sent there and completely focused his attention on Kusagakure instead. He knew there were many entry points into a country and that most of those involved going off trail so to speak, but with an army marching in tow, it was a bit different than a squad. His eyes zeroed in on two particular points of interest. The first was the Kenabai Bridge located in the northern part of the country and the most likely way Iwa would march its troops. It was the closest one to both countries and if Iwa somehow managed to secure a foothold in Hi-no-Kuni, it provided a direct supply line back to their country and village, giving them a superior advantage in this war. The second point of interest was the Tenchi Bridge, located further down south of the country and the least likely entry point they would take. The reason for this was simple, it would take them longer to reach this bridge and that meant spending extra days marching, more rations being used, and the chances of them being spotted by border patrol much more likely. So no, he didn't believe they would risk taking this bridge unless they absolutely had to, not with their goal in sight. Now, that being said, he was still going to prepare for them going down there just in case as one could never be too cautious when dealing with shinobi. Madara sighed. He hoped he wouldn't have to destroy either bridge as it not only brought in revenue to his country and village, but it might possibly attract more attention than he wanted. He already knew to expect shinobi of Kuza to get involved, but Naruto had also informed him to expect some Suna Nin as well since a few squads of Iwa Nin were found dead in Kaze no Kuni during their civil war. He sighed once more. It wasn't that he was ungrateful for the assistance from either village, though he would never admit it to anyone, but he worked better alone. That, and he needed to remain incognito for the entire duration of this mission. Absolutely none could know he was alive, and with so many sets of eyes fighting and on high alert, chances were high someone may recognize him. Granted, he was covering his features, the possibility was still there. Plus, the plan he and Naruto devised for taking down the mysterious organization, dubbed Yoru Night by Naruto, would be in jeopardy, for if they knew he was moving around unencumbered, they would try to kill him first before he could kill them. It was because he needed to remain invisible that he had agreed not to use the more identifiable techniques his Mangekyo provided. Granted, many of the foot soldiers might not know the technique or even live long enough to speak of it, but that didn't mean their respective cage wouldn't. All it took was one man or woman escaping before he reached them, and the information would soon spread to the others, and it was this that got him nervous. He wasn't nervous for himself but for his brother. It was a fact that many knew the two of them to be the only two wielders of their powerful eyes, and with him dead, his brother would be made the prime suspect, and he wanted to avoid this outcome if possible. The cages of the major villages would be gunning for Izuna's head twice as hard, or worse, if they couldn't locate or kill Izuna, then they would target Kagami or Akane, or both, in order to get back at the person they believed to have killed their people. He needed to avoid that at all costs. Madara bit his thumb and weaved his seals. Kushios no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke erupted from the seal, spreading across the floor, and he waited patiently until it cleared, revealing his summoned animal. After he had left the village under the guise of death, he had removed himself as the primary contract holder for the crow summons, and while the clan did protest, they eventually released him when he explained his reasoning. After he had done that and made his base of operations in this place of death, he had come across another contract that fit his needs. The smoke finally dispersed, revealing a raven, one of the many messengers of death. Guntram, greeted Madara, tilting his head forward. He was quite glad he had summoned this specific raven after he had signed the contract and proven himself worthy of their clan. Despite being young and a tad bit small, by her standards anyways, this female raven was still very powerful and would only continue to grow as time went on. She had also been christened clan matriarch years earlier, from what she told him, after her father had passed on and named her his successor. That, and she had proven herself in battle if the giant scar running down her left eye was anything to go by. For some reason, he had bonded much more with her than he ever did with his crow summons, and he for the life of him couldn't figure out why. Perhaps it was because they both had children, maybe? Fikin, greeted the giant raven. Madara sighed, still not liking the fact that the female raven in front of him still referred to him as a little raven, a baby if you will. He was a grown man, for God's sake. I wish you would stop calling me that, he said for what felt like the 50th time. I am an adult after all. If the raven could have smiled when she heard this, she would have. Not to me you aren't. To me, you are still a baby who is yet to truly spread your wings and see the world, replied Guntram, nuzzling him. Despite finding her affection endearing, this was getting him nowhere. We're getting off topic. I summoned you because we have been assigned a mission out on the field of battle, he said. The moment he mentioned battle, her posture and attitude took a 180. Who are we fighting? And how many? The enemy is Iwagakure, and they march possibly 2,000 to 3,000 forces, he answered. Madara could see the dangerous glint in the giant eye looking down at him, and he silently watched as she spread out her wings, releasing a war cry. What is the terrain we will be fighting and be like? Depending on how fast these troops are marching, we could either be facing them in their territory, which is mountainous, or it will be thick forest, he calmly responded. The giant raven calmed down a bit. I see, said the raven matriarch. If this is true, I will send Hugin and Munin, my children, to scout ahead of us just to be sure. The lone Uchiha raised an eyebrow. Are you positive you wish to send your children? He asked. He knew there were certain shinobi who were trained solely to identify messenger birds in the sky and kill them. He did not want her to suffer the grief of losing children. Guntram bobbed her head up and down. Yes. They need to experience the world around them. They are also the two fastest among my kin, despite them still being fledglings. Madara sighed. So be it, he replied. At his words, Guntram spread her mighty wings out and Madara climbed atop her back. Let us be off so that we may feast on their carrion. The Uchiha made a disgusted-looking face at that. I think I'll pass on the partaking of eating rotting flesh, thank you very much. Suit yourself. You don't know what you're missing out on. The duo lifted up off the ground with a mighty flap and began to lift off into the expansive skies, making their way towards their destination. Kusagakure dash. 4 days later. Madara silently stood atop one of the many giant mushrooms sprouting over the region of the country and was looking down on one of the many enemy campsites. He had arrived within the country 2 days prior, and it had taken him a full day later to locate the actual village among the overgrown fauna that acted as a defense for the minor village. He had set up his base that same day, and while it was miles from the village, he was still close enough to them that he would pick up any commotion going on. The village itself had a minor shinobi system, and while it was nowhere near that of what the major villages had, they would have to do. He had come to terms with the fact that other shinobi would be helping him, albeit unknowingly, so he hypnotized the leader of the village and would feed the man orders so he could then relay them to his own forces. The first order given to them was planting traps amidst their forests, though not many had been planted since the first forces of Iwa had arrived much quicker than he himself had first anticipated. If he hadn't received the intel from the 2 little ravens, then the Kuzen nin who were out and about would have been slaughtered. It was the 2 little ravens who had first informed their mother, and she informed him that the army had been pushing at double time, which is why they arrived a day earlier. Right now, as he watches them, they were resting after their quick-paced march and would no doubt start once more within 3 or 4 days. Their first order of business was getting information on Kusagakur and if they would have to wipe out the village in order to continue towards their destination. He was going to make sure they all died before making it out of this country and stepping foot into his own. That was a promise. Madara's eyes spotted a 4-man cell breaking away from their camp and heading into the unknown forests. Has to be a scouting party. Silently moving atop the canopy and blending into the shadows provided by the moonlight, the Sharingan user stood above the group, listening in on their conversation. What are we out here looking for again? I can't see 10 feet in front of me, grumbled the man farthest in the back. Keep your voice down, growled the team leader, an older shinobi. Don't you know that forests have eyes and ears? Before any of us realize, we'll be surrounded because of your blabbering mouth. The other 2 in the group couldn't see the man's face, but Madara could, and the man in the back of the unit was not pleased about being scolded like a child. He opened his mouth to speak but was silenced when another of the team spoke first. Eyes and ears, sir? That's right, confirmed the leader, nodding. Before the formation of the villages I fought against the Senju clan and their leader, Senju Hashirama. Let me tell you this. Information never traveled faster than when that man's trees littered the battlefield. Whether they were physically alive or they concealed his kin is up for debate, but the point I'm trying to make is you can never be too careful when in precarious situations like ours. So you believe there could be shinobi from Kuza listening in on us right now? Yes. Immediately answered the man. I know how paranoid that makes me, but a little paranoia never hurt anyone, and it just might end up saving our lives one day. Indeed. The group of 4 all turned around as one when they heard the unidentified voice and made eye contact with the enemy. They immediately wished they hadn't. None of them could make out a face, but they could all see the red eyes clear as day. Madara had decided to make his presence known after he had spotted a lone Iwa nin watching over the group down below. The man was invisible to all but his eyes, as he could see the chakra enshrouding him, and he knew this was the famous technique from Iwa that was employed by Mu. He had silently made the man tell him his orders after he had hypnotized him, but all he received was the order to watch over the men who went out to scout. Apparently, those were the orders of many other groups such as this one. Seeing nothing of value, he erased his presence from the man and put him to sleep. He focused his attention on the paralyzed men in front of him. Now then, let's have a look at what you 4 know. Entering these soldiers' minds was child's play, and sifting through their unprotected memories even easier. Normally he wouldn't bother with something so thorough, but that was during times of peace, and with them being at war, he couldn't afford to leave any stone unturned. After a few minutes he let loose a sigh in resignation. He had found nothing, well, nothing of importance anyway. The men in front of him were nothing but grunts following orders, same as the one in the canopy. Since you 4 didn't have any useful intel that would help me, you're instead going to help me in another way, he said. First, let's wipe away my presence. He muttered, focusing his eyes directly into theirs for a few seconds. Now, let's implant some false information for you to feed to your commanders. Once he was done playing his mind games with these peons, he had them position themselves more orderly and not in a position of attack. He returned to the treetops and then snapped his fingers. The hypnotism clouding their minds vanished as quickly as it had came. Huh? The 4 men and the loner up top snapped out of their daze when they heard the noise and began to wonder what was going on. What were we doing? Questioned one of them. We were stopped because I heard a noise, replied the leader, in a robotic voice. Remember what I said about paranoia and how it would save your life one day? He reminded. Come on, we've already scouted out the area and beyond. Let's head back so we can report our findings to the commander. The group began to march back to their campsite like nothing had happened. Madara watched all of them leave and he'd as soon disappeared as well. He needed to double check to make sure all of his traps and ambush sites were clear and ready for immediate use. Naruto Tilda 1 week later. The blonde Hokage was silently sitting in his dimly lit makeshift office, reading the latest report from Madara. The man remained as strong as ever, even in his growing age. Though he supposed that was partly due to him and the seal he had applied on the man all those years ago and had removed recently. He noticed his friend didn't include his official kill count, though it was estimated to be at around at least 200 men alone, while another 125 were killed by the combined forces of Suna and Kuza shinobi. So out of the 3,000 that was reported, we made a somewhat decent dent into their forces in little more than a week. If he can keep this up, he should be finished in a few months. The process of elimination was simple, from what the man wrote. He would capture the scouts, feed them false intel, and then slaughter those who entered his ambush site. Most of the time he would manipulate the Suna nin or the Kuza nin into those areas to make Iwa think these villages were onto them, while other times he would use shadow clones to accomplish the task. The clone technique was also the reason why Iwa hasn't been advancing as fast as they should have or wanted to. The overgrown flora of the country provided excellent camouflage for the clone army, which fooled Iwa into thinking the forces of Suna and Kuza were much larger than expected. In the week since he had started fighting them, Iwa hadn't so much as marched a mile yet, as they were playing things cautiously. Naruto shuddered a bit when he read of the other way Madara killed these shinobi and kunoichi. He would often use summoned ravens and have them pick off men and women in their beak while they slept and then kill them soon afterwards. He just couldn't imagine what the thought process of those people must be to suddenly find yourself in the jaws of a large predator. Despite the good news of what he had been reading, it wasn't all good in fact. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even bad or even troubling. Perhaps the best word he could use was unexpected. The Iwa forces knew they were fighting Kuza and on occasion Suna nin, but there were a few who were claiming to have seen his agent, or more precisely his red eyes. None of them claimed it was the famed dojutsu, just a pair of red eyes. Either they knew exactly what they were looking at and were lying, or his friend had allowed them to see only the red and not the tomoe within the eye, casting an illusion on those who laid eyes upon him. He was betting it was the latter, as Madara would never make such a simple mistake as this. Once he finished reading the scroll, he lit it ablaze and pulled out a blank one. On this he was going to put Madara's orders, which remained the same: eliminate Iwa forces from Kusagakur. Sealing up the scroll, he summoned a hawk and had the majestic bird deliver it for him. Opening his window, he watched the avian leave and let out a small sigh. Now that that's done with, I can finish. Naruto had been strapping on his Anbu gear when the scroll had first arrived. The reason for this was simple. His hand had been forced and he himself was heading out into the dead of night with some of his Anbu to go and remove the Kinkaku force once and for all. The team he had sent out specifically to watch this group all those months ago had stopped responding a little over 2 weeks ago, and he assumed the worst. Then add in the fact that the backs of his people in the army, led by Tobirama, were being targeted while they fought by this same group, and he could no longer let this continue. The team for this operation was small but still larger than most strike squads. It consisted of one tracking team which held a single Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clan member. However, in addition to the already lone Hyuga, he was bringing in an additional 4, as these 4 were responsible for one direction each, whether it be north, east, south, or west. He was also bringing 6 Senju and 6 Uchiha, plus 4 swift release users from his own clan, for a grand total of 23, 24 if he included himself, shinobi, for this manhunt. The blonde let out a shallow breath he didn't realize he had been holding in. It had been quite a while, or at least it felt like it, since he had gone sneaking through the shadows of the world. He wasn't nervous, far from it in fact. He just wasn't sure how this mission was going to play out, since things hardly ever go according to plan. It was for this reason why he only informed Hashirama of this mission, and should he die, then the man was to resume his duties as Shodai until the end of the war, which once over he would then choose a new Hokage. This was all merely a contingency on his part, of course, since he didn't see himself dying today or at any other point in the future unless it was of old age. He was getting off track. Naruto created a shadow clone with enough chakra to last 3 weeks, as that was the amount of time he was giving himself for this mission. Once that time ran out, he was coming home to command his forces once more, while the Anbu strike squad remained out and about, looking for the Kinkaku force. He equipped his trusty katana to his side and stepped outside. His team stood at attention once they saw him, as all chatter had ceased. He silently surveyed them. Taking a deep breath, he released it slowly. Our objective is simple: eliminate the Kinkaku force from our home, he said. Naruto didn't need to state to them just how dangerous this mission was or how little a chance to return home there was. They understood the risks of this off-the-books Black Ops mission as they had gladly accepted when he had asked them if they would help him. Do you understand our mission? Hi. He nodded to them and they quickly fell into formation behind him as he took point. 2 weeks later. Naruto was currently leaning against a thick tree and quietly watching his team. He was used to a quicker and harsher pace than what they were setting as he was usually with Hashirama or Madara, but he had to slow himself down a tad since these men and women weren't them. This wasn't to say they weren't moving non-stop, they covered the amount of ground he was happy with, they had just spent more time doing so. They were mostly moving the moment darkness landed and well into the early morning since he believed the Kinkaku force was moving during this hour. He came to this conclusion by simple reasoning. When better to strike at your enemies than when some were getting relieved of duty and getting ready to sleep and others were just waking from slumber, ready to relieve others. It was that magic moment he believed they were aiming for. His own team would sleep during the day in shifts, 5 hours apiece between the 23 of them, while he would take the remaining hour before night hit. It was no problem for him as he was used to such long periods without sleep. His job before being Hokage helped in that regard. Plus, he needed to be that unbreakable pillar his team could lean and rely on. Their current location was one he wished to be as far away from as possible. When he and his team had started out, they had methodically tracked these men down as they didn't want to miss killing any of them, and it unfortunately still led them to the bulk of the fighting between the main bodies of Konoha and Kumo's armies. Well, not directly behind them as they were still closer to the border of Yonokuni, but the point was this area was the place they would likely find these men. He sighed as he looked up into the sky knowing it would soon be night, and so he decided to get his mandatory hour of sleep before they began once more. The moment his eyes closed they snapped open suddenly and he pushed himself away from his tree. It had been small, but he had felt the tiny pulse of chakra being used. Using his sensor capabilities, he felt the tiny pulse of chakra moving outwards, like a radar. It was here he knew that whomever it was that had done this was a self-taught sensor nin with little to no range, and they had just doomed themselves and their comrades as he had their location. Ready yourselves, he commanded. Those who were awake immediately snapped to attention, while those who were still a bit zoned out from slumber followed their lead. They were already within a minute. A few seconds ago, I felt a tiny pulse of chakra being used 7 miles from us, he stated. I pushed further out and got an estimation of what we're dealing with here. 16 of them hold Jonin level reserves, while the last 4, the leaders, are above Jonin level. Those 4 will be left to me and my team. He ordered. Those were the ones to remove first, as it was always prudent to remove the head of a snake when the opportunity presented itself. He bit his thumb and summoned his personal summon, Akosh, while also summoning 3 others who were nearly the same size as his friend. The 3 of you are riding up in the air with me, he said, choosing 3 Uchiha. Their Sharingan would prove pivotal for these men going the speed they were soon going to be traveling at. Once we remove those 4, chaos is going to erupt around their camp, and that's when the rest of you attack. I want you to hit them hard and fast. Leave none alive unless I say otherwise. Understood? They all gave him nods. Good. Let's move out. The blonde climbed atop Akosh's back, the others following suit, and he held on tightly as his friend began to flap his mighty wings. The riders soon took off into the twilight sky. When they were high enough up in the air, Naruto leaned down and whispered something into Akosh's ear, and the avian nodded. The majestic avian looked at its brethren and spoke to them in their native tongue, giving them orders of what was about to transpire. Naruto did the same as he now stood upon the back of his friend, his knees bent a fraction. Activate your eyes. He told them. Now I want you to bend your knees, lean forward, and place chakra at the bottom of your feet. Remember, rain down hell from above, he said. Naruto suddenly felt the weightlessness one usually feels when a person gets their feet taken out from underneath them as he and Akosh were diving down at high speeds. We're under. Too little too late did the sensor nin realize the situation as Akosh swooped down at an insane angle that only a bird of prey his caliber could accomplish and quickly grabbed the man with his giant beak, breaking his arms in the process with the applied pressure. In that simultaneous moment, Naruto reacted instantly as his friend was already moving upward. He was using a special ability granted to the summoners of the Hawk Falcon clan. It wasn't an overly powerful ability but something extremely useful. When he summoned Akosh, he gained the ability to use their eye and all the perks that came with it. Right at that moment, time was moving slow for the blonde as the eye was moving and following motion 3 times as fast as his own eyes could. The eye should actually be tracking even faster, but since he was using their ability to see at night as well, he came into the territory of the trade-off. 1 ability at a time, and he could use the eye at its peak, but 2 at once and both abilities were halved, Which is what was happening right now. His eyes usually felt stress the moment he dropped the eye and figured his optical nerves just wouldn't be able to handle it if he used all of its abilities at full strength like his friend did. Naruto quickly removed 2 kunai and hurtled them towards one of his intended targets and another who was nearby. The outcome was what he expected from his target as the kunai cut through the air and into his throat. However, it was the second man who surprised him as the weapon had been dodged with lightning-fast reflexes. The blonde felt the sudden weightlessness once more as his friend had finally lifted back up into the sky. He dropped the Hawkeye for the moment and simply marveled at what had just transpired in the last 6 seconds. It honestly made him a bit jealous of those with the Sharingan if they could in fact use their eyes like that. He shook his head, he looked down and spotted the struggling man in the beak of his friend and the two shared a nod. Akosh tossed the man up into the sky and softly caught him by the neck and he began to apply pressure until they both heard a snap. The bird of prey then tossed the body off to the side and watched as it traveled to the floor down below them. Calling upon the Hawkeye once more, he watched as all 3 riders had killed their targets, but there was a complication as his own eyes narrowed. It was a simultaneous action. One of the Uchiha had killed their target, but they themselves were soon killed afterwards, and it was at the hands of the man who had dodged his own kunai earlier. Using the microscopic vision, along with night vision, he suddenly felt his jaw drop. He wasn't sure if the darkness was playing tricks on his eyes or not, but even in the world they lived in, he had a hard time believing what he was seeing. He didn't know much about the natural things of the world, but he was pretty sure lightning wasn't supposed to be black. He continued to watch the man from above as he took notice of his other Anbu arriving and immediately getting to work as 2 from his clan killed 2 already. While he continued to monitor everything, his eyes drifted back to the man he deemed the anomaly of the group. Out of all the Kumonin present, only he had a mask concealing his identity and he was the only one doing actual damage to his squad, having just killed his second person and was beginning to work on his third. Dropping the night vision and just using his microscopic eye, he could now faintly see tiny traces of electricity roaming around his muscular body. Continuing to watch, he could see it coming in bursts when he used it to avoid a damaging hit and knew it was how he dodged his own attack from earlier. Having seen enough and knowing any Anbu of his isolated against this man was likely outgunned, he jumped down from his perch. He landed between 2 of his own and 2 enemies. He used the surprise he had just given the 2 enemies to kill them using his chakra chains. His own Anbu didn't even react to his presence and not needing to be told, immediately sprinted off to help their comrades. Naruto's eyes had never left the large man in those few seconds and he was glad that another had joined to help the original Anbu fighting the anomaly, and judging by the way the 2 fought, they were both Hyuga. Before he could order the 2 to retreat so he could handle this anomaly, the entire field heard a loud whistle coming from said man. All of the Kumonin stopped when they heard this and they began to form a wall, even though some of them had died in the process. The wall was formed, but it wasn't protecting the apparent leader, no, it was protecting 2 others who were using the opportunity to flee from the battle. Naruto bit back a curse as he knew how those of Kumo usually fought, and it didn't matter to them if they sacrificed their people, as long as the mission was complete, then them sacrificing their lives was worth it. He also knew that if those 2 did escape, they would inform the Raikage of this and then even more problems would arise. He needed to kill the 2 retreating. Clutching his katana, he leaned forward ready to cut them down when he suddenly leaned his body back to avoid a punch. Click! The blade blasted out of its sheath, looking to remove the offending appendage that was outstretched, but instead hit nothing but air. If he hadn't been using the Hawkeye at that very moment, he wouldn't have reacted in time and would have been punched through multiple trees. Vanishing from his spot, he appeared in front of the man just as the electricity faded around him and threw an uppercut to his jaw, looking to shatter it. He was only able to knock his head and neck back though, but he didn't stop there as he spun and landed a hard kick directly on his chest, sending him back a few feet, right back into the 2 Hyuga. To Naruto, the man he was fighting was lucky. If his lightning technique had been a second slower, he'd be missing an arm right now, and had his physique been less sturdy, his chest would have caved in at that kick. Before he could continue his fight, he was interrupted by 2 other Kumonin who had broken off from the wall. He quickly dealt with these 2 and quickly surveyed the scene around him. His squad currently held the numbers advantage and they would soon kill the others after a few more minutes. Seeing this, he silently ordered 3 of his Anbu to chase down the 2 fleeing Kumonin and kill them before they got too far. They nodded. Jigokazuki Hell Stab. Returning his focus onto his target, he saw the man concentrating an ungodly amount of lightning chakra into his hand. He then watched him bull rush one of the Hyugas while they were rotating. Damn it. He knew he wouldn't make it in time, even if he used his top speed, since the distance between himself and them was too far apart while the distance between the 2 fighters was just a few feet. He fished out his tri-pronged kunai and hurtled it towards the 2 fighters. Unfortunately, the mysterious Kumo nin had broken through the Hyuga's defense and pierced them through the heart, killing them instantly. His kunai landed mere milliseconds after this had occurred as he had landed a clean elbow onto the man's face, knocking him down onto the ground. "Seal them," he ordered of the remaining Hyuga, snapping him out of his shock. The Hyuga nodded and took his stance. Haki Hyaku Nyu Hachi Sho 8 trigrams 128 palms. Tenketsu after Tenketsu began to close up as the Jukin user moved faster and faster, but before he could apply the last one, which would have killed the man, he was stopped. "Stop!" grunted Naruto, his elbow still feeling numb because of the electricity. "Don't kill him," he ordered. "Go and see if the others need help." The Hyuga simply nodded, though did look back at his fallen comrade. Naruto removed some seals from a pouch and applied them onto the man on the ground. He knew it took some effort to open up sealed Tenketsu, and it hurt like hell, but it could be done. So he applied his own seals to cut off the flow of chakra better. "No point in making small talk. Let's see who the man behind the mask is," mumbled the blonde. The man didn't say anything as the fox-masked Anbu reached for his own mask. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered in surprise. "If it isn't Z." Z, son of A, the second in command of Kumo, was looking up at the fox-masked Anbu while keeping his mouth shut, knowing exactly who he was dealing with. He had seen those chains of chakra earlier. An Anbu landed behind Naruto and whispered into his ear. He nodded to the woman as the fight manhunt was over. They had won. "Round up our dead and seal their bodies away," he ordered. "I want the rest of them to round up the recoverable bodies of any Kumo nin and seal those away as well. Any body not salvageable I want destroyed." She nodded her head and relayed the orders. Naruto returned his attention back to Z. "You know, you may think of yourself as a prisoner of war, which is true, but you know what else I call high-profile people like you?" he asked, not receiving an answer. "A really big bargaining chip," he said, kicking him in the head, knocking Z unconscious. Naruto called the same female Anbu over once more. "I want him watched at all times until we get back to Konoha. Once there, I want him sedated and given to Malice so she can study him. I want to know how he can produce black lightning. However, I want him alive, not dead. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir," she responded. Naruto nodded as he began to flex his elbow as feeling was returning. He let his remaining Anbu do their jobs while he went to retrieve the body that had been dropped by Akosh mere minutes earlier. 2 days later. The Nidaime and those who had survived the Black Ops mission, 19 to be exact, had finally returned home with none the wiser. The trip itself should have only taken a day at most, but with the repeated escape attempts by Z, that plan had been thrown out. He only kept the man conscious out of courtesy since he was now a prisoner, but after his latest attempt, he had instead just chosen to knock him out. Naruto dispelled the clone and received 2 weeks' worth of memories and was thankful nothing significant had happened during that time. Though, he did receive a message from Toburama a day earlier. Opening it up, he read it and slammed his fist on the desk, making it shudder under the force. The message was short: the Raikage had made an appearance and decimated a platoon of his forces. They knew it was him because the man directly stated so when he let one of his Anbu escape, also they know he did it. Naruto knew the Raikage was a man who wore his emotions on his sleeves from time to time, but he didn't think he would be this compromised to physically stepping out onto the battlefield like that. Clearly he was wrong on that account, as the man seemed to care about his nephew more than he thought he would. He let out a sigh. This whole thing could have been avoided, at least partially, if the 3 men he sent out 2 nights ago had completed their task. All it took was for one of the 2 escapees to reach the Raikage, and now this happened. He had sent 2 swift release users to expedite the process, but he hadn't anticipated one of the 2 escapees to be another censor nin who had somehow kept himself ahead of his people. "It appears I'm going to be adding more names to the memorial stone," he mumbled, letting out another sigh. This list just kept getting larger and larger the longer this war raged on. 5 months later. Naruto was frowning. The reason for this was because of the message he received from Madara, and it was concerning his side of things. It had been relatively quiet on that front against Iwa ever since his friend, and others, had gotten rid of Iwa's presence in Kusagakure. Just to stack on the already foreboding feeling creeping up on him, Hiruzen had also informed him that what Iwa nin remained in Taki were retreating, but the question he had was why. Madara had answered that. The man informed him that he had captured a lone runner coming from Tsuchi no Kuni, passing through Kusa, and heading towards Hai no Kuni. The Uchiha had of course stopped him and gotten what intel he could out of the man: nothing. All the man had on his mind was his mission. The act itself of sending a lone runner was suspicious, so the former Uchiha patriarch had taken to the skies and flown towards Iwagakure. What Naruto had read was troubling. Iwa was once more amassing an army, though the difference was the size. It was much larger than the last. His friend had stated he was confident he could kill all of them if he was allowed full usage of his eyes, but Naruto did not want to risk it. After all, it only takes a stray kunai to the back to kill even a titan. Madara had estimated the army would deploy in about 3 to 4 months, and this was despite the constant naval attacks from Kirigakure. The blonde sighed as he couldn't really tell his friend to do much else except for what he'd already been doing. He told him that if anything changed with the situation over there, then to inform him immediately. He summoned a falcon and had it deliver the message. That's one reply down, he said to himself. On his desk was another message from one of his Onbu team stationed near the border of Tsuchi no Kuni but closer to Hoshigakure. From what the unit told him, there was significant movement amongst the village, as if they were preparing for an assault but against whom they did not know. Either this is merely a feint being put up by the Hoshikage to fool other villages and prevent an attack on them, or they really are going to attack. Naruto had responded a bit differently to this message than to the one he gave Madara. He wanted his Onbu to continue to monitor the situation and gather as much intel as possible. If they learned of an attack on Konoha, he gave them permission to turn hostile, but what he specifically wanted was for them to abduct the Hoshikage and brainwash him until they found someone to replace him. It was the reason he had sent many who belonged to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, as he knew their teamwork was flawless when capturing enemies and entering their minds. Plus, along with a few Uchiha, a trigger illusion could also be placed. I really hope the Hoshikage isn't planning something and they remain neutral. He thought. I really don't want to have to spill more blood. Another proud avian was summoned and he asked for it to deliver his latest message. Naruto sighed as he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a bit and slowly began to rub the bridge of his nose. Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he sat bolt upright in his chair. What? What's wrong? He asked, hearing the urgency in his ninja's voice. Tobirama-sama, battlefield, Reikage. Replied the man, out of breath. He got the gist of the message and grabbed his armor, along with his katana. This was one of the rare times he had gotten word of A entering the battlefield, as it was a response to him leaking the fake location of his nephew Z. He did it as an experiment to see if the man would show himself, and out of the 5 times he had done it, he had bitten on 3 of them, and now he had bitten on this one. Catch your breath. He told the man. Once you do, go and inform Hashirama of my departure, he said. The same contingency plan used during the weeks of his hunt for the Kinkaku force was being implemented here once more. Naruto focused on the seal he had placed on Tobirama. After the whole debacle with Hanzo and his child, he had placed seals on the rest of his family and friends to avoid a repeat situation. Finally, finding the Senju's particular seal, he vanished in a yellow flash. Intersection between the land of hot water and the land of fire. Tobirama was having a somewhat decent day despite his current predicament. He was staring down the Reikage as the man had arrived just as Naruto had told him he would. He didn't like being used as bait to lure the man in, but if this trap killed the man and ended the war faster, then he was all for it. In order to cut down the loss of life during this experiment, only he and a select few had been assigned this mission, and most of those were Swift and Steel release users from Naruto's clan. No words had been exchanged between the two as Tobirama had shot out a jet of water, hoping to electrocute the man as he had read the previous reports on the Reikage. Plus, his eyes saw the sparks flying off the man's body. He silently commanded his forces to attack as he hoped his cage arrived soon, as his water attacks, while effective in keeping the man at bay, wouldn't win him this battle. Focus on commanding your forces, Tobirama. Out of his peripheral, he spotted a tuft of blonde hair. Naruto had arrived, and the moment he had, the Reikage had shifted his entire attention away from killing others and directly onto him. Neither man moved and just stared the other down. Tobirama nodded. Understood. He replied. Just don't die, Naruto. I'm sure my sister or Mito wouldn't appreciate it, he said, before leaving to lead those under his command. The blonde tilted his head forward, acknowledging his statement. I kept his eyes on his enemy when they widened, and he quickly defended himself, striking dead 4 identical copies of the Hokage. His instincts flared up again as he moved out of the way from a hail of kunai and shuriken. By the time he got his eyes back up, his target had moved from his position. Quickly looking around, he found the man and watched as the blonde beckoned for him to follow him to what would likely be an advantageous spot for the Hokage. He wouldn't allow that to happen. The blonde knew this would be an extremely difficult battle for a variety of reasons. One of the primary ones is the lightning technique. Unlike his nephew Z, the man in front of him appears to have mastered the technique, as not only was he able to destroy 4 clones and dodge a hail of weapons in under 3 seconds, but he had gotten in front of him and cut him off. However, perhaps the most concerning reason was the fact that the man kept sending wary glances towards the 2 tri-pronged kunai he held in his hand. Naruto knew A was by no means dumb, emotional yes but not dumb, and he knew that whatever intel had been gathered on his Hiraishin had been read up on extensively by the man in front of him. He would have had to if he had kept showing himself repeatedly, that, or he was suicidal. Namikaze, growled A. A, greeted Naruto, tilting his head forward. Where is my nephew? He's safe, replied the blonde, stoically. You can have your family back. All you have to do is surrender and he's all yours, he said. Or is your family simply not important enough to you? Asked the Nidaime, knowing he was poking and pushing the man's buttons. A was gritting his teeth in anger as every word out of the blonde's mouth agitated him more and more. Well, what's your answer? He knew what he was getting into when he joined the Kinkaku force. Responded A. Naruto had his answer, albeit the politically correct one, as most Kage would say that. He knew for a fact that the man in front of him cared for his family, or else he wouldn't have kept risking his life every time he thought his nephew was being paraded around on the battlefield. The facade he was putting on wasn't very convincing. Neither man took their eyes off of the other and soon blocked out all other forms of noise coming from around them. Naruto vanished in a matter of moments and suddenly reappeared above his target, his katana ready to split open his skull. Click! Swoosh! The blade of darkness had hit nothing but air as the blonde had missed his target. He quickly touched down on a branch and adjusted himself as best he could on the fly as he threw up his guard, blocking a strike coming from his side. He knew once he had missed, he was getting attacked immediately, and it was blind luck he was right. The weight on his forearm suddenly vanished as quick as it came, and though the area was somewhat numb, he followed suit and vanished after the rakeage. Chapter 19. Damn it. Naruto cursed internally. Both he and A were still locked in combat, 2 days having passed since they first began. The area around them was mostly destroyed, or it would have been if the rakeage had kept to one place. It seemed that A had indeed studied his Hiraishin to such an extent that he had found a way to circumvent it, by way of retreat. Whenever he pulled out a special kunai or one hit the floor, the man was gone in an instant, far away from their reach. It certainly wasn't befitting a Kage to fight in such a way, but dignity didn't matter when death was on the line, and that above all is what they both wished to avoid. In the 48+ hours since they'd started fighting, neither man has had the chance to rest their body, for as soon as one tried to catch their breath, the other would be on them. Normally, fighting for this long would result in chakra depletion, but that wasn't the case here. The blonde could keep this up for as long as he needed to, but he had half expected A to have bowed out by now. No such luck. The rakeage had come prepared, as he'd caught the man popping ration pills every little once in a while. He had honestly lost count of just how many the man had taken and had to imagine it's been quite a few, since his lightning technique has yet to come down since it came on. And it was because it had yet to come down that it had saved his life. He had gotten extremely close with his chakra chains but was too slow in killing him. He had blown a golden opportunity. Seeing as he couldn't rely on his chains or Hiraishin, he relied on his own speed instead. Naruto could state with confidence that he was the fastest person on the planet, and when he added chakra to the mix, he was nigh invisible to the naked eye. However, even with chakra, he was a tier slower than what A was moving at right now. His regular chakra didn't enhance him to the level of speed A's lightning chakra did. That wasn't the only thing it enhanced. From a few tests, he'd figured out that the man was reacting with the same speed he moved at. It explained just how his nephew could dodge a kunai to the head when others couldn't all those months ago. All that being said though, it would only be a matter of time before his opponent either ran out of pills or made a mistake. For when he does, the fight would be over. He would make sure of that. Hilda meanwhile. Miles away from the village hidden in the leaves, 20 fully armed shinobi were breaking camp, and mentally preparing themselves. Today, these soldiers were marching into the belly of the biggest beast for what was surely a one-way trip. All for the sake and prosperity of their families and village. Are the lot of you ready? Asked the leader in a muffled voice, a mask covering his face. He received nods from everyone. Nodding back to his squad, he let loose a shallow breath. Let us rain down death and destruction from the heavens. The moment he finished, 4 wings made of pure chakra sprouted not only from his back, but the backs of the other 19. They took to the sky and towards their target. Kanahagakure dash. Tōka and Mito were currently at the park with their children, enjoying the sunshine and tranquility as best they could, what with the war outside of their walls and all. Next to them sat Akane and Malice, each woman with their own child as well. Seeing as Kagami was the oldest of the four at 12, he took on the role of leader and protector for the other three. He had named Yuto his second in command even though he too was being watched over. Right now, he was currently using his Sharingan to try and read the lips of the adults. He had learned how to be discreet from his uncle as he would often switch from looking at the adults to looking over the children. He knew there was a war being fought, but the details of what exactly was happening were non-existent for someone his age. "So, how goes the project, Mito?" asked Akane, easily seeing what Kagami was trying to do. "It's coming along," replied the redhead. "Especially now that I've got help from Tōka. Even then, it probably won't be finished for a few more months," she added. Akane and Malice each looked at the lone Senju. "Oh? You've taken up Fuinjutsu?" they asked, clearly knowing the woman didn't really care for the art. Tōka gave them an iffy motion. "Just to a certain extent. I simply provide another pair of eyes, and if need be, create the base for most of the seals Mito then expands upon." Both women were impressed. "When it is finished, is it guaranteed to protect us?" inquired Malice, eyeing her pride and joy. "Nothing in this world is guaranteed," responded Mito. She would have said death but felt since there was enough of it going on outside that she didn't need to bring it up here. "When this project is complete, it will offer protection, but perhaps not in the way you expect." Malice had a frown on her face. "Can you explain?" Tōka decided to answer for her sister wife. "In layman's terms, it's a barrier. Perhaps the most complex ever created. The only thing I can compare it to would be the one around the Uzumaki clan in Uzushio," she said. "This is how it works. A team will monitor the barrier at all times, and will respond when there is an unauthorized entry or an unauthorized exit." Mito nodded and continued. "After the whole situation involving our children and Ame, Naruto wanted this implemented immediately," she explained. "He and I started on it, but when things began to heat up in the war, his time and attention were needed elsewhere." Before either of the other two could ask another question, everyone in the vicinity suddenly heard a loud whirling sound, almost like a whistle. Boom! All four mothers reacted instantaneously with lightning-fast reflexes, surrounding their children, when they felt the first explosion. They could see the beginnings of the first smoke cloud rising in the distance. The other explosions were slightly drowned out by the wails and rumbling footsteps of the civilian population. All of them were running around like chickens with their heads cut off, some with soot, others with blood. "Ka-chan! Not now," shouted Akane, her Sharingan on fully display, looking for the attackers. "Above us." All four women looked up at Kagami's protests and were simply stunned into silence and awe. Never would they have thought such a thing possible, yet there it was, clear as day. People were flying in the sky. Akane recovered first. "It's chakra," shouted the Uchiha. "The wings on their backs are made of chakra. Move, move, move." All of them heard the authoritative voice of Hashirama and soon spotted him in the distance, barking out orders left and right to those closest to him. Mukuten, Moku Bunshin no Jutsu would clone technique. The Shodai created numerous wood clones and gave them orders. He then spotted their group and rushed over. "Are any of you hurt?" They all shook their heads. "Thank goodness," he said, breathing a sigh of relief. "Listen up, I'm going to need help from all of you. I've already sent my clones to help anyone I can find while others round up the clans." "What do you need from us?" asked his wife. Hashirama addressed his wife first. "I need you to head over to the hospital. That building is going to be very critical in the coming moments." She nodded and was about to ask a question but was cut off by her husband. "I need you to meet up with your clan and take down any in the sky," he ordered, looking at Akane. His gaze turned towards his sister and Mito. "I need the two of you to do the same. Meet up with your clan, but I want you guys to help with the rescue efforts. I want the swift release users to relay any messages between clans while the steel release users coat themselves in steel and enter burning buildings, and hopefully find those who need us. I want those with a dojutsu to scan all buildings they can. I've already got the Hyuga doing the same." Mito and Tōka nodded. "Okay, but what do you want us to do once we relay these orders?" "Fight," he simply said. "What of our children?" Hashirama was silent for a few seconds. "I need you to leave them with a few of my clones." Mito, Tōka, Akane, and Malice's jaws tightened every so slightly at the prospect of leaving their babies during such a crisis. Had the order come from anyone other than Hashirama or Naruto, the four women would have refused. They didn't trust their children's lives with anyone but themselves and their fathers. They all slowly nodded and he breathed easy. "Thank you," he said. I will also be leaving clones with all of you, so if anything changes, then inform the clone. Where are you going? Outside of the village. He replied instantly. If we were unable to pick them up, then the possibility of there being others is high. Who knows, they may be waiting for a signal of some kind. It was because of this line of thinking that he'd already sent out some clones to begin the search. All four mothers grimaced when hearing the scenario, but not at all the same. The man in front of them was one of only a few alive who could deal with large numbers alone, so they would put their faith and trust in him. You have your orders. Move out. They all left to do their tasks and spared one last look at their children as clones began to encircle them. Hashirama meanwhile was already speeding through the village and out of the gates, right into the lush forests of the country. Hashirama dash. The Senju patriarch had to harden his resolve as he not only left the village he had been charged with protecting, but his son as well. Sure, he left his family and village in the capable hands of his comrades, but the sooner he returned the better he would feel. Speeding through the dense forest of the country, he had yet to find anything. He created more clones and had them fan out, casting a wider net. Adding chakra to his fee, he doubled his speed while expanding his own senses for any foreign signatures. No results had been yielded yet. Is it possible that only those who attacked us were the only ones to infiltrate the country? As much as he wished to believe that, the logical part of him wouldn't allow it, and the fact that none of their sensor nin, or him for that matter, had picked them up just added to this. Flight was truly advantageous as they could escape even sensors. Looking around and seeing he was much farther than he'd intended and had nothing to show for it, he stopped. It was time he turned back. The memories his clones had sent him told him that, but they also told him the status of the village. It was bad. More and more of his people, mostly civilians with few shinobi, were continuing to die. Whether the attack be direct or indirect. People were burning, choking, or being buried and crushed under the weight of collapsed buildings. His people simply weren't equipped or accustomed to the aerial onslaught, or the fact that the invaders had blatantly attacked their hospital as well. It was an unwritten rule in warfare that immunity be granted for certain people and places in times of war, but that was clearly ignored today. His own wife could have been killed had she been on duty during the initial attack. He honestly didn't know what he would have done had it actually happened. He had only ever truly been angry a few times in his life, and her death or that of his son would have taken the top spot. Shaking his head of such morbid thoughts, he was glad there was some decent news. Mito and Tōka had managed to capture 2 of them alive by sealing their chakra. It would have been 5 if the other 3 hadn't been killed during free fall. Out of a total of 20 they'd counted, 2 were captured, 5 had been killed, and 13 remained free. Creating more clones, he sent them deeper into the forest while he made his way back. His eyes widened a tad as a sudden rush of memories assaulted him. Adding more chakra to his feet, he sped off towards the village. Those in the sky who had survived their counterattack were leaving, and this was simply too good an opportunity to pass up. Hashirama had sprinted towards the village and was miles away when he stopped. Having kept an eye on the sky, he finally spotted them. They were so high up they didn't even notice him as they flew over his head. He let out a shallow breath and then unleashed hell upon them. His massive chakra was like an immovable object. The massive force enveloped those in the sky, bearing down on them like a tidal wave in the ocean, refusing to let them out. The pressure was soon too much for them and they began to drop out of the sky like flies. The Senju patriarch had not dared do this in or anywhere near the village as it would not only have affected those in the sky, but those down below as well. The civilians alone would have probably dropped dead because of the pressure alone. More harm than good would have come from it. He had allowed for the smaller would-release techniques to be used by his clones, but even then, it was hard hitting a target that had so much space to maneuver in. Hashirama weaved his seals and sent his chakra into the ground. Mukuten, Hote no Jutsu Laughing Buddha technique. He shot up into the sky whilst riding one of several wooden hands that had arisen at his call. He coordinated them like well-trained dancers, catching the free-falling shinobi and taking them prisoner. Naruto dash. The blonde's head snapped over in the direction of where the huge chakra surge had just been unleashed, and he knew who it belonged to. Hashirama. It wasn't that he could feel the man's chakra all the way from his location, he was just very familiar with it, the same way he was with others of his family and close friends. If the man he had charged with protecting their home was using chakra, then that meant something was wrong, and he needed to get back. Now. He would have rather not used this now since it was nowhere near being mastered, but sometimes desperate times called for desperate measures. Focusing deep within himself, he pushed past his own chakra, and looked for that source of extra power. The Raikage, who had stopped to pop a ration pill, was wondering what the blonde was up to. Not one to dwell on it, he decided to capitalize on the situation, and vanished from sight. He appeared behind the cage and was ready to ram his fist through his back and out of his chest. I suddenly stopped and watched in morbid fascination as an orange-reddish cloak of chakra began to envelop the blonde, and he suddenly got a bad feeling. Backpedaling to reassess the situation, the blonde turned to face him and the pieces of the puzzle were slowly beginning to fit together. Naruto's eyes suddenly snapped open, but instead of deep azure blue, they were now a deep dark crimson with slitted pupils. His features also changed as his hair grew untamed, his canines more elongated, and his nails much sharper. All in all, he now resembled more animal than man. A's eyes suddenly widened exponentially as the blonde in front of him took off with no warning, moving far faster than before. He was able to dodge the attack looking to remove his arm, but what he truly had trouble reacting to was the chakra itself. It moved like it had a mind of its own. The only thing he could do was retreat further into the forest, putting some distance between himself and the blonde. This proved difficult as not only was the blonde behind him, he was using the chakra limbs to throw kunai and shuriken from all directions. If he didn't come up with something to quickly kill the blonde, he'd be the one on the ground. Sparing a glance back, he noticed the blonde wasn't behind him. Thanking those up above for this reprieve, he popped another pill and began to formulate his plan. Gah! Screamed A, having suddenly been tagged. He was soon on the ground, writhing in unbelievable pain as he tried to reach for his back. It's over, muttered Naruto, watching the man. He had been able to get one up on the Raikage thanks to a nifty ability he received from Kurama when he entered this state. It was similar to that of what Sensor Nin could do, only this ability allowed him to sense negative emotions, easily allowing him to pinpoint the scheming cage and take a chunk of flesh from his back with a chakra claw. Naruto silently watched as the man grit his teeth and slowly turned himself over onto his back. The man had silenced the cried yelp that threatened to escape his mouth and pointed a finger at him accusingly. Jinchuriki. The Nidaime didn't bother to respond. He would let the man believe in whatever he wished before he died. He ignored the glare being sent his way and instead of letting the poison do its job, he decided to finish it sooner. Pointing a finger at the man, his chakra condensed and a fine point shot from his finger and directly at the heart of the Raikage. He watched as the light went out of the man's eyes. Naruto closed his eyes and let out a breath, slowly beginning to drop the cloak. And now comes the kicker. The Nidaime of Konoha stumbled back into a large tree as his body used it as leverage to hold himself up since he felt himself getting heavier. Sliding down to the ground, he gritted his teeth as not only his body felt heavier, but in more pain as well. Each breath he took hurt. This was the risk he ran when using even just one tael worth of Kurama's chakra, and not having mastered it yet. The giant kitsune had laid it all out for him rather simply. If he so wished, he could access all 9 taels worth of power from him, but the risk he ran was just as great. First off, for every unmastered tael he used, the pain he was feeling at the moment would be doubled until he reached the final one. When that plateau was crossed, he wouldn't be in pain. He would instead resemble a mindless beast, unable to differentiate between friend or foe. He already had a taste of being semi-mindless during the Ame incident and he did not wish for a repeat situation. It was because of this that whenever he did push the limits, it was always in the presence of Kurama as only the fox could snap him out of his induced madness. However, his friend had also informed him that once he did master all 9 taels of chakra, then all aforementioned weaknesses would vanish. All 9 levels of chakra would be his to use unencumbered. Once he did master them, the power would come instantaneously instead of having to focus within himself to find it. Kurama had also told him that he was progressing far faster than he had honestly expected him to, and couldn't explain why. A suggestion from the fox was that he was already so accepting of both the light and dark side of his soul so it came to him quicker. If this was true, then it made sense. He'd already accepted all he's done in his life up to that point, both the good and bad. Gritting his teeth and picking himself up, he walked over to A's corpse. Paying a few silent respects to the man he was once, he sealed the body up and sealed the scroll onto his body. Shifting his attention, he focused on the seal he placed on his family. Konohagakure Mito had refrained from yelping or attacking when she suddenly saw her husband appear in front of her via his teleportation technique. The shinobi accompanying her however were surprised but quickly got over it when they realized who it was, and stood at attention. Naruto gave them a small nod of recognition, but his attention wasn't on them for long. Looking around the village, he could see the various smoke clouds throughout. One of which he knew was in the direction of the hospital. Before he could move to inspect the village, he was held back. Turning around, he found himself looking into the beautiful eyes of his wife. Hello. He greeted, having already forgotten she was there. She raised a delicate brow. Hello yourself. She replied, looking him up and down. Aside from a few minor injuries, he didn't look any worse for wear. What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed on the war front? Despite the pain his body was in at the moment, he had to smile at his wife. She was a consummate professional, not even asking how he was or why he was even there. Instead, she wondered why he wasn't doing his job. Got a message from one of the men. The rakeage bit on the bait I dangled in front of him and we met on the battlefield. He explained. What happened here? All I felt was Hashirama's chakra and I knew something was wrong. Mito's eyes widened a fraction when she heard about the rakeage but schooled her features quickly. Obviously, since her husband stood before her, then that meant the man was dead. We were attacked from the sky. She answered. It was quick but effective, as you can no doubt see. 20 of them came in, 13 of them escaped when their objective was complete but were then captured by Hashirama soon after. Tōka and I also captured 2 while 5 ended up killed, she said, giving him a small report. I see. Where are the prisoners now? Locked up and currently being interrogated by a group of Yamanaka mind walkers. He nodded. Good, I'm heading over. Whoa there. Mito stepped in front of him. You're not going anywhere. I can tell that you're in pain, she whispered the last part. You need to rest, even if it's only for a few hours. I can rest when I'm dead. He replied. Right now I need to get the situation here under control first and then head back to the battlefield so I can inform Tobirama and the others that I am alive, and that the plan worked. They can wait for a few hours. Mito. The Uzumaki woman was taken aback. In all the time she's known her husband, he's never once raised his voice towards her, Tōka, or their children, so it was quite a shock. However, once the initial shock had worn off, her own eyes narrowed and her back straightened, she stood firmly in front of him. Naruto let out a sigh as he realized what he had just done. He was stretched thin as it was already and Mito's insistent behavior just put him over the edge. His blue eyes softened when he looked at her. I apologize for what I just did, I was out of line, but I can't just rest for a few hours. Not when so much is on the line, he said, calmly. With the death of the rakeage, they were one step closer to ending the war and he didn't want to waste this opportunity by waiting. Not many would have seen it, but Mito's eyes did soften a bit. She had accepted his apology but was still adamant on him resting. Clearly, his outburst was proof he needed it. How about this? You bring everyone I need to speak with over to my office, and while I wait I'll rest in there. He offered. If he went back to his compound to rest and ran into his children whom he hadn't seen in months, then he wouldn't want to leave. So he hoped she would compromise. Very well then. She nodded, and got a nod in return. She watched her husband disappear once more while she went to complete her tasks. 2 hours later. The blonde cage let out a small yawn as he stretched his tired limbs, and removed the drowsiness from his eyes. Standing up, he began to walk around, getting the blood flowing once more, after his 2-hour nap. Originally, he had only planned to sleep for a few minutes, 30 at best, as he was sure the interrogation would have been over by then, but it hadn't. He didn't know if it truly lasted that long, or if Mito was somehow involved in this. Whatever the case, he was rested and awake now. An Anbu dropped down from the ceiling onto one knee. Hokage-sama. She bowed her head. They are on their way. He nodded and watched his agent vanish soon after. Walking back over to his desk, he sat down in his comfy chair, and simply waited. Knock. Knock. Enter. The first to enter was Hashirama, followed closely by Malice. The next was the group of Yamanaka interrogators, and trailing behind them was a group that consisted of at least one person from all clans in Konoha. Some of them were clan heads, others were simply sent here for this quick meeting as there was still work to be done. He didn't see Mito or Tōka enter and had to assume they were back with the children. What information were you able to gather from them? Naruto got right to the point. Mostly basic information, replied the team leader. The group hails from Hoshigaku, and were sent here on the direct orders of their cage. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. The problem with Kumo had been dealt with momentarily, only for another to pop up. He told the man to continue. They traveled from their country, traversed the harsh climates of Kaze no Kuni, sailed the unpredictable seas of the south, and then landed on our southern shores, he said. They've been in our country close to 3 weeks now, keeping a low profile until today. He explained. We could have gotten more from the leader, but he was one of the few who had been killed. I see. Was this information consistent with all of them, or only a few of them? All of them. He nodded and then looked to one of his oldest friends. Hashirama? I'm not sure how much I can add, but they were indeed from Hoshigakure. He replied. I originally went south as that was where I believed they came from but found nothing. I came back after receiving the memories of a clone and captured those that escaped. Orders, sir? Asked the Yamanaka. Continue to search their minds for anything of use. I don't care if you have to torture information out of them, just get it done, he said, and sent a look for Hashirama to remain silent. Once that is done, I want you to correspond with our doctor here. See if she needs any more subjects to study. Once she's done, I want their chakras sealed and they are to remain here for the duration of this war. The lead interrogator, along with his companions, nodded and left the room. Naruto looked to the group of shinobi present. I want the rest of you to continue searching for people, alive or dead. Once that's done, we start on the reconstruction of our home. They all nodded and left the room as well, leaving only Hashirama and Malice. Torture, Naruto, really? Questioned the Shodai. We're at war, Hashirama. My job is to end this as soon as possible so things like today don't happen again, or ever. Our people should have never had to experience this, that's our job. We are the ones who wield weapons and wear armor, he said. Plus, the Hoshikage threw out any civility or honor the moment he touched the hospital. I'm just responding in kind. Hashirama opened his mouth to protest but promptly shut it. He didn't agree with torture but he did agree about the hospital incident. What have you got for me, Malice? Asked Naruto. I've performed autopsies on all 5 of the deceased and found one singular thing amongst them, she said. Naruto prompted her to continue. All of them have a corroded chakra system. From what I've studied of a live one, theirs isn't quite as corroded. What I'm trying to say here, is that whatever special chakra they use, it not only allows them to use their awesome abilities, but it is also killing them. So they're basically suicide soldiers. He muttered, and sighed. This special chakra, can you identify it? And do we have to quarantine them? She shook her head. Negative. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before, and no, they're not contagious. He nodded. Would you be able to replicate it with your ability? He asked, and ignored the glare from her husband. Hard to say. She admitted. But if I could, then I may end up poisoned as a result. In that case, don't do it. I don't need the chief operator of our hospital dying, he stated. Keep studying the bodies then and hopefully you'll learn something else about them. What have you got for me on the Black Lightning? Not much, I'm afraid. It's possible that Z is just so in tune with his affinity that his lightning comes out black, or it could be a possible mutation within his own network. I see, he said. Oh wait, before I forget, here. He handed over a scroll. Within that scroll lies the body of the Shodai Reikage. Study it and inform me of what you learn. Malice was gaping at the scroll in hand and quickly felt her mouth close. She thanked her husband and nodded to her leader. Both she and her husband walked out soon after. Naruto watched them leave. Once they were out, he informed his Anbu he was returning to the battlefield and vanished. 2 days later. The first Namikaze was in his makeshift office, resting on his chair. After he had returned from Konoha 2 days prior, he had run into Tobirama and gotten a report of what happened after he had left. The white-haired Senju had led his squad to victory, and while they did lose a few of their own, it didn't compare to the other side. Another piece of good news was that Kumo was slowly, but surely, pulling their forces from Yugakure and Shimogakure. Both he and Tobirama suspected that this was at the behest of A, the second in command of Kumo and late brother of the Shodai. The blonde had spread the news of their Shodai's death almost instantly to all corners, and it had the desired effect he had hoped it would. In reaction to the retreat, the blonde Cage had ordered Tobirama to march their troops into Yugakure and parts of Shimogakure and to remain there. With this, Kumo would have to stay in their own territory, and if they wished to attack again, then it would be even harder this time. For not only did he have forces stationed between their two countries, but they also had to deal with Kiri's naval forces in the east. And if they wished to go west, towards Iwa, and enter from another country, then they would meet resistance as well. Naruto had also given the go-ahead to his Anbu team stationed near Hoshigakure. After attacking the hospital, he was going to order the Hoshikage's assassination but he thought better of it. He didn't want to attract Iwa's attention to that battle. He had given the group their 2 weeks to brainwash the Hoshikage when an opportunity arose, but if he didn't receive a response by that time, then he would assume they had failed and were presumed dead. He sorely hoped it didn't go that route. The Hokage leaned back and closed his eyes, sighing. Many things had happened just in this past year alone when a smile made its way to his face. I can now finally allow Madara a rest. Now that the war with Kumo was temporarily over, he could send others to replace him in Kusagaku and have them deal with Iwa's forces. And who better to replace one Mangekyo user than another? He was going to pull Izuna out of Kaminari no Kuni, replace him with another, and then have him lead his forces. He would take over where his brother left off and none would be the wiser. Thinking about his first agent prompted him to think of his second. It had been a long time since he'd gotten any intel from Kaede, or Chio and Ebizo for that matter. I wonder what's happening in Suna? Kaede Kaede, Monzeman, Chio, and Ebizo were all silently prowling through the shadows, looking to get the best possible vantage point. The reason for this was simple. Their small group had finally, after months of fighting, breached the headquarters of the Shirogane clan and were but a few moments away from dealing a crippling blow. The group would have waited for backup from the Kazekage, but they just couldn't afford to. Not when their goal in ending this civil war was so close they could almost taste it. Look at that, pointed Kaede, using sign language. All of them looked to where she was motioning and couldn't help but gape in shock. At first they weren't sure what it was they were looking at, but once they got a better view of it, they could finally make out what it was. It was a puppet, but unlike any they'd ever seen. The other puppet walkers they'd been fighting over the months since they started this campaign had metal plating here and there, but were still mostly made of wood. Not the one they were looking at. What they were looking at was completely made out of metal. They didn't even know if they could classify it as a puppet anymore. It stood at about 6 feet 7 inches and probably weighed over 600 pounds. However, the most eerie thing about it was the fact that its face resembled that of a human's in an unnatural way. The mouth was open while its eyes were slitted and its ears resembled antennae. They all continued to watch as a few members of the clan were placing strange orbs into certain areas on the puppet's body, and each one that was placed made its eyes light up. Another thing they noticed was the members of the clan. They were acting strange, almost in a robotic fashion. So, what's the plan? Asked Chio. I say we wait for backup to arrive, said Ebizo, offering his opinion. Monzeman saw the question asked and the opinion given but remained silent. The decision lied with him as he was the leader of this group. After running through various scenarios, he finally had his answer. We scout out the area and gauge their numbers, he said. We meet back up in 10. Once we have information, then we'll decide our next course of action. Move out. All 4 of them saw the order and all vanished within the shadows. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will try to post more as soon as possible. I have already posted the full story over on my Patreon if you are interested in that. Link to that is in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.